Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Arden. The water is perfect today, crystalline and calm, like liquid glass stretched between the Santa Monica Pier and the horizon. I adjust my underwater camera one more time, making sure the angle captures the way sunlight fractures through the surface, creating those dancing patterns my viewers love so much. My breath comes slow and steady through the snorkel as I float just beneath the waves, letting the ocean's rhythm wash over me. This is my sanctuary, 40 feet underwater, surrounded by nothing but blue silence and the gentle sway of kelp forests. No notifications, no expectations, just me and the sea, existing in perfect harmony. I surface slowly, breaking through the water with barely a ripple. The late afternoon sun catches the droplets on my dark skin, and I can already picture how this will look in post-production. Golden hour magic. My audience of 2.3 million subscribers will eat this up. Hey, beautiful souls. I whisper into my waterproof mic, my voice carrying that soft, measured cadence that's become my signature. Welcome back to another Ocean Dream session. Today we're exploring the kelp gardens off Malibu, and the water is absolutely singing. I've been doing this for 3 years now, and the routine never gets old. The gentle bob of my body in the water, the way my 4C curls form a dark halo around my head when I surface, the therapeutic sound of waves lapping against my body. It's more than content creation. It's meditation. It's art. It's the closest thing to magic I've ever found. My sea glass green contacts catch the light as I duck back under, and I know my chat is already going wild. They always do when I wear these lenses. Half my audience thinks they're my real eye color, and I've never bothered to correct them. Let them believe in a little magic. The camera follows me as I glide through the underwater garden, my movements fluid and purposeful. I've been swimming since I could walk, and the ocean has always been my first language. Every gesture is deliberate, every breath timed to create the perfect audio experience for my viewers. I surface again, this time floating on my back, arms spread wide. The beaded anklets I make myself catch the light, tiny pieces of sea glass and coral that I've collected over the years. They're part of my brand now, these little handmade touches that make my content feel authentic in a world of filters and fake everything. The water temperature is perfect today, I murmur, running my fingers through my hair to create that gentle splashing sound my audience craves. 72 degrees, warm enough to feel like an embrace, cool enough to keep you awake and present. I spend another 20 minutes in the water, creating what I know will be pure gold once I edit it. The underwater shots of me floating, hair flowing like dark seaweed, the close-ups of water droplets on my skin, the gentle sounds of my breathing, the ocean's whispers, the distant cry of seagulls. This is what I do. I create peace. I bottle serenity and serve it up to millions of people who need it more than they need air. Insomniacs in Tokyo, anxious college students in Ohio, busy mothers in London who steal 15 minutes of my content during their lunch breaks. I give them what the world takes away: calm. By the time I wade back to shore, the sun is setting, painting the sky in those impossible California colors that make people think this place is paradise. I rinse my equipment in the freshwater shower, taking my time to clean each piece properly. Good gear is expensive, and I've learned to take care of what takes care of me. My phone buzzes with notifications as I towel off, but I ignore them. I never check my social media immediately after filming. That's sacred time, the buffer between creating and consuming, between being Arden the person and Arden the brand. I drive home to my Venice Beach apartment in my beat-up Honda Civic, windows down, salt air whipping through my damp hair. The contrast between my online persona and my real life always makes me smile. My viewers imagine me living in some beachfront mansion, but the truth is, I rent a tiny one-bedroom apartment 3 blocks from the beach. It's all I need, all I want. The apartment is my other sanctuary. Minimalist to the point of being sparse, with white walls and natural fiber everything. No clutter, no chaos, just clean lines, and the soft sounds of my meditation fountain in the corner. I've designed every inch of this space to be an extension of my brand, but more than that, it's an extension of my soul. I set up my editing station and begin the process of transforming raw footage into digital tranquility. This is where the real magic happens. Every cut, every transition, every audio enhancement is designed to transport my viewers to that underwater world where problems dissolve like salt in water. The editing takes 3 hours. I layer in the ambient sounds, adjust the color grading to enhance those ethereal underwater moments, and add subtle transitions that feel like breathing. My viewers will fall asleep to this content. Will use it to meditate. Will play it in the background while they work. It's a responsibility I don't take lightly. When I'm finally satisfied with the edit, I upload it to my main channel and then create shorter versions for my other platforms. TikTok gets the most visually stunning moments. Instagram gets the aesthetically pleasing stills. YouTube gets the full experience. Each platform requires a different approach, but the core message remains the same. Peace is possible. I'm just about to post when I remember I have a few messages to check. My assistant Nova usually handles my social media, but she's been swamped with her own beauty channel lately. I pull up my direct messages, expecting the usual mix of gratitude and requests for collaboration. Instead, I find something that makes my blood freeze in my veins. A video file from an account I don't recognize. The thumbnail is black, but the message attached makes my hands shake. Thought you might want to see this before your fans do. I stare at the screen for a long moment, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every instinct I have screams at me not to open it, but I have to know. I have to see what this person thinks they have on me. I click play. The video opens in darkness, but I recognize the room immediately. It's my bedroom, my actual bedroom, not the carefully curated space I show on social media. The camera is positioned low, maybe hidden behind something on my dresser. The angle captures my bed perfectly. And there I am, sleeping. The footage is from last night. I know because I'm wearing the oversized t-shirt I bought at the farmer's market yesterday. The one with the faded whale print. The video shows me tossing and turning, completely unaware that someone is watching. Recording. My hand shakes so badly I can't hold the phone. The video continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes. Me sleeping. Me getting up to use the bathroom. Me returning to bed. All of it captured by someone who was in my space, my private sanctuary, without my knowledge. The video ends with a close-up of my face, peaceful in sleep, completely vulnerable, completely violated. I drop the phone like it's on fire, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. Someone was in my apartment and recorded me while I slept. Someone has been watching me, studying me, learning my routines. The walls of my carefully constructed sanctuary suddenly feel like they're closing in. Every shadow looks like it could be hiding a camera. Every sound could be an intruder. The peace I've spent years building crumbles in the space of a single video. I scramble for my laptop, fingers flying over the keyboard as I shut down every social media account I have. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, even my backup accounts. I disable comments, turn off notifications, make everything private. The process takes 20 minutes, but it feels like hours. My phone keeps buzzing with notifications from confused followers, but I ignore them all. I can't think about my brand right now. I can't think about disappointing my audience or losing subscribers. All I can think about is the fact that someone has been in my bedroom watching me sleep. I call the police, but the conversation goes exactly how I expected it would. They're polite but dismissive. No signs of forced entry. No physical threats. Just a creepy video that could have been taken by anyone with access to my apartment. They'll file a report, they say. They'll look into it. But their tone suggests they won't be looking very hard. After I hang up, I sit in my living room, staring at the walls I thought were protecting me. The fountain in the corner bubbles, a sound that usually calms me but now feels like mockery. How can there be peace when someone has violated the most basic boundary of all? I think about my followers, the millions of people who look to me for tranquility. What would they think if they knew their serene ASMR creator is sitting in her apartment, terrified of every shadow? What would they think if they knew the person who sells them peace can't find any herself? The apartment feels contaminated now. Every surface could be hiding a camera. Every moment could be recorded. The sanctuary I've built for myself has become a prison, and I'm trapped inside with the knowledge that someone out there has been watching me, studying me, waiting for the perfect moment to shatter my world. I need to leave. Tonight. I can't stay here knowing that someone has been in my space, recording my most vulnerable moments. I can't pretend that everything is fine when it so clearly isn't. I pack a single bag with essentials, my hands still shaking as I fold clothes and grab toiletries. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can't stay here. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. As I'm about to leave, I catch sight of myself in the hallway mirror. The woman looking back at me is a stranger. Gone is the serene content creator who makes peace for millions. In her place is someone haunted, someone running, someone whose carefully constructed world has just been blown apart by a single video. I grab my keys and head for the door, but not before taking one last look at the apartment that used to be my sanctuary. The white walls that once felt clean now feel sterile. The minimalist furniture that once felt peaceful now feels empty. The fountain that once provided comfort now sounds like tears. I lock the door behind me and walk into the night, carrying nothing but a single bag and the devastating knowledge that nowhere is safe. Not even the spaces we create for ourselves. Not even the places we call home. The ocean breeze hits my face as I step outside, and for a moment, I'm transported back to this afternoon, floating in the water, surrounded by blue silence, creating magic for people who need it. It feels like a lifetime ago. Now I'm just another person running from something she can't fight, carrying her fear like a stone in her chest. The peace I've spent years cultivating has been shattered in the space of a single video, and I have no idea how to put the pieces back together. All I know is that I need to disappear. I need to find somewhere safe, somewhere quiet, somewhere far from the eyes that have been watching me, somewhere I can figure out how to breathe again. The night swallows me as I walk away from everything I've built, everything I've worked for, everything I thought I could trust. But even as I run, I can feel those invisible eyes following me, and I wonder if I'll ever truly be safe again.
Chapter 2. Dane. The generator kicks on at 5:30 sharp, same as it has every morning for the past 10 years. The mechanical rumble cuts through the pre-dawn silence like a heartbeat, steady and reliable in ways that people never are. I lie in my hammock for exactly 3 minutes, listening to the familiar sounds of the lighthouse coming alive around me. The hum of electricity flowing through century-old wiring, the soft tick of the beacon mechanism preparing for another day of warning ships away from the jagged rocks that guard this island like broken teeth. 3 minutes. No more, no less. Then I roll out of the hammock and plant my bare feet on the cold stone floor of what used to be the lighthouse keeper's quarters and is now simply home. The water for coffee is already measured and waiting beside the ancient percolator I bought from a marine salvage yard in Portland. 8 ounces of water, 2 tablespoons of grounds, medium heat. The routine is sacred, carved into my bones after a decade of solitude. Routines keep a man sane when the only voices he hears are his own, and the endless conversation between wind and waves. While the coffee brews, I pull on yesterday's jeans and the flannel shirt I've worn so many times the red and black checks have faded to something resembling sunset. The fabric is soft against my weathered skin, worn thin at the elbows and frayed at the cuffs. Comfortable in the way that only comes from years of faithful service. I step outside onto the wraparound deck that circles the lighthouse's base, and the island spreads out before me like a kingdom I never asked to rule. 47 acres of granite and scrub pine, connected to the mainland by a causeway. On a clear day, I can see the coast of Maine, stretching in both directions, but this morning fog hangs low over the water, turning the world into something soft and gray and infinite. The air carries the salt tang that's been my only perfume for 10 years, mixed with the green smell of the pine trees that somehow managed to grow in the thin soil between the rocks. I breathe it deep into my lungs, the way other men might breathe the scent of a woman's hair. This place has gotten into my blood, become part of my cellular structure. I'm more island than man now. My first stop is the weather station, a collection of instruments mounted on a pole near the lighthouse's eastern face. Barometric pressure steady. Wind speed 12 knots from the southwest. Temperature 48 degrees and climbing. No storms on the horizon, which means the small plane that delivers supplies twice a month might actually make it today. The thought brings the familiar tightness to my chest. Supply day means contact with the outside world, however brief. Usually just Pete Hawkins, the pilot who's been flying this route since before I arrived. He drops off my groceries and medical supplies, picks up my payment and any outgoing mail, and leaves without asking questions I don't want to answer. It's an arrangement that works for both of us. But sometimes Pete brings news from the mainland, whether I want it or not. Updates about people I used to know, places I used to call home, a life I chose to leave behind. The news always feels like someone pressing on a bruise that never quite heals. I shake off the mood and continue my morning rounds. The solar panels need cleaning. A week of salt spray has left them cloudy and less efficient. I hose them down with fresh water from the cistern, watching the white residue swirl away in patterns that remind me of the wake a ship leaves behind. Everything here reminds me of ships, of the sea, of the life I lived before this one. The vegetable garden behind the lighthouse is thriving despite the poor soil and constant wind. Tomatoes heavy on the vine, carrots pushing up through the earth, lettuce green and crisp in neat rows. I've learned to coax life from this rocky ground through patience and stubbornness, 2 qualities I have in abundance. The garden feeds me, but more than that, it gives me something to tend, something that depends on my care. I pull weeds with my bare hands, feeling the satisfying resistance as roots give way. The work keeps my hands busy and my mind quiet. These hands have done terrible things, heroic things, necessary things. Now they grow vegetables and maintain machinery and fix whatever breaks on an island where broken things stay broken unless I fix them. My fingers are thick and calloused, marked with a dozen small scars from 10 years of manual labor. The back of my left hand bears a puckered burn scar from the time I grabbed a piece of hot metal without thinking. My knuckles are permanently stained with grease and salt, and the kind of grime that never quite washes clean. They're workers' hands now, not an officer's hands. I prefer it that way. The sun climbs higher, burning off the fog to reveal the endless expanse of the North Atlantic. On a day like this, the water looks deceptively peaceful, all blue silk and gentle swells. but I know better. I've seen this same ocean turn murderous without warning, swallowing ships and men like they were never there at all. The sea gives and takes according to its own logic, and that logic doesn't have anything to do with fairness or mercy. By 8 o'clock, I'm back inside making breakfast. 2 eggs over easy, 3 strips of bacon, toast from bread. I baked myself 3 days ago. I eat standing at the kitchen counter, looking out the window at the channel that separates my island from the rest of the world. The causeway is underwater now, the tide having come in while I worked in the garden. For the next 6 hours, I'm completely cut off from the mainland, stranded by choice and circumstance. That's when I see it. A small boat moving across the channel, cutting through the morning calm with the determined efficiency of someone who knows where they're going. I set down my coffee cup and reach for the binoculars I keep hanging by the window. The boat is a rental, one of those fiberglass day cruisers that tourist outfitters use for island hopping excursions. But this isn't tourist season, and the person at the helm doesn't look like they're sightseeing. Even through the binoculars, I can see the tension in their posture, the way they grip the wheel like they're hanging on for dear life. As the boat gets closer, I can make out more details. The pilot is a woman, young, with dark skin and hair that catches the morning light. She's wearing oversized sunglasses and a baseball cap pulled low, like she's trying to hide from something. Or someone. The boat slows as it approaches the small dock I built on the island's southern shore. I watch her tie up with the efficient movements of someone who knows their way around boats, though her hands shake slightly as she secures the lines. She sits in the boat for a long moment after cutting the engine, like she's gathering courage for whatever comes next. I should go down and greet her. It's the polite thing to do. The neighborly thing. But I haven't been polite or neighborly in 10 years, and I'm not sure I remember how. Instead, I watch from my perch in the lighthouse as she gathers her things and steps onto my dock. She has one bag with her, a simple duffel that looks hastily packed. No fishing gear, no signs of someone planning an extended stay. This isn't a vacation. This is someone running from something, and my island has become their destination. The thought makes my jaw clench. I came here to get away from people and their problems, their dramas, their tendency to complicate simple things. For 10 years, this place has been my refuge, my fortress against a world that expects too much and forgives too little. The last thing I need is someone else's crisis washing up on my shore. But as I watch her walk up the path from the dock, something about her movements catches my attention. She's not just running from something. She's afraid. Really afraid. The kind of fear that gets into your bones and changes the way you breathe. I know that fear. I've carried it myself. She stops at the sign I posted years ago, the one that reads, "Private property. No trespassing," in letters faded by salt and sun. For a moment, I think she might turn around and leave. Part of me hopes she will. But then she squares her shoulders and keeps walking, like she's decided that whatever she's running from is worse than whatever she might find here. I set down the binoculars and run my hand through my hair. It's gotten long again, curling at the edges where it touches my collar. Gray has taken over most of the brown, giving me the look of a man who's seen too much and thought about it too long. The face in my bathroom mirror belongs to someone 20 years older than my 55 years, weathered by wind and regret in equal measure. The woman is halfway to the lighthouse now, climbing the winding path that switchbacks up the rocky slope. Her breathing is labored, not from exertion but from something that looks like panic barely held in check. Whatever sent her running to my island, it's got her spooked good. I should go down and intercept her before she reaches the lighthouse. Explain that this is private property, that she needs to leave, that I can't help her with whatever problem brought her here. It would be the smart thing to do, the safe thing. Keep my distance, maintain my boundaries, protect the peace I've spent 10 years building. But something stops me. Maybe it's the way she keeps looking over her shoulder, like she expects to see someone following her. Maybe it's the fear I recognize in the set of her shoulders, the same fear that drove me to this island all those years ago. Or maybe it's just that it's been so long since I've seen another human being up close that I've forgotten how to turn one away. She reaches the lighthouse just as I make up my mind to stay inside and wait for her to leave. But then she does something unexpected. Instead of knocking on the door or calling out, she sits down on the steps and puts her head in her hands. Her shoulders shake with what might be exhaustion or tears or both. And just like that, my carefully maintained isolation becomes a luxury I can't afford. Whatever brought this woman to my island, she's not leaving any time soon. And whether I like it or not, we're about to become neighbors. I watch her for another minute, the stranger who stumbled into my carefully ordered world like a stone thrown into still water. She's disrupted everything just by existing in my space, and I haven't even spoken to her yet. Already I can feel the routines that keep me sane beginning to shift and bend around her presence. 10 years of peace and solitude, ended by a woman with a duffel bag and fear in her eyes. 10 years of successfully avoiding other people's problems, and now someone else's crisis is sitting on my front steps. I should be angry. I should be planning how to get her off my island as quickly as possible. Instead, I find myself wondering what kind of trouble could drive someone to seek refuge in a place like this. What kind of fear could make a person choose the unknown over the familiar, isolation over connection, the company of a stranger over whatever they left behind? I know that kind of fear. I live with it every day. The realization hits me like cold water. This woman and I might be more alike. We're both running from something. We've both chosen solitude over the messy complications of human connection. The only difference is that I've been running for 10 years and she just started. I take a deep breath and head for the door. Time to find out what brought this woman to my island and whether my carefully constructed exile is about to come to an end.
Chapter 3. Arden. The cabin key weighs heavy in my palm as I stand before the weathered wooden door, my hands still trembling from the boat ride across choppy waters. 3 days of driving north from LA, sleeping in my car at rest stops, paying cash for everything, using a fake name I found on a random website that generates identities for people who need to disappear. Sarah Mitchell. The name feels foreign in my mouth, but it got me this far. The rental agent in Bar Harbor barely looked up when I handed over the cash deposit for a month minimum, maybe longer. He was more interested in his crossword puzzle than the twitchy woman who wanted the most isolated property he had available. Perfect. The less memorable I am, the better. I slide the key into the lock and push open the door to what will be my sanctuary for however long it takes to figure out my next move. The cabin is smaller than the photos suggested, but that works in my favor. Less space means fewer places for someone to hide cameras. The thought makes my skin crawl, but I force myself to breathe through it. The main room combines kitchen, dining, and living spaces in that open concept way that vacation rentals love. Knotty pine walls, a stone fireplace, furniture that's seen better decades but still functions. Everything smells like wood smoke and salt air, with undertones of the lavender cleaner someone used to scrub away the previous tenant's presence. I drop my duffel bag by the door and immediately begin what's become my new routine. Check every space where a camera could be hidden. Under the kitchen counter, behind the bathroom mirror, in the light fixtures. My hands tremble as I run them along surfaces, feeling for anything that doesn't belong. Nothing. Just dust bunnies and the kind of grime that accumulates in places where people come to escape their real lives. The bedroom is barely big enough for the double bed and a single dresser, but the window faces the ocean, and when I push aside the faded curtains, the view takes my breath away. Endless blue water stretching to the horizon, broken only by whitecaps and the occasional seabird diving for fish. It's the kind of view that usually calms me, but right now, all that open space feels exposing. Anyone with a boat and binoculars could be watching from out there. I yank the curtains closed and sink onto the bed, my whole body shaking with exhaustion I've been holding at bay for 3 days. The mattress is softer than I expected, and for a moment, I let myself imagine what it would be like to sleep without checking the locks twice, without startling at every unfamiliar sound. But even here, in this remote cabin on an island I can't even pronounce the name of, I don't feel safe. Safety feels like something that happened to someone else, in a different life, before I knew that bedroom walls could be breached and privacy was just an illusion. My phone has been turned off since I left LA, but I power it on now to check the time. No signal, which is exactly what I paid for. The rental agent assured me that cell service was spotty at best, and Wi-Fi was available for an additional fee if you really need it. I don't need it. I need the opposite of connectivity. 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun will set soon, and I need to get oriented before dark. I unpack my bag, hanging my few clothes in the tiny closet, and arranging my toiletries in the bathroom. Everything I own now fits in a single duffel bag. 3 months ago, I had a full apartment worth of stuff. Now I'm living like a refugee from my own life. The kitchen is stocked with basic supplies, but I'll need to make a grocery run soon. The rental agent mentioned a general store in the town on the mainland, accessible by a causeway that disappears as the water rises. I'll have to time my trips carefully, plan around the ocean's schedule instead of my own convenience. The thought is both terrifying and oddly comforting. Let the sea decide when I can leave. At least it's an external force I can predict. I explore the rest of the cabin, checking the back door, testing the window locks, memorizing the layout in case I need to navigate in the dark. The bathroom window is too small for an adult to climb through, which makes it the safest room in the house. I file that information away, along with the location of the kitchen knives and the fact that the front door deadbolt looks flimsy. Outside, the wind is picking up, making the old cabin creak and settle around me. Every sound makes me jump, but I force myself to recognize them as normal house noises, rather than signs of intrusion. Old wood expands and contracts. Windows rattle in their frames. Pipes make weird gurgling sounds when the water pressure changes. I'm making a cup of tea when I hear footsteps on the front porch. My blood turns to ice. The mug slips from my hands and shatters on the kitchen floor, sending ceramic shards and hot water everywhere. I freeze, every muscle in my body clenched, listening. Heavy boots on wooden planks, deliberate, unhurried, not trying to sneak, but not announcing themselves either. The footsteps stop at the front door. 3 firm knocks. I can't breathe. Can't do anything but stand in the kitchen, surrounded by broken ceramic, while someone waits outside my door. The someone who followed me here. The someone who's been watching me, recording me, violating every boundary I thought I had. Hello? A man's voice, deep and rough around the edges. Anyone in there? I need to check on the storm shutters. Storm shutters. That sounds legitimate, but then again, stalkers are good at sounding legitimate. They're good at finding excuses to get close, to gain access, to insert themselves into spaces where they don't belong. I don't answer. Maybe if I stay quiet, he'll leave. Maybe he'll think the cabin is empty and move on to wherever he came from. The doorknob turns. Panic floods my system as I realize I forgot to lock the door behind me when I came in. 3 days of obsessive security checks, and I forgot the most basic precaution. The door swings open, and I hear those heavy boots crossing the threshold into my temporary sanctuary. Sorry to barge in, but I saw the rental car and figured someone was here. The voice is closer now, in the main room. Storms coming in fast, and these old shutters can be tricky if you don't know how they work. I need to move. I need to do something other than stand in the kitchen like a deer in headlights. My bare feet crunch on ceramic shards as I step toward the corner where I drop my bag, where I keep the small canister of pepper spray that's become my constant companion. That's when he appears in the kitchen doorway. I get a glimpse of weathered denim and a red flannel shirt before my brain short-circuits with terror. Without thinking, I grab the biggest piece of broken ceramic I can find and brandish it like a weapon. "Stay back!" My voice comes out high and shaky, nothing like the calm, measured tone my audience knows. "I have pepper spray." The man stops dead, his hands automatically rising in a gesture of surrender. "Whoa, easy there. I'm not here to hurt anyone." For the first time, I really look at him. Tall, broad-shouldered, with silver-streaked hair and the kind of deep tan that comes from years of outdoor work. His face is weathered but not unkind, and his pale blue eyes hold something that might be concern. He's older than I expected, maybe mid-50s, with calloused hands and the careful stillness of someone who's been on the wrong end of fear before. "I'm Dane Merrick," he says, keeping his voice low and steady. "I take care of the island. The rental company should have mentioned me." They didn't mention anyone else living here. The rental was supposed to be completely isolated. Just me and the ocean and whatever piece I could salvage from the wreckage of my life. There's nobody else supposed to be here. I keep the ceramic shard raised. Even though my hand is shaking so badly, it's probably more dangerous to me than to him. This is a private rental. You're right, it is. He takes a careful step back, giving me more space. But I live here year-round, in the lighthouse. He nods toward what I assume is the direction of the lighthouse I spotted when the boat approached the island. Part of my job is checking on the rental properties when weather moves in. Weather. I remember him mentioning a storm, but I've been so focused on human threats that I haven't been paying attention to natural ones. Through the kitchen window, I can see that the sky has darkened considerably since I arrived, and the wind is bending the scrub pines into tortured shapes. How do I know you're telling the truth? The ceramic is cutting into my palm now, but I don't dare put it down. How do I know you're not just some psycho who lives in the woods? Something flickers across his face, too quick for me to identify. Fair question. You want me to call the rental company? They can verify who I am. There's no cell service. Landline in the lighthouse. He's still holding his hands up, still maintaining that careful distance. You can come with me if you want. See for yourself. The offer is reasonable, but reasonable doesn't mean safe. Stalkers are masters of seeming reasonable right up until they're not. And even if he's telling the truth about being the island caretaker, that doesn't mean he's trustworthy. It just means he has legitimate access to my temporary hiding place. I don't think so. Blood is dripping from my palm where the ceramic is cutting me, but I can't let go. Can't lower my guard. I think you should leave. He nods slowly, like he expected that response. I can do that. But first, let me help you with those shutters. Storm's going to hit in a few hours, and if they're not secured properly, you could lose windows. I can figure it out myself. Probably. But these shutters are old and stubborn, and you're bleeding on the floor. His eyes flick to the ceramic in my hand, then back to my face. How about this? I'll show you how the shutters work from outside. You can watch through the window, learn the system, and I never have to come inside again. It's a compromise that acknowledges my fear without dismissing it. Most men would have gotten angry by now, would have demanded to know why I'm being so paranoid, would have tried to convince me that I'm overreacting. But this man, this Dane Merrick, seems to understand that my fear is real and valid, even if he doesn't know what caused it. You stay outside, I say finally. I watch from in here. You show me how it works, then you leave. Deal. He backs out of the kitchen, moving slowly and deliberately, like he's trying not to spook a wild animal. I hear the front door close, and after a moment, I see him through the living room window, examining a set of wooden shutters I hadn't noticed before. I set down the ceramic shard and wrap my bleeding hand in a dish towel before moving to the window. True to his word, he stays outside, but he talks loud enough for me to hear through the glass. These shutters are probably 60 years old, he says, running his hands along the wooden slats. Made from local pine, treated with linseed oil. They'll outlast both of us if you take care of them. He demonstrates the latching mechanism, showing me how to secure the shutters from the inside using a series of metal hooks and wooden bars. It's more complicated than modern storm protection, but effective. The system is designed to keep the worst weather outside, where it belongs. The tricky part is the timing, he continues, moving to the next window. You want to get them closed before the wind really picks up, but not so early that you're stuck in the dark all day. I follow him from window to window, learning the quirks of each shutter, memorizing the process. His movements are efficient and practiced, the gestures of someone who's done this countless times. When he finishes with the last window, he steps back and looks directly at me through the glass. That's it, he says. Storm should hit around midnight. You'll hear the wind first, then the rain. Don't worry if the whole cabin shakes a bit. These old places are built to flex with the weather. I nod, though I'm not sure he can see me clearly through the glass. The sky is getting darker by the minute, and I need to get these shutters closed soon. Thank you, I call through the window, surprised to find that I mean it. He touches the brim of an imaginary hat in a gesture that's probably older than both of us. Welcome to the island, Sarah. The fake name sounds wrong coming from his mouth, but I don't correct him. He heads back toward the lighthouse and left me alone to do the storm preparations and the uncomfortable realization that my perfect isolation isn't as perfect as I thought. But as I watch him disappear into the gathering dusk, I'm surprised to find that his presence didn't feel threatening. Unexpected, yes. Unsettling, absolutely. But not dangerous. Maybe it's the way he respected my boundaries, or the calm way he'd handled my panic, or simply the fact that he's old enough to be my father and seems more interested in storm shutters than in me. Or maybe I'm just so starved for human interaction that doesn't involve fear that I'm willing to grasp at the smallest gesture of kindness. I lock the door and begin the process of closing the shutters, following his instructions exactly. As each window is secured, the cabin grows darker and more enclosed. By the time I finish, I'm effectively sealed inside my temporary sanctuary, protected from both the coming storm and any eyes that might be watching from the darkness outside. The isolation should feel oppressive, but instead it feels like armor. Let the storm come. Let the wind howl and the rain pound against my shutters. I feel like I might actually be safe. At least until morning, when I'll have to figure out what it means to share this island with a stranger who already knows more about me than I know about him. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Dane. The barometric pressure has been dropping all evening, and by 10 o'clock, I can feel the storm's approach in my bones. The old injury in my left shoulder aches like a bastard, the one I got when the rescue helicopter went down off the coast of Somalia. 17 years later, and that shoulder still predicts weather better than any meteorologist. I stand on the lighthouse's observation deck, staring at the western horizon, swallowing the last traces of daylight. The wind has shifted from southwest to due west, and the gusts are picking up strength every few minutes. What started as a routine coastal storm this morning has been upgraded twice since noon. Now, the Weather Service is calling it a Category 1 hurricane, with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour expected to make landfall around midnight. Hurricane Nora. They've been tracking her for 3 days as she moved up the coast, gaining strength from the unusually warm Atlantic waters. Most storms lose power as they move north, but Nora has been feeding off a warm water eddy that's kept her angry all the way to Maine. The rental cabin sits about 400 yards down the hill from the lighthouse, nestled in a grove of pine trees that will provide some wind protection. But not enough. Not for what's coming. I've lived through dozens of storms on this island, but this one feels different. Meaner. The kind of weather that reminds you how small and fragile human beings really are when nature decides to throw a tantrum. The woman who calls herself Sarah Mitchell is down there in that cabin, probably terrified and definitely unprepared. I showed her how to work the storm shutters, but those shutters are 60 years old and designed for regular coastal weather, not hurricane-force winds. If one of those big pines comes down on the cabin, all the storm shutters in the world won't help her. I should go check on her. It's the responsible thing to do. The decent thing. But after our encounter this afternoon, I'm not sure she'd welcome another visit from the gruff stranger who scared her badly enough that she grabbed a weapon. The look in her eyes when I walked into that kitchen will stay with me for a long time. Pure terror, the kind that comes from real experience with real threats. Whatever drove her to this island, she's running from something serious. Something that taught her to expect the worst from unexpected encounters with men. I recognize that fear because I've seen it before, in the eyes of people I pulled from burning buildings and sinking ships. The look of someone whose world has been turned upside down, who can no longer trust that safety is possible. It's a look that makes me want to protect and retreat in equal measure. The wind gusts harder, rattling the lighthouse's windows and making the metal framework creak. I check my watch. 10:15. The storm's moving faster than predicted, which means it's going to hit harder than expected. The eye wall should pass right over us sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning. A particularly strong gust shakes the entire lighthouse, and I make my decision. Scared or not, that woman needs to get out of that cabin before the worst of the storm hits. The lighthouse has stood here for over a century, built from local granite, and designed to withstand anything the Atlantic can throw at it. The cabin was built for summer tourists, not hurricane survival. I grab my heavy weather gear and the high-powered flashlight I keep charged for emergencies. The wind hits me violently the moment I step outside, strong enough to make me stagger. Pine needles and small debris are already flying through the air, and the temperature has dropped at least 10 degrees since this afternoon. The walk down to the cabin takes twice as long as usual, fighting against wind gusts that want to knock me sideways. By the time I reach her front door, I'm breathing hard, and my face stings from the bits of sand and pine needles the wind is hurling around. I pound on the door, loud enough to be heard over the increasing howl of the wind. "Sarah, it's Dane Merrick!" No answer. The windows are all shuttered now, following the instructions I gave her earlier. Smart woman, getting them closed before the worst of it hit. I try again, putting my full voice behind it. "The storm's worse than predicted. You need to come to the lighthouse." Still nothing. Either she can't hear me over the wind, or she's too scared to answer. Given her reaction this afternoon, I'm betting on the latter. The smart thing would be to give up and head back to the lighthouse. She's an adult who made her own choice to stay in the cabin. If she doesn't want my help, I can't force it on her. But as another gust threatens to knock me off my feet, I know I can't leave her down here to ride out a hurricane in a building that wasn't designed for this kind of punishment. I try the door handle more out of habit than expectation. Locked, of course. She learned that lesson this afternoon. "Sarah!" I call again, moving around to the side of the cabin where the kitchen window faces. "I know you're scared, but this storm is going to be bad. That cabin won't hold up to hurricane winds." A small section of one shutter is warped enough to create a gap, and I can see a faint light moving around inside. She's in there, probably scared out of her mind, and definitely not interested in opening the door for the stranger who already violated her space once today. I understand her position. Trust is a luxury she can't afford right now, and I'm just another unknown threat in a world that's already proven dangerous. But understanding doesn't change the fact that she's in real, physical danger. A sharp crack echoes through the wind, and I look up to see one of the pine trees swaying dangerously. The trunk is at least 2 feet in diameter, and if it comes down, it's going to take out half the cabin's roof. That decides it. I pull out the multi-tool I always carry and work at the window frame, looking for a way to open the shutters from outside. These old latches weren't designed for security, just weather protection. It takes me 5 minutes of fiddling in the dark, but I manage to work one of the catches loose. The shutter swings open, revealing the woman standing in the kitchen with what looks like a large knife in her hand. Her eyes are wide with terror, and when she sees me at the window, she backs toward the far wall. "Don't come in here!" she shouts, raising the knife. "I'll call the police." No cell service, remember? I keep my voice calm despite having to yell over the wind. "Look, I know this is scary, but that tree behind me is about to come down. If it hits this cabin, you could be seriously hurt." She glances toward the window, and I notice her weighing her options. Trust the stranger who's trying to get her to leave her shelter, or stay put and hope the storm doesn't kill her. "The lighthouse is built like a fortress," I continue. "Granite walls 3 feet thick, foundation that goes down to bedrock. It's the safest place on the island." Another crack from the pine tree, louder this time. She hears it too, and some of the rigid fear leaves her posture. "How do I know you're not lying?" she asks, but her voice has lost some of its edge. "How do I know this isn't just a trick to get me alone?" It's a fair question, and I respect her for asking it. Too many women don't trust their instincts when men pressure them to ignore their better judgment. "You don't know," I admit. "All you can do is decide which risk is worse. Stay here and hope the trees don't fall, or come with me and hope I'm not the kind of man who would take advantage of a scared woman during a hurricane." The tree cracks again, a sharp sound like a gunshot. This time we both look toward it, and I see the massive trunk swaying at an angle that means it's lost its root hold. "Decide fast," I tell her. "The tree's coming down in the next few minutes." She stares at me for a long moment, knife still raised, clearly running through her limited options. I can see the exact moment she makes her choice, her shoulders dropping slightly as she accepts that staying in the cabin might be more dangerous than trusting me. "Give me 2 minutes to grab my stuff," she says, lowering the knife. 1 minute, I counter as another gust rattles the cabin's frame. "And only what you can carry in one trip." She disappears from the window, and I hear her moving around inside, gathering whatever she considers essential. The sound of the wind is getting louder by the minute, and I can feel the barometric pressure continuing to drop. The worst of the storm is still hours away, but we're already in the danger zone. She appears at the front door less than a minute later, wearing a rain jacket over her clothes and carrying the same duffel bag she arrived with. Her face is pale in the beam of my flashlight, but she's made her decision and she's sticking with it. "Stay close," I tell her, raising my voice over the wind. "Keep one hand on my jacket and don't let go." The walk back to the lighthouse is treacherous. The wind is strong enough now to knock a person down, and debris is flying through the air like projectiles. Twice I have to stop and shield her from particularly large pieces of wood or metal that the storm has picked up and hurled in our direction. She doesn't complain, doesn't slow us down, just keeps one hand gripped in my jacket and matches my pace as we fight our way up the hill. Whatever else she might be running from, she's the type of person who falls apart in a crisis. The lighthouse door is heavy oak reinforced with iron bands, designed to withstand both weather and the occasional drunk sailor looking for shelter. The moment we get inside and I throw the bolt, the noise level drops to something approaching normal. The thick stone walls muffle the worst of the wind's howl. She stands just inside the door, dripping rainwater onto the floor and looking around with the wide eyes of someone who's just stepped into a completely foreign environment. The lighthouse's interior is nothing like the quaint vacation cabin she just left. "Welcome to my home," I say, hanging my wet jacket on a hook beside the door. It's not much, but it's built to last. The main floor is one large circular room that serves as kitchen, workshop, and general living space. The walls are bare stone, painted white decades ago, and touched up whenever the mood strikes me. A spiral staircase leads up to the beacon room, and a smaller staircase leads down to what used to be storage areas and is now my bedroom and bathroom. She takes it all in without comment, still clutching her duffel bag like it contains everything she owns, which, for all I know, it might. "You can put your bag down," I tell her. "You're safe here." She sets the bag on the floor but doesn't move away from it. Everything about her posture screams flight risk, like she's ready to run at the first sign of threat. I understand the feeling. I've been ready to run for 10 years. "Are you hungry?" I ask, moving toward the kitchen area. "I was about to make some coffee before the power goes out." "The power's gonna go out?" "Always does in storms like this. I've got a backup generator, but I save that for essentials. We'll have lights and heat, but no luxury items." I put the coffee on and pull out the emergency lanterns I keep charged for occasions like this. The familiar routine of storm preparation helps calm my nerves, which are more rattled than normal for me. It's been 10 years since I've had another person in this space, and I'd forgotten how much energy it takes to be aware of someone else's needs and fears. "Why do you live here?" she asks suddenly. I mean, alone on an island. That's not exactly normal. It's a reasonable question, and one I've been asking myself for a decade. Why did I choose isolation over the messy complications of human connection? Why did I let guilt and shame drive me to this beautiful prison? "Same reason you're here, probably," I say instead of answering directly. Sometimes the world gets too complicated, and you need somewhere simple to figure things out. She studies my face in the lamplight, looking for whatever truth I'm not telling her. She's perceptive, this one. Smart enough to recognize deflection when she hears it. "How long have you been figuring things out?" she asks. 10 years and counting." The coffee finishes brewing and I pour 2 cups, adding sugar to mine and leaving hers black unless she asks otherwise. When I hand her the mug, our fingers brush briefly, and I notice how cold her hands are despite the rain jacket. "The storm should pass by morning," I tell her. "You can go back to the cabin then, or I can take you to the mainland if you want to leave." She wraps both hands around the coffee mug and takes a sip before answering. "I'm not planning to leave anytime soon." "Running from something serious?" "Aren't we all?" It's my own deflection thrown back at me, and I almost smile. She's not going to make this easy, and I respect that. Trust has to be earned, especially from someone who's learned the hard way that the world isn't safe. The wind outside is getting louder, and I can hear debris hitting the lighthouse's walls. We're in for a long night, trapped together in this circular stone room, while Hurricane Nora does her best to tear the island apart. I gesture toward the couch, an old leather thing I bought from a marine salvage yard along with most of my other furniture. "You might as well get comfortable. It's going to be several hours before the worst of this passes." She moves to the couch but perches on the edge like she's ready to run. Everything about her radiates tension, from the way she holds her shoulders to the careful distance she maintains between us. She's like a wild animal that's accepted food but still expects to be hurt. "I have spare blankets," I offer, "and the bathroom's downstairs if you need it." "Thank you." Her voice is quiet, formal, police, but distant. We sit in awkward silence for a few minutes, listening to the storm build in intensity outside. The lighthouse shudders slightly with each major gust, but the walls hold firm. They've held for over a century, and they'll hold tonight. What's your real name? I ask eventually. She looks up sharply, caught off guard by the direct question. What makes you think Sarah Mitchell isn't real? The way you hesitated when I said it this afternoon. The way you don't respond to it naturally. Plus, people don't usually pay cash for month-long rentals under fake names unless they're running from something that requires disappearing. She's quiet for so long I think she's not going to answer. When she speaks, her voice is barely audible over the wind. Arden James. Hello, Arden James, I say. I'm genuinely Dane Merrick, and I'm genuinely glad you're not sitting in that cabin right now. As if summoned by my words, we hear the unmistakable crash of a large tree falling, followed by the splintering sound of wood breaking. Through the lighthouse's thick walls, the sound is muffled but unmistakable. Arden's face goes white. Was that... Probably the pine tree behind the cabin. We'll check the damage in the morning. She sets down her coffee cup with shaking hands. I could have been killed. But you weren't. You made the right choice. Some of the rigid tension leaves her body. She slumps back against the couch cushions, and I can see exhaustion taking over now that the immediate danger has passed. I don't have any idea how to do this, she says quietly. Do what? Trust someone. It's been so long since I felt safe with another person that I don't remember how it works. The honesty in her voice catches me off guard. It's the first completely unguarded thing she said since I met her, and it hits closer to home than I want to admit. You don't have to trust me, I tell her. You just have to survive the night. Everything else we can figure out tomorrow. She nods, pulling her knees up to her chest in a gesture that makes her look younger than her years. Outside, Hurricane Nora continues her assault on the island. But inside the lighthouse's granite walls, we're safe from everything except each other. And maybe for tonight, that's enough.
Chapter 5. Arden. I wake up to silence, so profound it feels like the world has ended. For a disorienting moment, I can't remember where I am or why everything feels wrong. Then the events of last night come flooding back. The storm, the tree falling, Dane Merrick carrying me through hurricane winds to his lighthouse sanctuary. I'm lying on his couch, covered with a thick wool blanket that smells like wood smoke and something indefinably masculine. My neck aches from sleeping at an awkward angle, but I'm warm and dry and alive, which is more than I would have been if I'd stayed in the cabin. Sunlight streams through the lighthouse's tall windows, painting geometric patterns on the white stone walls. Outside, I can see blue sky and gentle waves, as if Hurricane Nora was just a bad dream. But the debris scattered across the landscape tells a different story. Broken tree branches, sheets of metal roofing, and what looks like half of someone's dock litter the ground between here and the water. Dane is nowhere to be seen, though I can smell coffee brewing and hear the soft sounds of someone moving around in what I assume is the kitchen area. I sit up slowly, pushing tangled hair out of my face and trying to assess how I feel about waking up in a strange man's home. Surprisingly, I don't feel the crushing anxiety I've carried for the past week. Maybe it's the thick stone walls that make this place feel like a fortress. Or maybe it's the fact that I made it through a hurricane and lived to tell about it. Or maybe it's just that Dane Merrick, for all his gruff exterior, kept his word about letting me sleep unmolested on his couch. Morning. His voice comes from somewhere behind me, low and gravelly with sleep. Coffee's fresh if you want some. I turn to find him emerging from what must be the kitchen, holding 2 steaming mugs. His silver hair is damp, like he's recently showered, and he's wearing a clean flannel shirt over dark jeans. The sight of him looking so domestic and normal is oddly comforting. Thank you. I accept the coffee gratefully, wrapping my hands around the warm ceramic. Did you sleep at all? Enough. He settles into a chair across from me, maintaining that careful distance he seems to prefer. Storm passed around 3 this morning. Thought you could use the rest. I take a sip of coffee and almost groan with pleasure. It's strong and perfectly brewed, nothing like the instant stuff I've been subsisting on lately. This is really good. One of the few luxuries I allow myself. He gestures toward the windows. Damage doesn't look too bad from here. We'll walk down and check on the cabin later if you want. The cabin. I'd almost forgotten about my temporary refuge, the place where I was supposed to hide until I figured out how to put my life back together. Now it's probably a pile of splinters under a massive pine tree. I should probably check on my rental car too, I say, though the thought of leaving this stone sanctuary makes my stomach clench with anxiety. No rush. Causeway won't be passable until low tide anyway. Right. The causeway that disappears at high tide, cutting us off from the mainland. We're stranded here together for at least a few more hours, maybe longer, depending on storm damage. The thought should terrify me, but instead I feel something that might be relief. I finish my coffee and excuse myself to use the bathroom, which is downstairs in what was once the lighthouse keeper's private quarters. The bathroom is small but functional, with a shower that's clearly been added long after the lighthouse was built. I splash cold water on my face and try to tame my hair with my fingers, avoiding my reflection in the mirror above the sink. When I come back upstairs, Dane is standing at the window with binoculars, surveying the storm damage. The morning light catches the silver in his hair and emphasizes the weathered lines around his eyes. He's older than anyone I've ever been attracted to, but there's something compelling about the way he carries himself. A quiet confidence that comes from knowing exactly who he is and being comfortable with it. "How bad is it?" I ask, joining him at the window. He hands me the binoculars without comment. Through the lenses, I can see that the rental cabin is mostly intact, though one corner of the roof is caved in where a large branch came to rest. My rental car, thankfully, is still in one piece. "Could have been worse," Dane says when I hand back the binoculars. "Could have been better, too." I settle back on the couch, pulling the wool blanket around my shoulders. I should probably find somewhere else to stay. Why? The question catches me off guard. I expected him to agree, maybe even offer to help me pack. Because the cabin's damaged, and because you probably want your space back. He's quiet for a long moment, studying my face with those pale blue eyes that seem to see too much. "You don't have to leave on my account. Island's big enough for both of us." There's something in his voice that makes me think he means it, though I can't figure out why. Yesterday he seemed like a man who valued his solitude above all else. Now he's suggesting I stick around indefinitely. That's generous, but I should probably get back to civilization. Figure out my next move. "What's your next move?" Another direct question that cuts right to the heart of things. I don't have a next move, which is part of the problem. I ran away from LA without a plan, driven by pure panic and the desperate need to disappear. Now I'm sitting in a lighthouse with a stranger, drinking his coffee and admitting to myself that I have no idea what comes next. "I don't know," I say finally. "I haven't thought that far ahead." He nods like this is a perfectly reasonable answer. "Well, when you figure it out, the offer stands. You're welcome to stay as long as you need." The kindness in his voice makes my throat tight with emotion I wasn't expecting. When was the last time someone offered me help without wanting something in return? When was the last time I felt like someone was genuinely concerned about my welfare, rather than what I could do for them? "Why?" I ask. "You don't even know me." "I know enough." He moves to the kitchen area and begins preparing what looks like breakfast. "I know you're running from something that scared you badly enough to abandon your whole life. I know you're smart enough to be suspicious of help when it's offered. And I know you've got more courage than you give yourself credit for." "How could you possibly know that?" "Because you got in a boat yesterday and sailed to a place you'd never been. to stay with people you'd never met, because whatever you left behind was worse than the unknown. He cracks eggs into a pan with practiced efficiency. That takes guts. I watch him cook, noting the easy way he moves around the kitchen, the precise way he measures coffee and times the eggs. There's a meditative quality to his movements that reminds me of my own content creation process. Both of us find peace and routine in the careful execution of simple tasks. What about you? I ask. What are you running from? His hands still for just a moment before resuming their measured movements. Long story. We've got time. Some other day, maybe. I understand the deflection because I've used it myself countless times. Some stories are too heavy to share with strangers, too complicated to explain to people who haven't lived them. But sitting here in his lighthouse, watching him make breakfast while morning light streams through century-old windows, I find myself wanting to know his story almost as much as I want to hide my own. After breakfast, we walk down to assess the damage to the cabin. The roof will need repairs, but the structure is sound. My rental car started on the first try, and the causeway is clear enough for travel if I decide to leave. I don't decide to leave. Instead, I spend the afternoon helping Dane clear debris from around the lighthouse, work that keeps my hands busy and my mind occupied. He doesn't ask questions about my past or my plans, just accepts my presence like it's the most natural thing in the world. By evening, I've made a decision that surprises me. I'm going to stay on the island, at least for a while. Not in the damaged cabin, which will take weeks to repair properly, but in the lighthouse's lower level, in the storage space, but could easily be converted into a small apartment. I'll pay rent, I tell Dane, as we sit on the lighthouse's observation deck, basking under the sunset, painting the ocean in shades of gold and rose. And I'll help with maintenance. I'm handy with tools when I need to be. He's quiet for so long I think he's going to refuse. Then he nods slowly. Rent's not necessary. Help with maintenance would be appreciated. I insist on paying something. I'm not a charity case. Never said you were. He looks at me sideways, and I catch the hint of a smile around his eyes. You can contribute to groceries and utilities, and you can take the night shift monitoring the beacon when I need a break. It's a reasonable arrangement, more generous than I have any right to expect, but as we shake hands on the deal, I realize that money and chores aren't the only things I'll be contributing to this strange partnership. That night, after Dane has gone to bed in his quarters downstairs, I do something I haven't done in over a week. I set up my equipment and go live, not with video, just audio. I connect to the lighthouse's satellite internet, using my phone as a hotspot, create a new account under a different name, and broadcast the sounds of the ocean at night. Waves against rocks, wind through the lighthouse's metal framework, the distant cry of night birds. My new audience is small but engaged. People drawn to the raw, unfiltered sounds of the natural world. No visuals, no ASMR whispers. Just pure environmental audio that captures the essence of this remote place. This is Tide Radio. I whisper into my microphone, keeping my voice low enough that Dane won't hear me upstairs. Broadcasting from somewhere off the coast of Maine, where the ocean never stops talking, and the lighthouse keeps watch over dreams and nightmares alike. I talk for 20 minutes about nothing and everything. The storm that brought me here, the stranger who offered shelter without asking for anything in return, the feeling of being truly alone, surrounded by nothing but water and wind, and the endless conversation between sea and stone. The chat lights up with responses from insomniacs and night shift workers, people looking for something real in a digital world full of artificial everything. They don't know who I am or where I'm broadcasting from, which makes it feel safe in a way my previous content never did. When I finally sign off, I feel something I haven't felt in months, the satisfaction of creating something meaningful. Not for fame or followers or advertising revenue, but for the simple pleasure of sharing beauty with people who need it. I'm packing up my equipment when I notice movement on the spiral staircase that leads to the beacon room. Dane, wearing pajama pants and a t-shirt, pausing on his way upstairs. He doesn't say anything, doesn't ask what I'm doing, or why I'm awake at midnight with recording equipment. He just nods once, like he understands something he's not supposed to understand, and continues upstairs to check on the beacon that guides lost ships safely to harbor. I sit in the darkness for a long time after he's gone, listening to the ocean and thinking about the strange turn my life has taken. A week ago, I was a successful content creator with millions of followers and a stalker who knew where I slept. Now I'm a refugee living in a lighthouse with a man who asks no questions and expects no explanations. It should feel like a step backward, a retreat from the life I've built for myself. Instead, it feels like the first step towards something I've been missing without knowing it, something that might, eventually, feel like home. Outside, the lighthouse beacon sweeps across the water in its eternal rhythm, a pulse of light in the darkness that says the same thing over and over. You are not alone. I actually believe it might be true.
Chapter 6. Dane. 3 weeks. That's how long Arden has been living in the lower level of my lighthouse, and I'm still not used to the sound of another person breathing in my space. Not that she's intrusive. If anything, she moves through the lighthouse like a ghost, careful not to disturb my routines or claim more space than absolutely necessary. But her presence changes everything anyway. I know she broadcasts at night. I've heard the soft murmur of her voice drifting up through the stone floors, too low to make out words, but distinct enough to know she's talking to someone. Or someone's. She's careful about it. Keeps the volume down and the timing irregular, like she's trying not to let me know what she's doing. I don't ask questions. Whatever she's running from, whatever brought her to my island, it's her business until she decides to make it mine. But that doesn't stop me from lying awake some nights, listening to the rhythm of her voice and wondering what stories she's telling the darkness. This morning she's in the garden when I come outside for my weather check. She's been helping with maintenance tasks around the lighthouse, true to her word about earning her keep. Yesterday she fixed the loose shutter on the east window with nothing but a screwdriver, and the kind of stubborn persistence I recognize in myself. Today she's weeding the vegetable patch with the methodical precision of someone who understands that good things take time and patience. She's wearing one of my old flannel shirts over a tank top and jeans, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that are surprisingly strong for someone so slender. Her dark hair is twisted up in a messy knot, held with what looks like a pencil, and there are smudges of dirt on her cheek where she's wiped her face with the back of her hand. She looks like she belongs here, which is a dangerous thought for a decade convincing himself that solitude is the only safe way to live. "Morning," I call, checking the barometric pressure gauge mounted on the lighthouse's east wall. "Weather's looking good for the next few days." That's what the forecast said too. She sits back on her heels and pushes a strand of hair out of her eyes. Though I'm learning not to trust weather forecasts too much around here. She's right about that. Island weather is notoriously unpredictable, influenced by water temperature and wind patterns that can change without warning. I've lived here long enough to read the signs myself, but she's picking up the subtleties faster than I expected. "You checking the instruments every morning now?" I ask, nodding toward the smartphone in her pocket. "Old habits." She goes back to weeding, her movements efficient and purposeful. "I used to track weather patterns for my work. Ocean conditions, wind speed, visibility. You learn to pay attention when your livelihood depends on natural forces. It's the most she's told me about her previous life, and I file the information away along with everything else I've observed about Arden James. She knows boats. She understands weather. She's comfortable in the water and around technical equipment, and she's running from something that scared her badly enough to abandon whatever life she built around those skills. "I'm making breakfast," I tell her. "You hungry?" "Starving." She stands and brushes dirt off her knees. Give me 5 minutes to clean up. I head inside and start the coffee, falling into the routine we've developed over the past 3 weeks. She makes her own breakfast most mornings, but a couple times a week I cook for both of us. It's not planned or discussed, just something that happens when the timing feels right. This morning feels right. The sun is streaming through the lighthouse's tall windows, and there's a stillness in the air that suggests a peaceful day ahead. No storms on the horizon, no urgent maintenance tasks, just the easy rhythm of island life that I'd forgotten could include another person. By the time she comes upstairs, I've got eggs scrambling and bacon sizzling in the cast iron pan I've been using for a decade. She's changed out of the dirty flannel and into a clean sweater that brings out the green in her eyes. The fake green of those contact lenses she wears, but striking nonetheless. "Smells amazing," she says, pouring herself coffee from the pot I keep perpetually brewing. "Need help with anything?" "I've got it." I plate the food and hand her a serving, noting the way she automatically reaches for the hot sauce I keep on the counter. Small observations that add up to familiarity, the kind of domestic knowledge that accumulates when two people share space for weeks at a time. We eat in comfortable silence, looking out at the ocean through windows that frame the view like a painting. The water is calm today, blue-green and sparkling in the morning light. A few seabirds wheel and dive near the shore, and in the distance I can see the white triangle of a sailboat making its way toward Bar Harbor. "I love watching the boats," Arden says, following my gaze. "There's something peaceful about seeing other people go about their lives from a distance." "Voyeuristic," I suggest, and she laughs. "Maybe. But in a good way. Like being able to observe without having to participate." She takes a sip of coffee and continues watching the sailboat's progress. "Sometimes I think that's what I've been missing, the ability to just watch and appreciate without having to perform or engage or be on all the time." There's something in her voice that makes me look at her more closely. A weariness that suggests her previous life involved a lot of performance, a lot of being watched by others. It fits with what I've pieced together about her situation. Someone in the public eye, maybe, who attracted the wrong kind of attention. Performing is exhausting, I agree. I did my share of it in the Navy, always having to be the officer, the leader, the man with answers, even when I didn't have any. She turns to study my face. "Is that why you left? The pressure of always having to be someone else?" The question cuts closer to the truth than I'm comfortable with, but there's no judgment in her voice, just curiosity and maybe a recognition of shared experience. "Partly," I admit. "That and some bad decisions that caught up with me. We all make bad decisions. Most of us don't exile ourselves to islands because of them. Most people's bad decisions don't get other people killed." The words slip out before I can stop them, heavy with the guilt I've carried for 10 years. Arden goes very still beside me, and I can feel her attention sharpen. "I'm sorry," she says quietly. "That must have been terrible to live with. It was my fault, my choice, my responsibility." I stand abruptly, needing to move before this conversation goes any deeper than I can handle. I should check on the beacon maintenance. But as I head for the stairs, her voice stops me. "Dane." She's still sitting at the table, but she's turned to face me. Whatever happened, carrying that guilt for 10 years hasn't brought anyone back. At some point, punishing yourself becomes its own kind of selfishness. The observation hits like a physical blow, partly because it's true, and partly because I didn't expect such insight from someone I've known for less than a month. But before I can figure out how to respond, she's clearing the breakfast dishes and the moment passes. The rest of the morning unfolds in our usual pattern. I work on lighthouse maintenance while she tackles smaller projects around the property. We move in parallel orbits, aware of each other but not intrusive. It's a kind of companionship I haven't experienced before, comfortable in its lack of demands or expectations. Around noon, another weather system starts moving in from the west. Nothing like the hurricane that brought us together, but significant enough to require storm preparations. I'm securing loose equipment on the observation deck when Arden joins me, carrying a thermos of coffee and wearing a jacket against the increasing wind. "Looks like we're in for some weather," she observes, sitting on the bench I built along the deck's railing. "Should blow through by tonight. These spring squalls move fast." I accept the coffee she offers, noting the way she's positioned herself close enough for conversation, but not so close that we're touching. She's always careful about physical space, I've noticed. Never invading mine, never inviting invasion of hers. We watch the storm approach in comfortable silence, the horizon darkening with clouds that promise rain and wind, but nothing truly threatening. There's something hypnotic about watching weather develop over open water, the way systems build and shift according to forces too large for human influence. "Do you ever miss it?" Arden asks as the first drops of rain begin to fall. "The life you had before?" It's a fair question, and one I've asked myself countless times over the past decade. Do I miss the structure of military life, the sense of purpose that came with serving something larger than myself? Do I miss the companionship of my crew, the satisfaction of executing complex operations successfully? "I miss feeling useful," I say finally. I miss believing that what I did mattered. "What makes you think it didn't matter?" I go silent, the words feeling heavy in my throat, and like an elephant sitting on my chest. How do I tell her that I let someone die? I feel like a coward and look away, unable to look at her. As if sensing my internal battery, she says, "I should bring in the laundry before it gets soaked." She's gone before I can respond, leaving me alone with the rain and the uncomfortable realization that maybe I have been letting guilt define me for so long. That evening, after the storm has passed and we've shared a simple dinner, I find her on the observation deck again. She set up her recording equipment and is broadcasting to her mysterious nighttime audience, her voice low and soothing as she describes the way the lighthouse beam cuts through post-storm darkness. I don't interrupt, just listen from the doorway as she spins stories about isolated places and the people who choose to inhabit them. Her voice has a quality that makes even ordinary observations sound profound, and I begin to understand why she might have built a career around it. When she finishes broadcasting and starts packing up her equipment, I step out onto the deck. "Sorry," I say. "Didn't mean to eavesdrop." "It's okay." She coils cables with practiced efficiency. "You live here too. You have a right to know what's going on in your own space. What you do on your own time is your business." "Is it?" She looks at me directly, and in the beam of the lighthouse I can see something vulnerable in her expression. Because lately it feels like everything I do affects you somehow. Like we're sharing more than just physical space. She's right, though I can't admit it yet. Over the past 3 weeks, her presence has become woven into the fabric of my daily life in ways that go beyond simple cohabitation. I find myself listening for her footsteps in the morning, planning meals that will accommodate her preferences, checking on her well-being without making it obvious that's what I'm doing. "Maybe we are," I say finally. "Is that okay with you?" It's a loaded question with no simple answer. Is it okay that I've started looking forward to our morning conversations? Is it okay that I lie awake sometimes listening to her voice drift up through the floors? Is it okay that I catch myself watching her when she's working in the garden, noting the way sunlight brings out the gold undertones in her dark skin? I'm still figuring that out, I tell her honestly. She nods like she understands, which maybe she does. Whatever brought her to this island, she's probably wrestling with her own questions about connection and isolation, safety, and risk. "Well," she says, shouldering her equipment bag, "when you figure it out, let me know. I'm still figuring out a few things myself." She heads downstairs to her quarters, leaving me with the lighthouse beam and the burgeoning certainty that my carefully constructed solitude is becoming something else entirely. Something that might eventually require me to make a choice between the safety of isolation and the terrifying possibility of letting another person matter. For now, I'm content to let the question remain unanswered. But as I listen to her moving around in the space below, preparing for sleep in what used to be my private refuge. I can't shake the feeling that the choice is already being made for me, one shared meal and quiet conversation at a time.
Chapter 7. Arden. The first sign that my past has found me comes disguised as a compliment. I'm 3 hours into my nightly broadcast, settled into the rhythm that's become sacred to me over the past month. Tonight, I'm describing the way fog rolls in from the ocean, how it transforms the familiar landscape into something ethereal and mysterious. My audience has grown steadily since I started Tide Radio, drawn by the authentic sounds of this remote place and the stories I weave around them. The chat scrolls by in its usual pattern of sleepy gratitude and gentle questions. People asking about the weather, sharing their own insomnia stories, thanking me for helping them through difficult nights. It's the kind of interaction I'd forgotten was possible online. Genuine human connection without performance or exploitation. And then I see it. Tie-dye_forever. Your voice sounds so familiar, like coming home after a long journey. My blood turns to ice. Tie-dye, that username. I know that username. Tie-dye was one of my most dedicated moderators on my old channels, someone who'd been with me almost from the beginning. Always helpful, always protective of other viewers, always first to welcome newcomers to the community. I'd trusted him with admin privileges, relied on his help managing the constant influx of comments and questions. I'd never suspected he was the one watching me sleep. My voice catches mid-sentence as I process what this means. Somehow, despite using a completely different platform, a different name, a different style of content, he's found me. He's been watching my broadcast for who knows how long, listening to my voice, learning about my new life. Sorry, folks, I manage, trying to keep my voice steady. Just got distracted by something outside. Where was I? But I can't focus on the fog anymore. I can't focus on anything except the growing list of comments from tie-dye_forever, each one more unsettling than the last. Tie-dye_forever. The lighthouse beam is beautiful tonight. I love how it sweeps across the water. He can see the lighthouse. He knows where I am. Tie-dye_forever. You sound more relaxed than you used to. Island life suits you. My hand starts shaking so badly I can barely hold the microphone. How long has he been watching? How much does he know about my life here, about Dane, about the sanctuary I thought I'd found? Tie-dye_forever. I've missed our late-night conversations. It's like the old days, except better. More intimate. The word intimate makes my stomach lurch. I remember him using that word in my old chat, always talking about how much he valued our intimate community, how special our connection was. I thought he meant it in the general sense, the way any content creator talks about their relationship with their audience. Now I know he meant something else entirely. I end the broadcast abruptly, mumbling some excuse about technical difficulties. The moment I go offline, my phone starts buzzing with notifications from the platform. Confused followers asking if everything's okay. But I can't deal with their concern right now. I can't deal with anything except the crushing realization that I'm not safe here either. Nowhere is safe. I sit in my makeshift studio, in the lighthouse, staring at the dark screen of my phone and trying to process what just happened. He found me. Despite all my precautions, despite changing everything about my online presence, despite running to the most remote place I could find, he found me. And if he found my broadcast sets, how long before he finds the island itself? The thought sends me into a full panic attack. My chest tightens. My breathing becomes shallow and rapid, and the stone walls of the lighthouse suddenly feel like they're closing in. I need air. I need space. I need to run, but there's nowhere left to go. I stumble upstairs, gasping for breath, my vision blurring at the edges. The lighthouse's main room spins around me. and I barely make it to the couch before my legs give out. That's where Dane finds me 20 minutes later, curled into a ball and shaking uncontrollably. Arden? His voice comes from somewhere far away, filtered through the roar of blood in my ears. What's wrong? I try to answer, but words won't come. All I can do is shake my head and fight for breath while my entire body rebels against the knowledge that I'm not safe, will never be safe, that the person who violated my most private space has followed me across the country to do it again. Dane kneels beside the couch, his presence solid and calm in the chaos of my panic. He doesn't touch me, doesn't crowd me, just stays close that I feel his steady breathing. Breathe with me, he says quietly. In for 4 counts, hold for 4, out for 4. Can you do that? I focus on his voice, using it as an anchor while my body slowly remembers how to function. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. The pattern is simple but effective, giving my mind something to concentrate on besides the terror. It takes 15 minutes for the panic to subside enough for me to speak. When I finally look at Dane, his pale blue eyes are full of concern and something that might be recognition. Panic attack, he asks gently. I nod, not trusting my voice yet. I used to get them too, after I got back from my last deployment. He settles into the chair across from me, giving me space while staying close enough to help if I need it. They're brutal, but they pass. The understanding in his voice breaks something open in my chest. For weeks I've been pretending that I'm fine, that I'm just someone taking a break from normal life. But I'm not fine. I haven't been fine since the night I discovered that video of myself sleeping. He found me, I whisper, the words scraping my throat raw. The person I was running from. He found my broadcasts. Dane's expression doesn't change, but I see his hands clench into fists. Tell me what happened. So I do, starting with the username that made my blood freeze, continuing through the comments that revealed how much he knows about my current location. Dane listens without interruption, his face growing darker with each detail. This tie-dye, he says when I finish. He's the one who was stalking you before? I think so. I can't prove it, but I pull out my phone and show him the messages from my old platforms, the ones I screenshot before deleting everything. He was my top moderator for almost 2 years. I trusted him. I gave him admin access to all my accounts. Dane studies the messages, his jaw tight with barely controlled anger. These are from someone who thinks he knows you personally. That's what scared me. The way he talked like we had some kind of relationship, like I was creating content specifically for him. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to ward off the chill. I thought it was just parasocial attachment, you know? The way some fans get overly invested in creators they follow. But then I found the video. What video? The question I've been dreading. The detail I haven't shared with anyone, not even the police who didn't take my concerns seriously enough to investigate properly. He sent me a video of myself sleeping, in my bedroom, taken from inside my apartment. The words come out in a rush, like ripping off a bandage. Someone had been in my space, watching me, recording me while I was completely vulnerable. The silence that follows is deafening. Dane stares at me with an expression I can't read, and for a terrifying moment I wonder if he's going to react like the police did, dismissive, skeptical, ready to explain away my fear as overreaction. Instead, he does something unexpected. He stands up and walks to the lighthouse's windows, checking the locks on each one with methodical precision. Have you changed your broadcasting schedule since he started commenting? He asks, testing the latch on the east window. I went offline immediately. Haven't broadcast since. Good. He moves to the next window, his movements sharp with controlled anger. Tomorrow, we're going to upgrade the security on this place. Better locks, motion sensors, cameras on all the approaches. The certainty in his voice is almost overwhelming. No questions about whether I'm overreacting. No suggestions that I might be imagining things. Just immediate, practical steps to increase my safety. You believe me, I say, and it comes out more like a question than a statement. He turns from the window to look at me directly. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't I? The police didn't. They said there was no evidence of forced entry, no direct threats, no way to prove the video was taken without my knowledge. The frustration I've been carrying for weeks spills over. They treated me like I was some paranoid influencer who couldn't handle normal fan attention. The police are idiots. The bluntness of his response makes me blink in surprise. Someone violated your privacy in an intimate way, and they're worried about evidence? Their job is to protect you, not build a court case. The validation hits me like a punch to the gut. Since this nightmare started, finally, someone believes that my fear is justified. Someone understands that what happened to me was a serious violation that deserves serious protection. Thank you, I whisper, and the words carry more weight than they should. Dane finishes checking the windows and returns to his chair. Tell me about the video. How did he get into your apartment? I don't know. There was no sign of break-in, nothing missing, no evidence that anyone had been there. But the angle of the camera showed he had to have been in my bedroom, probably hiding behind my dresser. Any chance someone had legitimate access? Landlord, maintenance? Someone you gave a key to? I shake my head. I was paranoid about security even before this happened. I'm the only one with the key, and I always lock the deadbolt, but somehow he got in anyway. Dane is quiet for a long moment, processing the information. When he speaks again, his voice is carefully controlled. This person isn't just a fan who got carried away. This is someone with technical skills and serious boundary issues. Someone who's been planning this for a long time. The assessment sends another chill through me. You think he'll try to find the island? I think we need to assume he will. Dane leans forward, his expression intense. But that doesn't mean you have to run again. This lighthouse has been protecting people from danger for over a century. We can make sure it protects you too. The promise in his voice makes something tight in my chest begin to loosen. For weeks, I've been carrying this fear alone, convinced that I was overreacting, or that no one would understand the depth of my terror. But Dane gets it. He sees the threat for what it is, and he's already thinking about solutions. Why? I ask. Why would you do that for someone you barely know? His expression softens slightly. Because no one should have to be afraid in their own home, and because... He pauses, like he's deciding how much to reveal. Because I know what it's like to have your safe space violated. I know what it does to a person. There's a story behind those words, something painful he's not ready to share. But the recognition in his voice tells me he understands my terror in a way that goes beyond sympathy. I should probably leave, I say, though the thought of packing up and running again makes me want to curl back into a ball. I don't want to bring danger to your home. This is your home too now. The firmness in his voice surprises both of us. You're not going anywhere unless you want to. And if you want to stay, we're going to make sure you can do it safely. The word home hits me harder than expected. When did this lighthouse stop being temporary shelter and start feeling like something permanent? When did Dane stop being a stranger and start being someone I trust with my safety? What if he's already on his way here? I ask. What if seeing me broadcast from the lighthouse was enough for him to figure out my location? Then we'll be ready for him. Dane stands and moves to a cabinet I hadn't noticed before, pulling out what looks like a communication radio. I'm going to call the mainland and have someone run a background check on this tie-dye username. If he's been stalking you online, there might be a trail we can follow." The competence in his voice, the way he immediately shifts into problem-solving mode, makes me realize that there's more to Dane Merrick than I've understood. This isn't just a man who fixes lighthouses and grows vegetables. This is someone with experience dealing with threats and protecting people. "Who are you going to call?" I ask. "Someone who owes me a favor." He's already dialing, his movements efficient and purposeful. Someone who knows how to find people who don't want to be found. He speaks in low tones to whoever answered the radio. I sit back on the couch and try to process what just happened. I told Dane the truth about my identity, my stalker, about the video, about the fear that's been driving my life for weeks. And instead of dismissing my concerns or suggesting I'm overreacting, he immediately started planning my protection. Since that day I fled Los Angeles, I feel like I might not have to face this alone. When Dane finishes his call, he turns back to me with what seems to be the beginning of a smile. My contact is going to do some digging into Tie-Dye's digital footprint. If there's a real name and location attached to that username, we'll have it by tomorrow. And then what? Then we decide what to do about it. He settles back into his chair, and for a moment we just look at each other. But whatever we decide together. You don't have to carry this alone anymore. The promise hangs in the air between us, heavy with implications I'm not ready to examine. But as I curl up on the couch with the blanket he brought me, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing and the distant sound of waves against rock, I realize that somewhere in the process of confessing my fears, something fundamental has shifted between us. I'm no longer just a refugee seeking temporary shelter. He's no longer just a helpful stranger offering assistance. We've become something else, something that doesn't have a name yet, but feels like the beginning of trust, and maybe eventually something more. "This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy."
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Dane. I don't sleep after Arden's confession. Can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face when she described that video, the terror in her voice when she realized her stalker had found her new broadcasts. By dawn, I've made a dozen trips around the lighthouse's perimeter, checking sight lines and identifying vulnerabilities. The island's isolation, which has been my protection for 10 years, suddenly feels like a liability. Out here, we're visible from the water on 3 sides. No neighbors, no quick escape routes when the causeway is underwater. But isolation cuts both ways. Anyone wanting to reach us has to come by boat or wait for low tide, which gives us advantages too. Choke points, predictable approach routes. Time to see threats coming. I'm installing new deadbolts on the lighthouse's lower level when my radio turns on. Tommy Morrison, my contact from the old days, with information that makes my blood run cold. Dane, you there? I key the mic. Go ahead, Tommy. Got some intel on your tie-dye character. Real name is Brian Keller, 32, lives in Santa Monica. Clean record officially, but this guy's got skills that worry me. What kind of skills? It's security contractor. Freelance work for some big tech companies. A person who could hack into systems, clone access credentials, maybe even disable security cameras without leaving digital footprints. I set down my drill and give Tommy my full attention. What else? He's been obsessed with your girl for years. I traced his activity back to when she first started streaming. He's archived every video, every photo, every public appearance. We're talking thousands of hours of content, all carefully cataloged and stored. The scope of it makes my stomach turn. This isn't casual fan behavior. This is systematic stalking by someone with the technical expertise to make himself invisible. There's more, Tommy continues. Credit card records show he flew from LAX to Portland International 3 days ago, rented a car under his own name. Either he's gotten sloppy or he wants you to know he's coming. 3 days ago. He's been in Maine for 3 days, which means he could already be close, could already be watching from across the channel, planning his approach, waiting for the right moment. Tommy, I need you to contact the Maine State Police. Tell them we have a credible stalking threat on the island. Already did. They're sending a Marine patrol to check the area, but with budget cuts, they can't maintain constant surveillance. You're mostly on your own out there. Mostly on my own. Story of my life. Thanks for the intel, Tommy. I owe you. Stay safe, Dane. And watch your six. This Keller guy isn't just obsessed. He's escalating. The pattern suggests he's building up to something big. The radio chatter goes silent as I process the information that changes everything. Brian Keller isn't just some internet creep sending disturbing messages. He's a professional with dangerous skills, and he's been planning this for longer than any of us realized. I finish installing the deadbolts and move on to the motion sensors I ordered from a security supply company in Bar Harbor. They arrived yesterday on the regular supply run, along with enough equipment to turn the lighthouse into a fortress if necessary. Arden finds me mounting sensors around the lighthouse's base, her face pale in the morning light. She slept poorly, judging by the shadows under her eyes and the way she keeps checking over her shoulder. Any word from your contact? She asks, wrapping her arms around herself despite the warm morning air. His name is Brian Keller. Security contractor from Santa Monica. He flew to Maine 3 days ago. She goes very still. 3 days ago. Tommy thinks he might be building up to something. The pattern of escalation suggests this isn't just about harassment anymore. What does that mean? I set down my tools and face her directly. It means we need to assume he's coming here and we need to be ready for him when he does. The fear in her eyes makes something protective and fierce rise in my chest. For 10 years, I've avoided feeling responsible for anyone else's safety. But looking at Arden, seeing her try to be brave while her world collapses around her, I know that's no longer an option. What can I do to help? She asks. The steady determination in her voice reminds me why I've grown to admire her so much. You can let me take care of the security upgrades while you focus on staying safe. No more broadcasts, no online activity of any kind. We make you invisible until this is over. And then what? I can't hide forever. We deal with Brian Keller permanently, one way or another. The certainty in my voice surprises both of us. I haven't felt this kind of protective conviction since my Navy days, and haven't been willing to put myself between someone else in danger. But Arden has awakened something in me that I thought died with Marcus Webb. I spend the morning completing the security installations while Arden helps where she can. Motion sensors around the perimeter, cameras covering all approach routes, upgraded locks on every entrance. The lighthouse transforms from a peaceful refuge into something approaching a defensive position. You've done this before, Arden observes, as I adjust the angle on a camera overlooking the dock. Different context, same principles. You identify threats, control access points, and create layers of defense. Military? Navy. I used to plan and execute operations in hostile environments. It's more than I've told her about my past, but the current situation seems to demand honesty. Different kind of enemy, but The fundamentals are the same. She's quiet for a moment, processing this information. Is that why you live out here? Something that happened during your service? The question cuts close to wounds I'm not ready to expose. But her openness about her own trauma makes deflection feel cowardly. Something like that. We can talk about it later when we're not worried about immediate threats. She accepts the deflection gracefully, which I appreciate. There's time for personal revelations when we're both safe. By afternoon, the lighthouse is as secure as I can make it with available resources. Motion sensors will alert us to any approach from land or sea. Cameras provide full coverage of the island's perimeter. The lighthouse itself has become a fortress with multiple fallback positions and emergency communication equipment. But all the security measures in the world won't help if Brian Keller is as skilled as Tommy suggested. Someone with professional IT training could potentially disable electronic systems, circumvent standard security measures, find vulnerabilities that wouldn't occur to civilian defenders. The thought keeps me restless as evening approaches. I find myself checking the camera feeds every few minutes, scanning the horizon for boats that don't belong, listening for sounds that might indicate someone approaching under cover of darkness. Arden notices my agitation during dinner. We're eating in the lighthouse's main room, positioned so we can both see the security monitors I've set up near the kitchen. You're wound pretty tight, she observes, picking at her food without much appetite. Just being cautious. Is that what you call it? She sets down her fork and looks at me directly. From my position, it looks like you're preparing for war. She's not wrong. The protective instincts that have been dormant for 10 years are fully engaged now, turning every shadow into a potential threat and every sound into a reason for alarm. Maybe I am, I admit. Someone threatened you, and that makes them my problem. Why? The simple question hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to acknowledge. Why has her safety become so important to me? Why am I willing to risk everything I've built here to protect someone I've known for less than 2 months? Because you matter, I say finally. Because what happened to you was wrong, and someone needs to make it right. And that someone is you? Apparently. She studies my face in the soft light from the security monitors, and I can see her trying to understand this shift in our relationship. Yesterday I was a helpful landlord. Today I appointed myself her personal guardian. I don't want you to get hurt because of me, she says quietly. I won't. You don't know that. This Brian Keller, he's been planning this for years. He knows things about me that I don't even know he knows. He could be dangerous in ways we haven't anticipated. She's right, but it doesn't change anything. The protective conviction that's taken hold of me isn't based on logic or careful risk assessment. It's something deeper, more primal, connected to feelings I've been avoiding since she first arrived on my island. Then we'll be more dangerous, I tell her. Night falls with unusual clarity, stars bright enough to read by and a moon that turns the ocean silver. Beautiful conditions that also make approaching boats visible from miles away. I check the security feeds one more time before settling onto the couch beside Arden, close enough to provide comfort but not so close that I crowd her. She's been jumpy all evening, startling at normal house sounds and checking the locks compulsively. The fear is wearing her down. I can see it in the way she holds her shoulders and the careful way she monitors every shadow. He's not coming tonight, I tell her. Too much visibility, nowhere to hide and approach. How can you be sure? Because if I were planning an assault on this position, I'd wait for weather. Fog, rain, something to provide cover. I adjust the camera angle on the north monitor, giving us better coverage of the rocky shoreline. Brian Keller might be obsessed, but he's not stupid. He'll wait for the right conditions. The analysis seems to help her relax slightly, though she's still wound tight with anticipation. I keep thinking about all the things he knows, she says. Years of watching my content, learning my routines, studying my behavior. He probably knows me better than I know myself in some ways. He knows your public persona. That's not the same thing as knowing you. Isn't it? Sometimes I'm not sure where the persona ends and the real me begins. It's an honest admission that reveals more about her previous life than she's shared before. The pressure of being constantly watched, constantly performing, constantly maintaining a public image that might not match private reality. I know the real you, I say, surprising myself with the confidence in my voice. Do you? I know you're brave enough to keep going when everything feels hopeless. I know you're kind enough to help with maintenance tasks without being asked. I know you make coffee that's almost as good as mine, and you hum when you think no one is listening. A small smile crosses her face. I didn't know you noticed the humming. I notice everything about you. The admission hangs between us, more revealing than I intended. But it's true. Over the past month, I've become acutely aware of her presence, her habits, her moods, the way she moves through the lighthouse like she belongs here, the way her voice changes when she's recording versus when she's just talking to me, the way she looks when she thinks no one is watching. "Dane," she says. And there's something in her voice I haven't heard before. Something soft and uncertain and maybe hopeful. "Yeah?" "Thank you for believing in me, for protecting me, for making me feel like I'm not alone in this." "You're not alone." She shifts closer on the couch, so close that I smell the soap she uses and see the flecks of gold in her green contacts, close enough that if I wanted to, I could touch her face. "I haven't felt safe with another person in so long," she whispers. "I'd forgotten what it was like." "You're safe with me." "I know." She looks up at me, and in her eyes I see trust and gratitude and something deeper that makes my heart skip beats. "I know." The moment stretches between us, charged with tension because of the way she's looking at me. Like I'm someone worth trusting, someone worth knowing, someone who might be worth risking her heart on. I should pull back. Should maintain the careful distance I've been preserving since she arrived. Should remember that I'm a man with too much damage and too many regrets to offer anyone a future worth having. Instead, my urge wins out, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. Her skin is soft and warm, and when she leans into the contact, something inside my chest breaks open. "Arden," I say, and her name sounds different in my voice. Softer, more reverent. "I know this is complicated," she whispers. "I know we're both running from things that make relationships difficult. But right now, at this moment, I just want to feel something other than fear." It's permission and invitation and plea all wrapped into one. And despite every rational argument against it, despite the danger that surrounds us and the complications that will follow, I can't deny her this. Can't deny myself this. I lean down and kiss her. It's gentle at first, tentative, giving her every opportunity to pull away. But when she responds, when her hands fist in my shirt and she kisses me back with desperate hunger, gentle becomes something else entirely. She tastes like coffee and courage, like salt air and secrets. Her mouth is warm and soft and everything I didn't know I'd been missing during 10 years of solitude. When she makes a small sound against my lips, something primal and protective roars to life in my chest. This woman, this brave, broken, beautiful woman who trusted me with her fears and her safety and now her kiss. Whatever it takes to keep her safe, to keep her here, to earn the right to hold her like this again, I'll do it. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. She looks up at me with eyes that are wide and wondering, like she can't quite believe what just happened. "That was," she starts, then stops, apparently at a loss for words. "Overdue," I finish for her. She laughs, a sound that's half relief and half amazement. "I was going to say, unexpected. That too." She settles against my side, fitting perfectly in the space between my arm and my chest. Outside, the lighthouse beam rotates, and the security monitors show nothing but empty ocean and sleeping birds. For this moment, we're safe. We're together. And whatever comes next, whatever Brian Keller planned, whatever complicated emotions we'll have to navigate in the morning, This moment is ours. It's more than I've allowed myself to hope for in 10 years. And as I hold Arden close and listen to her breathing slowly toward sleep, I realize that some things are worth fighting for.
Chapter 9. Arden. I wake up in Dane's arms as thunder rolls across the island, the sound rumbling through the lighthouse's stone walls like a living thing. Sometime during the night, another storm moved in from the Atlantic, bringing with it the kind of driving rain that makes the world feel small and intimate. We fell asleep on the couch after our kiss, wrapped around each other like we were afraid to let go. Now, in the gray light of a storm-darkened morning, I can study his face without him knowing. The silver stubble along his jaw, the lines around his eyes that speak of years spent squinting into ocean wind, the way his mouth softens in sleep. He's beautiful in a weathered, lived-in way that makes my chest tight with want. As if sensing my attention, his eyes open slowly, focusing on my face with the careful awareness of someone accustomed to waking up alert. For a moment, we just look at each other, processing the intimacy of waking up together, remembering the kiss that changed everything between us last night. "Morning," he says, his voice rough with sleep. "Morning." I shift slightly, suddenly hyper-aware of how we're positioned. My leg is draped over his, my hand resting on his chest where I can feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. We're not quite tangled together, but close enough that the heat radiating from his body encompasses me. "Storm came in overnight," he observes, though neither of us moves to get up and check the weather properly. I can hear it. The rain is hammering against the lighthouse's windows, with the intensity that comes with coastal storms, the kind of weather that makes staying inside feel like the only reasonable option. Good day to be somewhere safe. "Safe," he repeats, and something in his tone makes me look at him more closely. "What is it?" He's quiet for a moment, studying my face like he's trying to memorize it. "I've been thinking about what you said last night, about not feeling safe with another person for so long." "What about it?" "I haven't either. Felt safe with someone, not in a long time." His hand finds mine where it rests on his chest, fingers intertwining in a gesture that's both tender and possessive. "But I feel safe with you." The confession hits me harder than expected. This man who spent 10 years in voluntary exile, who's built his entire life around solitude and self-sufficiency, trusts me enough to admit vulnerability. Even though I brought danger to your doorstep, especially because of how you're handling it. You could have run again when Brian Keller found your broadcasts. Instead, you told me the truth and let me help protect you. His thumb traces circles on the back of my hand. That takes guts. Thunder crashes overhead, close enough to rattle the lighthouse's metal framework. The storm is directly above us now, turning the world outside into a chaos of wind and rain that makes our stone sanctuary feel even more isolated from the rest of the world. "We should check the security feeds," I say, though I make no move to get up. "Already did before you woke up. Motion sensors are going crazy because of the storm, but that's normal. No signs of human activity." Relief washes through me, followed immediately by something that might be disappointment. Part of me had hoped that Brian Keller would make his move during the storm, that we could face this threat and get it over with. The waiting is almost worse than the confrontation would be. "You're thinking too loud," Dane observes. "Sorry. I just hate not knowing when he's going to show up. The uncertainty is killing me." He won't come during weather like this. Too risky. Too many variables he can't control. Dane's military training shows in the confident way he assesses tactical situations. We've got at least today to ourselves. At least today. The phrase hangs between us, heavy with implication. What happens with the time we have before Brian Keller forces our hand? What happens with this new awareness crackling between us? The attraction that's been building for weeks and finally found expression in last night's kiss? As if reading my thoughts, Dane's hand comes up to cup my face, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone. Arden. Yeah? I want to kiss you again. The simple statement sends heat shooting through my entire body. What's stopping you? The fact that if I start, I'm not going to want to stop. His honesty is devastating. No games, no pretense, just a direct admission of want that matches the hunger I've been trying to ignore for weeks. Who says you have to stop? Something shifts in his expression, heat replacing the careful control he's been maintaining. You sure about that? Instead of answering with words, I lean down and kiss him. This kiss is different from last night's gentle exploration. This one is fueled by weeks of suppressed attraction and the knowledge that we might not have much time before the outside world intrudes again. His mouth opens under mine, and when his tongue touches mine, I feel the sensation all the way down to my toes. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. That was, I start, then trail off, unable to find words adequate to describe what just happened between us. Unexpected, he finishes, echoing my words from the night we first kissed. I mean, life-changing. His arms tighten around me. That too. We stay like that for a long time, wrapped around each other while the lighthouse settles into the peaceful quiet that follows coastal storms. Outside, I can hear seabirds calling to each other. Signs that the weather is clearing and the world is returning to normal. But nothing feels normal anymore. Everything has shifted, transformed by the connection we've just shared. I'm no longer just a refugee seeking shelter, and he's no longer just a helpful stranger. We've become something else. Something that doesn't have a name yet, but feels like the beginning of everything I didn't know I wanted. The security feeds, I say eventually, though I make no move to get up. Can wait, he replies, his hand stroking lazy patterns on my back. Storm's over. We're safe for now. Safe. The word has taken on new meaning in the past 24 hours. It's not just about physical protection anymore. It's about emotional sanctuary, about finding someone who makes the world feel less dangerous just by existing in it. As I drift towards sleep in Dane's arms, I realize that whatever happens next, whatever Brian has planned, whatever complications await us in the outside world, this moment is ours. This connection, this intimacy, this fragile beginning of something that might be love, no one can take that away from us. Finally, I fall asleep without fear, protected not just by stone walls and security systems, but by the steady rhythm of another person's breathing and the knowledge that I'm no longer facing the world alone.
Chapter 10. Dane. I wake up with Arden's hair tickling my nose and the scent of her skin filling my lungs. For a moment, I let myself exist in the hazy space between sleep and consciousness, where I can pretend that waking up with a woman in my arms is normal instead of the first time it's happened in over a decade. The storm has passed, leaving behind the kind of crystal-clear morning that makes the ocean look like liquid sapphire. Through my bedroom window, I can see that the world has been washed clean, every surface sparkling with rainwater and reflected sunlight. Arden stirs against me, her breathing changing as she surfaces from sleep. I should probably move, give her space to wake up without feeling trapped by my arms around her. But selfishly, I want to hold on to this moment for as long as possible. Last night changed something fundamental between us, and I'm not sure what comes next. "Morning," she murmurs, her voice soft and sleep-roughened. "Morning." I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo mixed with something uniquely her. "Sleep okay?" "Better than I have in months." She tilts her head to look at me, and there's something in her expression that makes my chest tight. Not regret, exactly, but a question I'm not sure I want to answer. "No second thoughts?" I ask, giving her the opening to pull back if she needs it. "About last night? No." She shifts to face me more directly, her hand coming up to rest on my chest. But I'm wondering what happens now. It's a fair question, one I've been avoiding since I opened my eyes. What does happen now? We've crossed a line that can't be uncrossed, shared an intimacy that's changed the entire dynamic between us. But I'm still a man in exile with a past I can't escape, and she's still running from a stalker who wants to hurt her. I don't know, I admit. I haven't exactly had a lot of practice with morning afters. "When was the last time?" she asks, then immediately looks like she regrets the question. "Sorry, that's too personal." "You're lying naked in my bed. I think we're past worrying about too personal." I run my hand down her back, marveling at the softness of her skin. It's been a long time before I came to the island. 10 years? More or less. She's quiet for a moment, processing this information. That's a long time to be alone. It was safer that way. Safer for who? The question cuts deeper than she probably intended. Safer for me, obviously, but also safer for anyone who might get close enough to be hurt by my baggage. People like Marcus Webb, who died because I made the wrong call. People like the woman currently in my arms, who's already dealing with enough danger without adding my complications to the mix. For everyone involved, I say finally. Before she can ask the follow-up question I can see forming, my radio turns on from the main room. Tommy's voice, urgent and professional, cuts through the post-storm quiet. "Dane, you there? Need to talk to you about our mutual friend." I'm out of bed and pulling on pants before the transmission ends. My military training taking over. Tommy wouldn't be calling this early unless something significant had happened. "I'll be right back," I tell Arden, who's sitting up in bed with the sheet pulled around her. "Brian Keller?" "Probably." I grab a shirt and head upstairs, keying the radio mic as I reach the main room. "Go ahead, Tommy." "Got some updates on Keller that you're not going to like. He checked out of his Bar Harbor motel yesterday morning and hasn't been seen since. Credit card activity suggests he's gone to ground somewhere local." My blood runs cold. If Brian Keller has disappeared from official tracking, it means he's close to making his move. Professional stalkers don't vanish unless they're preparing for escalation. "Any idea where he might be hiding?" "Working on it, but the guy's smart. Paid cash for everything since leaving the motel. Could be camping, could be staying with someone local, could be holed up in any of the dozens of seasonal rentals that aren't monitored closely. What about boat rentals? That's what really worries me. 3 different marinas report rental boats that haven't been returned on schedule. Could be innocent, could be weather-related, but the timing makes me nervous." I move to the window and scan the horizon, looking for any sign of boats that don't belong. The morning is clear enough to see for miles, but there are dozens of small islands and hidden coves where someone could anchor out of sight. "Dane!" Arden's voice comes from the stairs. She's dressed in yesterday's clothes, her hair hastily pulled back, but there's alertness in her posture that tells me she heard enough of the conversation to understand the implications. I hold up a finger, asking her to wait while I finish with Tommy. "What's your recommendation?" I ask into the radio. "Get her off the island, today. Bring her to the mainland where we can provide better protection." "Not happening. Dane, ye be reasonable. You're isolated out there with minimal backup and an unknown threat timeline. This isn't the time for heroics. This isn't about heroics. This is about keeping Arden safe, and she's safer here where I can control the variables. There's a pause before Tommy responds. You sure about that? Because you look like you're emotionally compromised. The accusation hits like a physical blow, partly because it's true. I am emotionally compromised. Last night proved that conclusively. But being emotionally invested doesn't mean I'm making bad tactical decisions. I know what I'm doing, Tommy. Do you? Because the Dane Merrick I knew 10 years ago would never put a civilian at risk to satisfy his own need to be the protector. The words sting because they echo doubts I've been trying to ignore. Am I keeping Arden here because it's the safest option, or because I can't bear the thought of letting her go? Message received, I say tersely. Anything else? Yeah. Watch your back. If Keller's as smart as his profile suggests, he's not going to come at you directly. He'll find another way to get to her. The radio goes quiet, leaving me alone with Arden and the uncomfortable realization that Tommy might be right about my judgment being compromised. He thinks you should take me to the mainland, Arden says. It's not a question. He thinks a lot of things, but he's not wrong, is he? About me being safer somewhere with more people, more backup, more options if things go wrong? I turn from the window to face her, noting the careful way she's studying my expression. She's trying to read me, to understand what I'm not saying about this situation. Do you want to leave? I ask. That's not what I asked. She's right, and we both know it. She asked whether Tommy's assessment was accurate, whether staying on the island is the tactically sound choice, or just the emotionally satisfying one. The mainland has advantages, I admit reluctantly. More law enforcement, better communication, easier evacuation routes if necessary. But it also has crowds, multiple access points, countless places for someone to hide and watch and plan. Here we have clear sight lines and controlled access. Anyone who wants to get to you has to come through me first. And that's what you want? To be the only thing standing between me and Brian Keller? The question reveals more than she probably intended. She's not just asking about tactical positioning. She's asking about my motivations, about whether my desire to protect her is clouding my judgment. I want you safe, I say, which is true but incomplete. That's not all you want. She's pushing, trying to get me to admit something I'm not sure I'm ready to acknowledge. That I want to be needed, that I want to be the one who saves her, that I want to prove I'm not the failure who got Marcus Webb killed. No, I say finally. It's not all I want. Then tell me what else you want. I should tell her the truth. That I want her to stay not just because I think it's safer, but because I can't imagine going back to the hollow existence I was living before she arrived. That I want to be worthy of the trust she's placed in me. That I want to prove I can protect someone without getting them killed. Instead, I deflect. I want Brian Keller to make his move so we can end this and get on with our lives. It's not a lie, but it's not the whole truth either. Arden's expression tells me she knows I'm holding something back. What aren't you telling me about your past? She asks suddenly. About why you really left the Navy? The change of subject catches me off guard. What do you mean? I mean, you've told me you were dishonorably discharged after a failed mission, but there's something else. Something you're not saying. She's more perceptive than I gave her credit for. 10 years of isolation have made me rusty at hiding my thoughts from someone who's paying attention. It's complicated. So explain it to me. I move to the coffee maker, needing something to do with my hands while I figure out how much truth I'm willing to share. The simple ritual of measuring grounds and water gives me time to think. The mission that went wrong, the one where Marcus Webb died, it wasn't just a tactical failure. It was a command decision that prioritized politics over safety. What kind of politics? The kind where you're ordered to take unnecessary risks because someone in Washington wants to look tough for the cameras. I pour water into the machine and flip the switch, listening to the familiar gurgle of brewing coffee. We were supposed to evacuate a forward base in Somalia. Intelligence said we had 12 hours before enemy forces would overrun the position. But the intelligence was wrong. Or maybe it was deliberately understated to make the mission seem less risky than it actually was. The old anger rises in my chest, as fresh as it was 10 years ago. We had maybe 6 hours, not 12. Arden listens without interruption as I describe the impossible situation we faced. Too many people to evacuate in a single trip, but not enough time for multiple runs. The decision to prioritize equipment over personnel, the political pressure to salvage expensive military assets, instead of focusing solely on human lives. I made a judgment call, I continue. Decided to do 2 trips instead of overloading the helicopters. Figured it was better to risk a second run than to crash with everyone on board. That sounds reasonable. Reasonable decisions don't always lead to good outcomes. I pour coffee for both of us, my hand steady despite the emotions churning in my chest. The second helicopter took fire on approach. Engine failure, hard landing in hostile territory. By the time we mounted a rescue operation, Marcus was dead. And your superiors blamed you for the failure? My superiors blame me for questioning orders, for making independent decisions instead of following the mission parameters they'd established. I hand her a mug, noting the way she accepts it without comment. Apparently, losing equipment is acceptable. Losing face is not. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. 10 years of telling myself I've moved past the anger, and it's still right there under the surface. So they made you the scapegoat. They gave me a choice. Accept a dishonorable discharge and keep quiet about the intelligence failures, or face a court-martial that would drag classified operations into public view. And you chose the discharge. I chose to protect my men. A public trial would have ruined careers and compromised ongoing operations. Marcus was already dead. Destroying other people's lives wouldn't bring him back. Arden's silent, sipping her coffee and processing what I've told her. That's still not the whole story, is it? She questions in a neutral tone. The question stops me cold. How does she know there's more? How can she see through defenses I've spent 10 years perfecting? What makes you think there's more? Because the man I've gotten to know over the past month isn't someone who would exile himself for 10 years over a command decision that wasn't really his fault. She sets down her coffee and looks at me directly. There's something else. Something you blame yourself for that goes beyond Marcus Webb's death. She's right, and the accuracy of her perception terrifies me. There is more to the story. Details I've never shared with anyone because they reveal the depth of my failure as both an officer and a human being. Some things are better left buried, I say. Are they? You look like you're burying this secret that has been eating at you for 10 years. And from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're pushing for information that doesn't concern you. The words come out harsher than I intended, defensive and dismissive in a way that makes Arden flinch. I regret them immediately, but it's too late to take them back. Doesn't concern me, she repeats, her voice cooling. I think your mental state concerns me quite a bit, considering you're the one making decisions about my safety. My mental state is fine. Is it? Because right now you seem more interested in protecting your secrets than in being honest with someone who's trusting you with her life. The accusation hits like a slap. She's right, and I hate that she's right. I am prioritizing my own emotional comfort over the transparency she deserves. But the truth about what really happened in Somalia is too ugly, too shameful to share with someone whose opinion of me matters this much. Some truths are too heavy to share, I say, and some lies are too heavy to carry alone. We stare at each other across the lighthouse's circular room, the easy intimacy of the morning fractured by my refusal to be completely honest. The distance between us feels much greater than the few feet of physical space. I need some air, Arden says finally, setting down her coffee cup with deliberate care. Arden, wait. She's already heading for the door, moving with the controlled grace of someone who's fighting not to run. When the door closes behind her, I'm left alone with my secrets and the growing realization that I may have just damaged the best thing that's happened to me in 10 years. Outside, I can see her walking toward the garden, her posture rigid with hurt and frustration. She trusted me with her darkest fear last night, shared the intimate details of her stalking trauma with someone she barely knew. And when she asked for the same honesty in return, I shut her down. I want to follow her, to explain why some truths are too dangerous to share. But the truth is that I'm not protecting her from my past. I'm protecting myself from her judgment. And until I'm brave enough to admit that, the distance between us is only going to grow. The radio crackles again, Tommy's voice cutting through the tension. "Dane, you there? Got movement on the water. Might want to check your eastern approach." I grab the binoculars and scan the horizon, looking for whatever Tommy's contact spotted. There, about 2 miles out, a small motorboat heading in our direction. Too far to identify the occupant, but close enough to represent a potential threat. Brian Keller might be making his move, and I'm standing here with a woman who no longer trusts me completely, secrets that could get us both killed, and the growing certainty that my past is about to collide with my present in ways I'm not prepared to handle.
Chapter 11. Arden. I'm pulling weeds from the lighthouse garden with more force than necessary when my phone vibrates, with a notification I thought I'd never see again. A message from my old streaming platform, the one I abandoned when I fled Los Angeles. Someone has tagged me in a post. My hands freeze on the dandelion I was uprooting. I haven't been active on that platform in over a month. There's no reason anyone should be trying to reach me there, especially since I disabled all notifications before going dark. But Brian Keller isn't just anyone. Against every instinct screaming at me not to look, I pull out my phone and open the notification. What I see makes my blood turn to ice water in my veins. It's a post on the platform's main community board, tagged with my old username and titled, "Missing Ocean ASMR Creator Needs Help Finding Her Way Home." The post contains photos I've never seen before. Photos of me walking around the island. Photos of the lighthouse. Photos of Dane working in the garden. Photos taken from a boat offshore, using a telephoto lens that captured intimate moments I thought were private. The text below the images is worse than the pictures themselves. Arden James, aka Sarah Mitchell, has been missing for weeks. Last seen on remote island off Maine coast with unidentified older male. Family and friends are worried about her safety. If you have information about her whereabouts, please contact the authorities immediately. He's lying, making it seem like I'm a missing person, like Dane is somehow holding me against my will. But the pictures prove he's been watching us, documenting our daily routines, learning our patterns of movement around the island. I scroll down to the comments, and my worst fears are confirmed. Hundreds of responses from people who recognize me, who are sharing the post, who are genuinely concerned about my welfare because they believe I'm in danger. And there, among the well-meaning responses from worried fans, are comments from tie-dye_forever that make my skin crawl. tie-dye_forever. I've been so worried about her. She disappeared without explanation right after someone started threatening her online. The man in these photos looks dangerous. tie-dye_forever. I recognize that lighthouse. It's the old Merrick Light off Bar Harbor. Been abandoned for years except for the caretaker. Why would she be staying in such an isolated place unless she was being forced? tie-dye_forever. Someone needs to call the Coast Guard. Arden would never voluntarily cut off contact with her audience. This isn't like her at all. He's turning my escape into a kidnapping narrative, painting Dane as a captor instead of a protector. And because he's been my trusted moderator for years, because he knows exactly how to manipulate the language of concern, people are believing him. The post has been shared over 1,000 times in the past hour. It's gaining momentum, spreading across social media platforms faster than I can track. Soon it will reach mainstream media, and then law enforcement will have no choice but to investigate. I'm so nervous. My hands are shaking. This is exactly what Brian wanted. He's forced me into the open by making my privacy a public concern. Now I have two choices: disappear again and confirm the kidnapping narrative, or surface publicly and prove I'm safe. Neither option feels safe. I'm still staring at the screen when Dane's voice cuts through my panic. What is it? I look up to find him standing at the edge of the garden, his expression already shifting from concern to alarm as he takes in my expression. The boat Tommy warned him about turned out to be a lost tourist, but the false alarm has left both of us on edge. He posted about me. I hand him my phone, watching his face darken as he scrolls through the images and comments. He's been watching us, taking pictures, making it look like you're holding me prisoner. Dane's jaw clenches as he reads, his knuckles whitening where he grips the phone. When he reaches the comments from tie-dye_forever, I see something dangerous flash in his eyes. What a load of trash, he mutters. He's weaponizing your audience against you. It's working. Look at the response. People are genuinely worried about me, and they're going to call the authorities. We'll have Coast Guard and police swarming the island by tomorrow. Maybe that's not a bad thing. More official protection. You don't understand. I take the phone back and show him the most recent comments. He's not just trying to flush me out. He's trying to separate us. Look at what he's saying about you. Dane reads the comments that paint him as a dangerous recluse, possibly unstable, definitely suspicious. Brian has done his research, found enough publicly available information about Dane's past to make the allegations seem plausible. People are starting to dig into your background, I continue. Someone already found records of your dishonorable discharge. They're speculating about why you're living in isolation, whether you might be dangerous to women. I watch Dane's expression close off as he processes this information. Whatever secrets he's hiding about his military service, having them exposed publicly is clearly his worst nightmare. We need to get ahead of this, he says finally. How? If I surface publicly and say I'm fine, Brian wins because he's forced me out of hiding. If I don't, the authorities will come looking for me anyway, and Brian still wins because he's destroyed our privacy. There's a third option, which is you go public, but on your terms. You control the narrative instead of letting him control it. The suggestion surprises me. For weeks, Dane has been focused on keeping me hidden and safe. Now he's suggesting I deliberately expose myself to public scrutiny. You want me to broadcast again? I want you to take your power back. This Brian Keller, he's been controlling your life by making you afraid to be seen. Maybe it's time to stop running and start fighting. There's something in his voice that makes me study his face more carefully. This isn't just tactical advice. This is personal for him too, connected to whatever he's not telling me about his own past. What aren't you saying? I'm saying that sometimes the only way to win is to refuse to play by their rules. He hands me back my phone, his expression resolute. You have a platform, an audience that loves you. Use it. To do what exactly? To tell the truth. About Brian Keller, about what he's done to you, about why you're really here. Take away his ability to control the narrative by making it impossible for him to hide. The idea is terrifying and empowering in equal measure. For months, I've been reacting to Brian's actions, letting him dictate the terms of our conflict. But what if I stopped running and started exposing him instead? He'll escalate if I go public, I warn. This kind of person doesn't handle humiliation well. Then we'll be ready for him. You think I'm going to let you face this alone? The certainty in his voice reminds me why I've fallen for this man. even as his emotional walls frustrate me. Whatever secrets he's keeping, whatever trust issues we need to work through, he's committed to my safety in a way that feels absolute. I scroll through more comments on Brian's post, noting how the narrative is building momentum. People are organizing search efforts, contacting local authorities, even planning to charter boats to check on remote islands. The situation is spiraling beyond Brian's control or mine. If I'm going to do this, it has to be now, I say, before the story gets too big to manage. What do you need? I think about the equipment in my quarters, the streaming setup I've been using for my anonymous Tide radio broadcasts. It's basic but functional, certainly good enough for what I have in mind. I need my recording equipment and about an hour to plan what I'm going to say. I stand up, brushing dirt off my jeans. And I need you to understand that once I do this, everything changes. Brian will know exactly where I am, and he'll probably try to get to me before law enforcement can intervene. Let him try. The controlled violence in Dane's voice should probably worry me. Instead, it's oddly comforting. Whatever Brian's plans are, he's underestimated the man he's trying to separate me from. I spend the next hour crafting a script that balances truth with strategy. I can't reveal everything about Brian's stalking without potentially compromising any future legal case, but I can expose enough to undermine his credibility and protect both Dane and myself from false allegations. When I'm ready, I set up my equipment in the lighthouse's main room, positioning the camera so it captures both me and enough of the space to clearly establish my location. No hiding, no anonymity, no careful angles designed to protect my privacy. This broadcast will be completely transparent. Dane helps me test the audio levels and lighting, his presence steady and reassuring as I prepare to do something that terrifies me. When everything is ready, he settles into a chair just outside the camera's range, close enough to provide support, but far enough away to let me handle this myself. "You sure about this?" he asks one more time. "No, but I'm sure about what happens if I don't do it." I take a deep breath and start the broadcast. Within minutes, viewers are flooding into the stream, drawn by notifications and social media posts. Many of them are my old audience, people who've been worried about my disappearance. Others are strangers who found me through Brian's missing person post. "Hi, everyone," I begin, my voice steadier than I expected. "I know a lot of you have been worried about me, and I owe you an explanation." The chat explodes with relief and questions, and expressions of concern. I wait for the initial wave to settle before continuing. A few months ago, I discovered that someone had been stalking me, not just online harassment, but actual stalking. Someone broke into my apartment and recorded me while I was sleeping. Someone who had admin access to my accounts and used that access to violate my privacy in the most intimate way possible. The tone of the chat shifts immediately. Anger on my behalf, demands for names, offers of support and protection. It's exactly the response I hoped for. I don't want to compromise any ongoing investigation by naming this person, but I will say that they've been a part of my community for years. Someone I trusted, someone I gave privileges to, someone who used my trust to hurt me. I continue with my prepared script, explaining my disappearance, my need for safety, my decision to step away from public life until the threat could be addressed. I'm careful not to reveal too many specifics about my location or Dane's involvement, but I make it clear that I'm safe and acting of my own free will. The reason I'm telling you this now is because this person has decided to escalate. They've posted false information about my whereabouts, suggesting that I'm being held against my will. They're trying to use your concern for me as a weapon against me. The chat is moving too fast to read individual messages, but the overall sentiment is clear. My audience is furious on my behalf and ready to support whatever action I decide to take. I'm tired of being afraid, I continue, my voice wavering with a genuine emotion. I'm tired of letting someone else control my life through fear and intimidation, so I'm here to take that power back. As I'm speaking, a new username appears in the chat that makes my heart skip a beat. Tie-dye_forever. He's here watching me expose him to thousands of people. Tie-dye_forever. Arden, you're making a mistake. You don't understand what you're doing. The message appears and disappears so quickly that most viewers probably miss it. But I see it. And more importantly, I see what comes next. Tie-dye_forever. The man you're with isn't who you think he is. Check the service records for Dane Merrick. See what kind of man you're really trusting. My blood runs cold. Brian knows Dane's name. He's done research into his background, and now he's threatening to expose whatever secrets Dane has been hiding. I glance toward where Dane is sitting, just outside the camera's range. His face has gone pale, his jaw set in a hard line. He's heard the comment too, and he knows exactly what Brian is threatening to reveal. My stalker is watching this broadcast right now, I say, making a decision that feels both necessary and dangerous. They're trying to intimidate me by threatening someone I care about, but I'm not going to be intimidated anymore. Tie-dye_forever. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. He's dangerous, Arden. People died because of him. The message stays visible long enough for other viewers to see it, and the chat erupts with confusion and alarm. People demanding to know what's happening, asking if I'm really safe, begging me to contact authorities immediately. I look directly into the camera, speaking not just to my audience, but to Brian Keller specifically. To the person who's been stalking me, your power over me ends now. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not afraid anymore. And if you think you can hurt me by hurting someone I care about, you're about to learn how wrong you are. The broadcast continues for another 20 minutes, but I can barely focus on the questions from viewers or the supportive messages scrolling past. All I can think about is Brian's threat to expose Dane's secrets and the look of resignation on Dane's face when he heard it. When I finally end the stream, the lighthouse feels eerily quiet. Dane is still sitting in his chair, staring at nothing with the expression of a man who's just watched his carefully constructed world begin to crumble. He knows about your military service, I say. He knows enough to be dangerous. What exactly does he know? Dane looks at me then, and in his eyes I see the same trapped desperation I felt when I first discovered Brian's video of me sleeping. Enough to destroy what's left of my reputation, enough to make people question whether you're really safe with me. Are you going to tell me what he's threatening to expose? Some truths are too ugly to share. It's the same deflection he used this morning. The same wall he throws up whenever I try to understand his past. But now that wall isn't just frustrating. It's dangerous. Brian Keller is armed with information that could be used to manipulate both of us, and Dane's refusal to be honest is giving Brian all the power. Maybe, I say carefully, but some lies are too dangerous to maintain. Our gazes lock across the lighthouse's circular room, both of us carrying secrets that could destroy us, both of us afraid to trust completely. Outside, the ocean continues its eternal conversation with the shore, indifferent to human complications. My phone lights up with a new message. Not a comment or a social media notification, but a direct text to my personal number that very few people have. Brian Keller. Nice performance, but you can't hide behind your audience forever. Time to finish what we started. Come alone to the old pier at midnight, or I start releasing very interesting information about your boyfriend's war crimes. My hands shake as I show Dane the message. His face goes completely white when he reads it. War crimes? I ask. Arden, Midnight, I interrupt. He wants me to meet him at midnight. You're not going. Aren't I? The question hangs between us, loaded with everything we haven't said to each other, everything we're too afraid to trust each other with. Brian Keller has found the perfect pressure point to use against both of us, the secrets we keep from each other. And unless one of us is brave enough to tell the truth, he's going to win.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Dane. The words war crimes echo in my head like gunshots as I stare at Brian Keller's message on Arden's phone. 10 years of carefully buried secrets, a decade of self-imposed exile to avoid exactly this kind of exposure. And it's all about to come crashing down because I was stupid enough to let someone matter to me again. You're not going to that pier, I tell Arden, though we both know the decision isn't really mine to make. He knows about the war crimes, Dane. Her voice is quiet, controlled, but I can hear the hurt underneath. What the hell does he know that I don't? I set her phone down on the lighthouse's kitchen counter and run my hands through my hair, buying time I don't have to figure out how to explain the unexplainable. How do you tell someone you care about that you're responsible for atrocities that keep you awake at night? How do you admit that the man she's been trusting with her safety is exactly the kind of person she should be running from? It's complicated, I say, which is what I always say when I don't want to tell the truth. Stop! The sharpness in her voice makes me look at her directly. Stop deflecting. Stop hiding behind vague explanations. Tell me what happened. She's standing across the kitchen from me, arms crossed, sea-green eyes blazing with an anger I've never seen before. This isn't the frightened woman who came to my island seeking refuge. This is someone who's had enough of being protected from truth. Arden, some things are better left. If you say, some things are better left buried one more time, I'm walking out of here and meeting Brian Keller myself. She takes a step closer, her voice rising. I trusted you with the most humiliating, violating experience of my life. I told you about someone recording me while I slept, about feeling unsafe in my own home, about running across the country because I was too scared to stay in one place. And you can't trust me with whatever happened during your military service. The accusation hits like a physical blow because it's absolutely true. She's been completely transparent about her trauma while I've been hiding behind walls built from shame and self-preservation. It's not about trust, I say weakly. Isn't it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've decided I'm not strong enough to handle your truth. You're wrong. Then prove it. Tell me what Brian Keller is threatening to expose. Tell me what these war crimes are that he thinks will make me afraid of you. I lean against the kitchen counter, feeling the weight of 10 years pressing down on my shoulders. Outside, the afternoon light is beginning to fade, and in a few hours, Brian Keller will be expecting Arden to show up at that pier. The clock is ticking, My continued silence is only making everything worse. "The mission I told you about," I begin, my voice rougher than I intended. "In Somalia, there was more to it than I said." "What kind of more?" I close my eyes and let myself remember that day. The heat and dust and the sound of helicopter rotors cutting through air thick with smoke and fear. The impossible decisions and the moments when everything went wrong. The forward base we were evacuating wasn't just a communication outpost. It was a black site. Arden goes very still. "What kind of black site?" "The kind where enhanced interrogation happens. The kind where people disappear and never get entered into official records." The words taste like ash in my mouth. We weren't just evacuating equipment and personnel. We were evacuating evidence and witnesses. I can see her processing this information, understanding beginning to dawn in her eyes. She's smart enough to know what enhanced interrogation really means, smart enough to understand the implications of witness evacuation. "You were covering up torture." "I was following orders." The defense sounds hollow even to me. The mission parameters were classified, compartmentalized. I didn't know the full scope of what was happening at that base until we were already committed. "But you figured it out." "Yeah, I figured it out." I moved to the window, staring out at the ocean that's been my refuge for 10 years. When we arrived to start the evacuation, there were people being held in the detention facility. Civilians. People who'd been picked up for questioning and never released. What happened to them? This is the part I've never told anyone. The detail that's haunted every day of my self-imposed exile. The choice that proved I'm not the honorable man I thought I was. My orders were to evacuate American personnel only. Leave the detainees for the incoming forces to handle. You left them. I left them. The admission comes out like a confession, heavy with 10 years of guilt. 17 people. Men, women, some of them barely more than kids. I looked at them through the chain-link fence of that detention facility, and I made a choice to follow orders instead of doing what was right. Arden goes quiet, and I can feel her trying to reconcile this information with the man she thought she knew. When she finally speaks, her voice is carefully controlled. What happened to them? The base was overrun 6 hours later. The detention facility was destroyed by mortar fire. Everyone inside died. And Marcus Webb? Marcus was the communications specialist who'd been documenting everything. Radio traffic, interrogation logs, evidence of what was really happening at that site. I turned from the window to face her. He volunteered to stay with the second group because he wanted to destroy the evidence before it could fall into enemy hands. He died trying to cover up crimes I should have stopped. The silence that follows is deafening. Arden stares at me like she's seeing me for the first time, and I can watch her mentally rewriting everything she thought she knew about my character. So, the dishonorable discharge, she says finally, was part of the cover-up. I was given a choice. Take the blame for tactical failures and keep quiet about what really happened, or face charges for dereliction of duty and potentially expose classified operations. And you chose to protect the cover-up. I chose to protect my men. A public court-martial would have destroyed careers and revealed methods that were still being used in other locations. I run my hands through my hair again, feeling older than my 55 years. Marcus was already dead. 17 civilians were already dead. Destroying more lives wouldn't bring any of them back. So you came here instead? I came here to disappear. To make sure I could never be in a position to make those kinds of choices again. She's quiet for another long moment, processing everything I've told her. When she looks at me again, there's something different in her expression. Not fear, exactly, but a kind of disappointment that cuts deeper than fear ever could. Do you know what the worst part of this is? She asks. All of it? The worst part is that you've been carrying this guilt for 10 years, letting it poison everything you touch, and you never once considered that it might be self-indulgent. The accusation catches me completely off guard. Self-indulgent? Yes. Self-indulgent. She steps closer, her voice rising with anger I didn't see coming. You made a bad choice in an impossible situation, and instead of learning from it and doing better, you decided to withdraw from the world and spend 10 years feeling sorry for yourself. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. Aren't you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've been so busy punishing yourself for past failures that you haven't bothered to consider what good you might do in the present. I can't undo what happened. Nobody's asking you to undo it. But you could have spent the last 10 years making sure it never happens again. You could have become an advocate for accountability, a whistleblower, someone who fights to prevent future atrocities. Her eyes are blazing now, all pretense of careful control gone. Instead, you chose to hide on an island and grow vegetables while people like Brian Keller run around hurting innocent women. The comparison stings because it's accurate. While I've been nursing my guilt in isolation, the world has continued to turn, and people have continued to need protection that I was too self-absorbed to provide. It's not that simple. Isn't it? You had skills, experience, connections from your military service. You could have used them to help people instead of abandoning them. I tried to help you. Only after I literally washed up on your doorstep. Only after circumstances forced you to care about someone other than yourself. She takes another step closer, and I can see tears of frustration gathering in her eyes. What about all the other women Brian Keller has probably stalked over the past 10 years? What about all the people who needed help while you were busy feeling guilty about choices you made a decade ago? Her words hit like physical blows, each one exposing the selfishness I've been hiding behind noble-sounding justifications. She's right, and I hate that she's right. I've been self-indulgent, wallowing in guilt instead of channeling it into action. Arden, No. She holds up a hand, stopping me mid-sentence. I don't want to hear more explanations. I don't want to hear about how complicated everything is, or how you were just following orders, or how you were trying to protect people. Then what do you want to hear? I want to hear that you understand how selfish you've been. I want to hear that you recognize how you've wasted 10 years that could have been spent making the world a better place instead of hiding from it. The anger in her voice is devastating, partly because it's so unexpected, and partly because it's completely justified. I've been thinking of my exile as penance, as a noble sacrifice to protect others from my failings. But she's right that it's been nothing more than elaborate self-pity. You want to hear that I've been a coward, I say. I want to hear that you're done being a coward. And if I'm not, if I can't be the man you want me to be, then I'll handle Brian Keller myself. She moves toward the door, her posture rigid with determination. Because unlike you, I'm not going to let fear and guilt paralyze me into inaction. Where are you going? To get ready for tonight. Brian wants to meet at midnight, and I'm going to give him what he wants. Absolutely not. You don't get to make that choice for me. She turns to face me one more time, and the disappointment in her eyes is worse than any anger. You've spent 10 years running from your responsibilities. I'm not going to spend another minute running from mine. She leaves me standing in the kitchen, alone with the truth of what I've become, and the devastating accuracy of her assessment. Outside, the sun continues to set, bringing us closer to the confrontation that will determine whether Brian Keller succeeds in destroying what little peace either of us has managed to find. I should go after her. Should try to explain that my guilt isn't just about the choices I made, but about the person those choices revealed me to be. That I didn't withdraw from the world because I was feeling sorry for myself, but because I was genuinely afraid of what I might do if placed in similar circumstances again. But even as I form these justifications, I can hear how hollow they sound. Arden is right that I've been hiding behind my trauma instead of using it to prevent others from experiencing similar harm. She's right that I've chosen self-protection over service, isolation over engagement, She's right that I've been a coward. The question now is whether it's too late to become something else. Whether a man who spent a decade in voluntary exile can find the courage to re-engage with a world that needs protection from people like Brian Keller. Whether I can become the kind of person worth the trust Arden placed in me before I shattered it with my honesty. My radio crackles to life, Tommy's voice cutting through the lighthouse's sudden quiet. Dane, you there? Got some updates on Keller's location that you need to hear. I key the mic, surprised by how steady my voice sounds. Go ahead. Marine Patrol spotted a boat matching the description of one of those missing rentals anchored in Morrison Cove, about 2 miles south of your position. Empty, but there's camping gear on a nearby beach that suggests someone's been using it as a base. Morrison Cove. Less than an hour's walk from the lighthouse if you know the island's terrain. Brian Keller isn't just watching us from a distance anymore. He's close enough to strike. Any sign of the occupant? Negative. But Dane, there's something else. Local authorities got a tip about the missing person post. They're planning to send a welfare check to your location tomorrow morning. Which means we have less than 18 hours before this situation becomes a law enforcement matter whether we want it or not. 18 hours to resolve this ourselves, or let bureaucracy take over. Thanks for the heads up, Tommy. Watch yourself out there. And Dane, whatever's going on between you and that girl, don't let pride get in the way of keeping her safe. The radio goes quiet as I thought of Tommy's advice and the certainty that my conversation with Arden has changed everything between us. She's lost faith in me, and maybe she's right to. Maybe the man she thought she was trusting doesn't really exist. But the man I could become, the man who might be worthy of her faith, is still possible. The question is whether I have the courage to become him before Brian Keller forces the issue. I walk to the window and look out at the darkening ocean, thinking about the choices that brought me to this moment and the choices that will determine what happens next. Somewhere out there, Brian Keller is preparing for his midnight confrontation with Arden. Somewhere in this lighthouse, Arden is preparing to face him alone because she no longer trusts me to help her. My self-imposed exile are about to end one way or another. The only question is whether I'll end them as the same coward who ran from responsibility 10 years ago, or as someone finally ready to fight for something worth protecting.
Chapter 13. Arden. At 11:30, I'm setting up my streaming equipment on the lighthouse's observation deck when I hear footsteps on the metal stairs behind me. I don't turn around because I know it's Dane, and right now I can't afford to let his presence distract me from what I need to do. "You're really going through with this," he says, his voice carrying a resignation I haven't heard before. "I told you I was—" "Arden, please, let me handle this. Let me be the one to meet him." I continue adjusting my camera angle, making sure it captures both me and the ocean behind me. The moon is full tonight, turning the water silver and providing enough natural light to make the broadcast visually compelling. "This isn't your fight," I say without looking at him. "Like hell it isn't. He's threatening both of us now. He's threatening you because of me, because I trusted you, and he wants to use that against me." I finally turn to face him, noting the way his silver hair catches the moonlight and the deep lines of worry around his eyes. This started with me, and it's going to end with me. By broadcasting live from the location where he wants to meet you, that's not confrontation, that's giving him exactly what he wants. Is it? Because what he wants is control over me. What he wants is for me to be afraid, to hide, to let him dictate the terms of my life. I power on the camera and check the audio levels. What he's going to get instead is me taking my power back in front of thousands of witnesses. Dane moves closer, and I notice the frustration and fear warring in his expression. This is dangerous, Arden. If he's here on the island, if he sees you broadcasting from this location, he could try to physically intervene. Then you'll stop him. What if I can't? What if something goes wrong? I meet his eyes directly, letting him see the determination that's been building in me since this afternoon's fight. Then at least I'll go down fighting instead of hiding. The pain in his expression tells me he understands that this is about more than just Brian Keller. This is about refusing to be the kind of person who lets fear make their choices for them. This is about becoming someone who faces threats head-on instead of running away. Someone unlike the man Dane has been for the past decade. "I know you're angry with me," he says quietly. "I know you think I've been a coward, and you're probably right, but please don't let my failures push you into something reckless." This isn't reckless. This is strategic. I pull up the streaming platform on my phone, noting that I already have viewers waiting for me to go live. Word has spread about my afternoon broadcast, and people are expecting follow-up content. Brian Keller's power comes from operating in shadows, from being able to threaten and manipulate without consequences. What happens when you drag someone like that into the light? They escalate. Or they crumble. Either way, the situation gets resolved instead of festering indefinitely. Dane is quiet for a moment, studying my face in the moonlight. When he speaks again, his voice carries a weight I haven't heard before. "If we're doing this, we do it smart. You broadcast, but I'm positioned where I can intervene if he shows up. And the moment things get dangerous, you end the stream and we fall back to a secure position." We. "You think I'm going to let you face this alone after everything that's happened between us? After what I told you today?" He steps closer, so much so that I can see the silver stubble along his jawline and the way his pale blue eyes reflect the moonlight. I may have been a coward for 10 years, but I'm not going to be one tonight. There's something different in his voice, a resolve that wasn't there during our fight this afternoon. Whatever internal battle he's been fighting with himself, it seems like he's finally chosen a side. "Okay," I say, "but I control the broadcast. I decide what gets said and when to end it." "Agreed." I start the stream at exactly midnight, the symbolism of the timing not lost on me. As the viewer count climbs rapidly, I position myself so the camera captures both my face and the lighthouse beam sweeping across the water behind me. "Good morning, night owls." I begin, my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I know this is unusual timing for me, but tonight calls for unusual measures. The chat explodes with activity as viewers realize this is a live broadcast from my location. Questions about my safety, expressions of support, and demands for updates on the stalking situation scroll past faster than I can read. A few hours ago, I received a message from my stalker. He wanted me to meet him alone at midnight, away from any witnesses or protection. I looked directly into the camera, speaking not just to my audience, but to Brian Keller specifically. Instead, I'm here with thousands of witnesses, taking control of the situation on my own terms. The viewer count continues to climb as people share the stream across social media platforms. Within minutes, I have over 10,000 people watching, a built-in protection system that makes any violent action against me a very public crime. To the person who sent me that message, "You wanted to meet at midnight and here I am. You wanted my attention and you have it, but you're not getting it the way you expected." I continue talking for several minutes, explaining my decision to stop running and start fighting back. The chat is overwhelmingly supportive, with viewers expressing admiration for my courage and offering resources for stalking victims. It's exactly the response I hoped for. That's when I see the username that makes my blood run cold. _forever. This isn't what we agreed on, Arden. The message appears in the chat, visible to everyone watching. The tone of the other comments immediately shifts as viewers realize they're witnessing the stalker's real-time response to my broadcast. "Oh, look," I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "My uninvited guest has joined us. Everyone, meet _forever, the person who's been making my life a living hell for the past several months." tie-dye_forever. You're making a mistake. End the stream and come to meet me properly. I don't think so. See, the thing about bullies and stalkers is that they only have power when their victims are isolated and afraid. But I'm not isolated anymore, and I'm definitely not afraid. tie-dye_forever. You should be afraid. You have no idea what I'm capable of. The threat is visible to thousands of people now, creating a permanent record of his escalating behavior. Other viewers are screaming for someone to call the police, offering to contact authorities themselves, demanding that I get somewhere safe immediately. Actually, I have a pretty good idea what you're capable of, I respond. Breaking into people's homes, recording them without consent, violating their privacy in the most intimate ways possible. But you know what? All of that only works when your victims are alone and helpless. tie-dye_forever. You're not as safe as you think you are. Aren't I? Because right now, I'm surrounded by thousands of people who know exactly who you are and what you've done. Right now, there's a permanent record of your threats being created in real time. Right now, you're the one who's exposed. That's when I see movement in the darkness beyond the lighthouse beam's range, a figure making its way up the rocky path from the shore, moving with the careful stealth of someone who doesn't want to be seen. Brian Keller isn't just watching the stream from a distance. He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, I say, my voice remarkably calm, considering my heart is hammering against my ribs. It looks like my stalker has decided to make a personal appearance. The chat goes absolutely insane. Thousands of people demanding that I call for help, threatening to contact law enforcement themselves, begging me to get somewhere safe. But I don't move from my position in front of the camera. This is perfect, I continue, tracking the figure's progress up the path. For months, this person has been hiding behind fake usernames and anonymous threats. Tonight, we get to see who's really behind all the harassment. The figure is closer now, close enough that the lighthouse beam catches him during its rotation. I get a clear look at Brian Keller for the first time, and I'm struck by how ordinary he looks. Medium height, brown hair, the kind of generic appearance that would blend into any crowd. Nothing about his physical presence suggests the level of obsession and malice he's directed toward me. There he is, I announced to my audience. Brian Keller, everyone. 32 years old, IT security contractor from Santa Monica. This is the man who's been terrorizing me for months. Brian freezes when he realizes he's been identified publicly, looking directly up at the camera, with an expression of fury and panic. He's been exposed. His anonymity stripped away, his power over me evaporating in real time. That's when everything goes wrong. Instead of retreating, instead of accepting that his plan has failed, Brian starts running toward the lighthouse, not the careful, stealthy approach of someone trying to remain hidden, but the desperate charge of someone who's lost all rational thought. Dane, I call, though I know he's already seen what I've seen. Brian is shouting something as he runs, words I can't make out over the wind and the sound of his boots on rock, but his intent is clear. If he can't control the situation, he's going to destroy it. I should end the stream, should grab my equipment and retreat to the lighthouse's secure interior. But thousands of people are watching. And if I run now, if I let Brian's violent escalation scare me away, then he wins anyway. This is what stalking looks like when the victim stops being afraid, I tell my audience, my voice steady despite the chaos erupting around me. This is the result when you refuse to be controlled by someone else's obsession. Brian reaches the base of the lighthouse and starts climbing the external ladder that leads to the observation deck. He's maybe 30 seconds away from reaching my position, and I can see something metallic glinting in his hand. A knife. That's when Dane appears. I didn't see him approach because he moved with the kind of tactical precision that comes from military training. One moment, Brian is climbing toward me. The next moment, Dane is behind him, grabbing him by the jacket and yanking him away from the ladder. Get away from her, Dane's voice carries clearly in the night air, cold and controlled and absolutely deadly. Brian spins around, slashing wildly with the knife, but Dane is ready for him. He catches Brian's wrist and twists, using leverage and superior strength to disarm him in a matter of seconds. The knife clatters onto the rocks below, and Brian finds himself pinned against the lighthouse's stone wall, with Dane's forearm pressed against his throat. "You made a mistake coming here," Dane says, his voice low enough that the camera probably can't pick it up, but loud enough for me to hear. "You made a mistake threatening her." I keep the camera rolling, capturing every moment of Brian's defeat. My audience is watching a real-time confrontation between a stalker and his victim's protector, and the outcome is never in doubt. Dane has the training, the strength, and the motivation to end this threat permanently. "I called the Coast Guard 20 minutes ago," Dane continues, loud enough now for my audience to hear. "They'll be here in 10 minutes. You can wait for them, conscious or unconscious. But either way, you're done terrorizing innocent women." Brian struggles against Dane's hold, but it's useless. 10 years of physical labor on the island have kept Dane strong, and his military training makes him far more dangerous than Brian anticipated. "This is it," I tell my audience, my voice shaking slightly with relief and residual adrenaline. This is how a stalking situation ends when the victim has support, when the community rallies around them, when someone cares enough to put themselves between the victim and the threat. The sound of Coast Guard helicopters becomes audible in the distance, growing louder as they approach the island. Help is coming, justice is coming, and Brian Keller's reign of terror is finally over. I look down at where Dane has Brian pinned against the lighthouse wall, and something inside my chest loosens for the first time in months. The man I was angry with this afternoon, the man whose emotional walls frustrated me so much, just put himself in physical danger to protect me. Whatever secrets he's been keeping, whatever fears have been driving his isolation, he chose to set them aside when it mattered most. He chose to fight for me instead of hiding from the consequences. "Thank you," I say, speaking directly to Dane, though my words are being broadcast to thousands of viewers. "Thank you for not letting me face this alone." He looks up at me then, and in his pale blue eyes, I see something I haven't seen before. Not just protectiveness or duty, but something deeper. Something that might be worth working through trust issues and emotional walls to explore. "You were never alone," he says simply. The Coast Guard helicopters are overhead now, searchlights illuminating the lighthouse and the surrounding area. Brian Keller will be arrested, charged, and hopefully convicted for his months of harassment and tonight's attempted assault. The legal system will finally take my concerns seriously because there are thousands of witnesses to his behavior. But more than that, I've reclaimed my power. I've shown other stalking victims that it's possible to fight back, possible to take control, possible to refuse to live in fear. And I've learned something about the man who's been sharing this lighthouse with me. When it mattered most, when physical danger threatened someone he cared about, Dane Merrick chose courage over safety, action over isolation. Maybe that's enough to build something real on. Maybe that's enough to trust again. As the Coast Guard officers rappel down from their helicopters to take Brian into custody, I end the stream with a simple message. To everyone who's been following this story, who's offered support and encouragement, thank you. To other victims of stalking and harassment, you're not alone. You're not powerless. And you deserve better. And to the person who just risked everything to keep me safe, we need to talk. I power down the camera and head toward the ladder, ready to face whatever comes next, with the man who just proved to me that there are things worth fighting for.
Chapter 14. Dane. The Coast Guard takes Brian Keller away in restraints, and suddenly the lighthouse feels impossibly quiet. No helicopters overhead, no shouting, no immediate threat to neutralize. Just Arden and me standing in the aftermath of violence, adrenaline still coursing through our veins and the weight of everything that's happened between us hanging in the air. She's watching the helicopter disappear into the night sky, her arms wrapped around herself despite the warm evening air. The courage she displayed during the broadcast, the way she faced down her stalker in front of thousands of witnesses, was nothing short of extraordinary. But now that the immediate danger has passed, I can see the toll it's taken on her. "You okay?" I ask, moving closer but giving her space to process what just happened. "I think so." She turns to face me, and in the moonlight I can see that her hands are shaking slightly. "That was intense. That was brave as hell." A small smile crosses her face. "That was you risking your life to protect me. Again." "He had a knife, Arden. If I hadn't stopped him... But you did stop him." She steps closer, close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her green contacts and the way her dark skin glows in the lighthouse beam. "You could have stayed inside and let law enforcement handle it when they arrived. You could have let me face him alone like I said I wanted to. Like hell. But you didn't. You put yourself in danger because you couldn't stand the thought of something happening to me." The simple truth of her words hits me harder than I expected. She's right that I could have waited for backup, could have let her handle the situation on her own terms. But the moment I saw Brian Keller climbing toward her with a weapon, every tactical consideration disappeared. All that mattered was keeping her safe. "I couldn't lose you," I admit, the words coming out rougher than intended. "Even after our fight this afternoon, even after I called you selfish and cowardly, especially after that." I reach out and touch her face, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheekbone. "You were right about everything you said. I've been hiding. I've been selfish. I've let fear make my choices for 10 years. Dane. But tonight, when it mattered most, I chose you over fear. I chose action over hiding. I chose to be the man you needed me to be instead of the man I've been." She leans into my touch, her eyes closing briefly. When she opens them again, there's something different in her expression. Not just relief that the danger has passed, but something deeper. Something that looks like forgiveness. "What happens now?" she asks. "Now we figure out what comes next. Together." The word hangs between us, heavy with implications about the future we haven't dared to discuss. Together implies permanence, commitment, a willingness to navigate whatever complications arise from two damaged people trying to build something real. "I'm still angry with you," she says, but there's no heat in her voice. "I know. I'm angry that you kept secrets from me, that you let guilt drive you into isolation, that you almost let fear keep you from helping me tonight. I know. But I'm also grateful that you overcame all of that when it mattered. I'm grateful that you chose to protect me instead of protecting yourself." She moves closer, close enough that her body is nearly touching mine. I can feel the heat radiating from her skin and smell the subtle scent of her shampoo mixed with salt air and adrenaline. "I'm grateful that you're safe," I tell her. "I'm grateful that bastard will never be able to hurt you again. Because of you. Because you were brave enough to face him publicly. Because you refused to let him control you through fear." I cup her face in both hands, marveling at the strength I see in her eyes. "You saved yourself tonight, Arden. I just made sure you didn't have to do it alone." She reaches up and covers my hands with hers, our fingers intertwining in a gesture that feels both intimate and reassuring. "I don't want to be alone anymore," she whispers. "You're not alone. I mean, ever. I don't want to go back to the way things were before I came here, before I met you." The admission sends heat shooting through my entire body. Not just physical desire, though there's plenty of that, but something deeper. The knowledge that this extraordinary woman wants to build a future with a man who spent 10 years convinced he didn't deserve one. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that despite your emotional walls and your tendency to keep secrets, despite the fact that you've been hiding from the world for a decade, I've fallen for you." She looks directly into my eyes, her voice steady and sure. I'm saying that I want to stay here, with you, and see what we can build together. The words hit me like a physical force. She's fallen for me. This woman who could have anyone, who's beautiful and talented and brave enough to face down her worst fears, has chosen me. Arden, She silences me by rising up on her toes and pressing her lips to mine. The kiss is different from the gentle exploration we shared before, different from the passion of that storm-swept night in my bed. This kiss is fueled by relief and gratitude and the knowledge that we almost lost each other tonight. I respond immediately, my arms coming around her and pulling her against my chest. She tastes like salt air and courage, like promises I'm afraid to make and hopes I'm afraid to voice. When she makes a small sound against my mouth, every rational thought disappears. Inside, I manage against her lips. Yes. We make our way down from the observation deck in a tangle of urgent touches and stolen kisses. By the time we reach the lighthouse's main room, I'm already pulling her sweater over her head while she works at the buttons of my shirt. Are you sure about this? I ask, even as my hands roam over the smooth skin of her back. Tonight's been traumatic. You might... I'm sure. She pushes my shirt off my shoulders, her hands immediately moving to trace the scars that mark my chest and arms. I need this. I need you. The honesty in her voice destroys what little restraint I have left. When she reaches for the buckle of my belt, I catch her hands and lift her onto the kitchen counter, positioning myself between her legs. I need you too, I admit, my voice rough with desire. More than I've ever needed anything. This time, when I kiss her, there's no hesitation, no careful exploration. There's only hunger and desperation, and the overwhelming need to reaffirm life after coming so close to losing everything that matters.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
That was, she starts, then trails off. Necessary, I finish. It's healing. She's right about that too. Something fundamental has shifted between us tonight, sealed by shared danger and reaffirmed through physical connection. The walls I've built around my heart aren't gone completely, but they're definitely crumbling. What happens tomorrow? She asks, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my chest. Tomorrow we start figuring out what our life looks like together. Our life? If you'll have me, if you think a damaged ex-soldier with too much baggage is worth the trouble. She lifts her head to look at me directly. I think a man who spent 10 years in exile because he cared too much about other people's lives is exactly the kind of man worth the trouble. Even if I'm still figuring out how to trust again, how to let someone close without being terrified of failing them. Especially then. She leans down and kisses me softly. We'll figure it out together. Together. There's that word again, and this time it doesn't scare me the way it should. This time it sounds like possibility, like hope, like a future worth looking forward for. As we drift toward sleep in each other's arms, I realize that Arden was right about everything she said this afternoon. I have been hiding. I have been selfish. I've let fear make the choice for me. But maybe it's not too late to change. Maybe it's not too late to become the man she deserves, the man she sees when she looks at me with those trusting eyes. Maybe some things are worth fighting for after all.
Chapter 15. Arden. 2 weeks after Brian Keller's arrest, I'm sitting on the lighthouse's observation deck with my laptop, scrolling through emails that have piled up since I went public with my story. Interview requests from major media outlets, collaboration offers from other content creators, messages from law enforcement agencies asking me to speak at conferences about digital stalking and victim advocacy. The response to my broadcast has been overwhelming in the best possible way. My story has resonated with people who face similar harassment, and suddenly I'm being positioned as a voice for digital safety and victim empowerment. It's not a role I sought, but it's one that feels important. More importantly, it's a role that requires me to leave the island. "You're thinking too loud again?" Dane observes from where he's working on the lighthouse's exterior maintenance. His voice carries easily in the morning air, tinged with the gentle teasing that's become familiar between us. "Just processing some opportunities." I call back, saving the document I've been working on. He appears at the top of the ladder a few moments later, tool belt around his waist and a streak of grease on his forehead. 2 weeks of relative normalcy have been good for both of us. The immediate trauma of Brian's stalking has begun to fade, replaced by the comfortable routines of domestic life and the deeper intimacy that comes from surviving crisis together. But they've also given me time to think about what comes next. "Good opportunities or complicated ones?" he asks, settling beside me on the bench we've claimed as our unofficial meeting spot. "Both." I show him the screen, which displays an email from a prominent digital rights organization. They want me to testify before a congressional subcommittee about online harassment and stalking. Share my story as part of a push for stronger legislation. Dane reads over the message, his expression thoughtful. "That's huge." It is, and it's exactly the kind of platform I never thought I'd have. The chance to actually make a difference instead of just creating entertainment content. "You're going to do it." It's not a question, and I appreciate that he already knows me well enough to understand that this isn't really a choice. How can I turn down the opportunity to help other victims, to push for systemic changes that might prevent what happened to me from happening to someone else? I have to, I confirm. But it means going back to the mainland, probably spending significant time in D.C., potentially relocating to somewhere with better access to advocacy organizations and legislative processes. I watch his face carefully as he processes this information. We haven't talked explicitly about what our relationship looks like beyond the island, whether what we've built here can survive transplantation to the real world. "When?" he asks. "The hearing is in 3 weeks, but I'd need to go back to LA first, deal with my apartment, figure out what I want to salvage from my old life before starting the new one." Makes sense. His voice is carefully neutral, but I can see tension building in his shoulders. This is the conversation we've been avoiding since Brian's arrest, the acknowledgement that the crisis that brought us together has passed, and now we have to figure out what our relationship looks like without external threats forcing us to depend on each other. "Come with me," I say, the words tumbling out before I lose the courage to voice them. He goes very still. "What?" "Come with me. To LA first. Then to DC for the hearing. We could figure out together what comes next, where we want to build our life." "Arden, I know it's a big ask. I know you've built a life here. That leaving means giving up the safety and isolation you've relied on for 10 years. But I also know that you've outgrown this place. Have I? Haven't you? Look at what you did for me. Look at how you stepped up when I needed protection. How you've started engaging with the world again through my work. You're not the same man who came here to hide." He stands and moves to the railing, staring at the ocean that accompanied him for years and has become his prison for a decade. I can see the internal battle playing out in the set of his shoulders, the way his hands grip the metal rail. "It's not that simple," he says finally. "Isn't it? You said yourself that you've been hiding, that you've let guilt drive your choices for too long. This is your chance to do something different." What if I can't? What if I get out there and prove that I really am the failure who got people killed? The fear in his voice breaks my heart. After everything we've been through, after he's proven his courage and competence repeatedly, he's still trapped by self-doubt that runs bone deep. What if you don't? I counter. What if you get out there and discover that you're exactly the person the world needs right now? I don't have any qualifications for the kind of work you're talking about. I'm not a lawyer or an advocate or a policy expert. You're a military veteran with security expertise and a proven track record of protecting people from dangerous threats. Do you have any idea how valuable that perspective would be in conversations about digital safety and harassment? I can see him processing this, considering possibilities he hasn't allowed himself to imagine. The idea of using his experience for something constructive instead of just carrying it as a burden. Besides, I continue, moving to stand beside him at the railing, I'm not talking about you becoming a professional advocate overnight. I'm talking about you coming with me because I don't want to do this without you. Arden, I love you, I interrupt, the words spilling out with more force than I intended. I know we haven't said it explicitly, but I love you and I don't want to leave here without you. The declaration hangs between us, more vulnerable than anything I've shared with him before. Even telling him about Brian's stalking felt safer than admitting that I've fallen completely for a man who might not be ready to build a future outside his carefully constructed refuge. I love you too, he says quietly, and relief floods through me so intensely that my knees almost buckle. Then come with me. It's not that simple. Why not? He turns to face me directly, and I see the war between desire and fear playing out in his pale blue eyes. Because what if I'm not good for you out there? What if the man I become outside this island isn't someone worth loving? What if he is? What if I drag you down? What if my baggage and my history become liabilities for the important work you're trying to do? The questions reveal the depth of his self-doubt, the way 10 years of isolation have convinced him that he's fundamentally damaged goods. It's infuriating and heartbreaking in equal measure. Do you trust me? I ask. Of course. Then trust my judgment about who you are and what you're capable of. Trust that I wouldn't ask you to come with me if I thought you'd be anything other than an asset to my life and my work. He's quiet for far longer than a heartbeat, staring out at the horizon where a fishing boat is making its way toward the mainland. I can practically see him running through scenarios, weighing risks and possibilities, trying to calculate whether the potential for failure outweighs the promise of something better. I haven't been off this island in 10 years, he says finally. I know. I'm clueless on how to be around people anymore, how to navigate social situations or professional interactions, or any of the things that normal life requires. You'll learn. We'll figure it out together. What if I have panic attacks? What if I can't handle crowds or pressure or being in situations where I might be recognized? The vulnerability in his voice makes me want to wrap him in my arms and promise him that everything will be okay. But I know that empty reassurances won't help him work through legitimate fears. Then we'll deal with it, I say instead. Whatever challenges come up, we'll face them together, just like we faced Brian Keller together. That was different. That was a clear threat with obvious solutions. Was it? Because from where I was sitting, it looked like a situation where you had to choose between safety and doing what was right. And you chose to do what was right, even though it scared you. He considers this, and I can see something shifting in his expression. Maybe recognition that the fears holding him back aren't fundamentally different from the ones he's already overcome. The lighthouse, he says. I can't just abandon it. This place has been maintained by the Merrick family for over a century. So we find someone to take over. someone who needs the kind of refuge this place provided for you. Or we work out an arrangement where you can come back periodically to check on things. You've really thought this through. I've had 2 weeks to think about it. I move closer, close enough to see the silver stubble along his jawline and the way the morning light brings out the lines around his eyes. I've had 2 weeks to imagine what our life could look like if we were brave enough to build it together. And what does it look like? Like partnership, using our experiences to help other people who are facing similar challenges. Like not letting fear make our choices for us anymore. The words seemed to hit him with unexpected force, and I realize I've just thrown his own earlier criticism back at him. He's been letting fear drive his decisions for 10 years, just like I let fear drive mine for months while Brian stalked me. You think I'm letting fear decide for me, he says. Aren't you? Maybe. He runs his hand through his hair, a gesture I've learned means he's wrestling with something difficult. Probably. So what are you going to choose this time? Fear or possibility? The question hangs between us, carrying the weight of everything we've built together and everything we might lose if he can't find the courage to take this leap with me. If I come with you, he says slowly, if I leave this island and try to build something in the real world, what happens if I fail? What happens if I prove that I really am better off in isolation? Then we figure out a different plan. But Dane, what happens if you don't fail? What happens if you discover that the man I've fallen in love with is exactly who the world needs him to be? I can see him wavering, torn between the safety of the known and the uncertainty of the unknown. This is the biggest decision he's faced since choosing exile 10 years ago, and I know I can't make it for him. I need time to think, he says finally. The answer isn't the immediate yes I was hoping for, but it's not a no either. It's the response of someone who's taking the question seriously, who's actually considering the possibility instead of reflexively rejecting it. How much time? A few days? Maybe a week. He looks at me with something akin to be hope struggling against fear. This isn't something I can decide lightly. I know, and I'm not trying to pressure you into anything you're not ready for. I reach out and take his hand, intertwining our fingers. But I also don't want you to let fear make this decision for you. I don't want you to choose isolation because it feels safer, if what you really want is to come with me. What I want and what I'm capable of might be two different things. Or they might be exactly the same thing. You won't know until you try. We stand together in comfortable silence. Staring at the waves outside, I can feel the magnitude of the choice he's wrestling with, the way it represents not just a change of location, but a fundamental transformation of identity. There's something else, I say, remembering another email in my inbox. Something I haven't told you yet. What? I got a message from Tommy Morrison, your friend who helped research Brian Keller. Dane's expression sharpens. What did he want? He said there are other cases, other women being stalked by people with similar technical skills and patterns of behavior. He thinks law enforcement could use someone with your expertise to help develop better protection protocols. I watch this information sink in, see the way it changes his internal calculation. This isn't just about following me into an uncertain future. This is about using his skills and experience to prevent other people from experiencing what I went through. How many other cases? He didn't give specifics, but he made it sound like a systemic problem that needs people who understand both the technical and tactical aspects of protection. Dane is quiet for a long time, processing this new dimension to the choice he's facing. When he finally speaks, his voice is thoughtful. I'll think about it, he says. All of it. The hearing, the advocacy work, the possibility of building something together outside this island. That's all I can ask for. And Arden, thank you for asking me to come with you. Thank you for believing I might be capable of more than hiding. The gratitude evident in his words make my chest tight with emotion. Whatever he decides, at least I've given him the chance to choose possibility over fear. As we head back inside to start our day, I find myself hoping that the man who was brave enough to protect me from Brian Keller will be brave enough to protect others from similar threats, that the man who taught me it was possible to feel safe again will choose to make that safety available to people who need it, that the man I've fallen in love with will choose love over fear, partnership over isolation, hope over the guilt that's defined him for too long. The decision is his to make, but for the first time since I arrived on this island, I'm optimistic about what that decision might be. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Dane. The lighthouse feels impossibly large without Arden in it. 5 days since she left for Los Angeles to prepare for her congressional testimony, and I'm discovering that Solitude isn't the comfortable refuge it used to be. Every room echoes with her absence. Every routine feels incomplete without her voice humming in the background, or her laughter cutting through the endless conversation between wind and waves. I'm standing in the kitchen making coffee for one person instead of two when my radio interrupts me with a frequency I haven't heard in years. The Coast Guard emergency channel, which means either someone's in trouble or someone official needs to reach me. Merrick Light Station. This is Coast Guard Station Southwest Harbor. Please respond. I key the mic, falling back into the formal communication protocols I learned decades ago. Southwest Harbor, this is Merrick Light. Go ahead. Dane Merrick? Affirmative. Sir, we have a woman here who says she's your sister. She's requesting transport to your location. Can you confirm your availability to receive visitors? Lil, my heart jumps with surprise and something that might be dread. My sister hasn't tried to contact me in 3 years, not since our last argument about my self-imposed exile. What could possibly bring her to Maine, to my lighthouse, after all this time? Confirmed, I respond. Weather conditions permissible for helicopter transport. Roger that. ETA 20 minutes. 20 minutes to prepare myself for a conversation I've been avoiding for a decade. 20 minutes to figure out why Lillian Merrick, retired Coast Guard captain and the most stubborn person I've ever known, has decided now is the time to breach my carefully maintained isolation. I watch the helicopter approach from the lighthouse's observation deck, noting the efficient way it maneuvers around the island's wind patterns before setting down on the flat area I've kept clear for emergency landings. The figure that emerges is unmistakably Lil, despite the years that have passed since I've seen her in person. Same confident stride, same no-nonsense posture, same silver hair that she's finally stopped dyeing brown. She's carrying a duffel bag and wearing the kind of practical clothing that suggests this isn't a social visit. When she reaches the lighthouse door, she doesn't knock. Just walks in like she owns the place, which in some ways she does. The Merrick family has been maintaining this lighthouse for over a century, and Lil has as much claim to it as I do. Hello, Dane. Her voice carries the same authority it always has, tinged with the Maine accent she's never bothered to lose despite decades of military service. Lil. I descend the stairs slowly, buying time to process her presence in my sanctuary. This is unexpected. I imagine it is. She sets down her bag and looks around the main room, taking in the domestic touches that Arden left behind. The throw pillows on the couch, the plants she started in the window, the coffee mug with her lipstick stain still on the rim because I haven't had the heart to wash it. Someone's been here, Lil observes. A woman was staying here for a while. She left a few days ago. The ASMR creator, Arden James. Lil settles into the chair that's become Arden's preferred spot, claiming the space with the casual authority of someone who's used to being in charge. I've been following the news coverage of her stalking case. Impressive young woman. How do you know about Arden? How do you think? Your friend Tommy Morrison called me after the Coast Guard raid. Thought I should know that my hermit brother had gotten himself involved in protecting someone from a dangerous stalker. I should have expected this. Tommy's been worried about my isolation for years, and getting involved in Arden's situation probably set off alarm bells for him. Of course, he'd reach out to the one person who might be able to talk sense into me. So you came here to check on me? I came here to see if the rumors are true. Lil studies my face with the sharp assessment that made her an effective officer for 30 years. Tommy says you've finally been acting like a human being instead of a guilty ghost. Tommy talks too much. Tommy cares about you. We all do, despite your best efforts to push everyone away. The criticism stings because it's accurate. For 10 years, I've systematically severed connections with everyone who cared about me, convinced that isolation was the only way to prevent further damage. I didn't ask anyone to care about me. No, you didn't. You've been too busy punishing yourself to consider that other people might be affected by your choices. Lil leans back in the chair, getting comfortable for what's clearly going to be a long conversation. Tell me about her. About who? Don't be obtuse. Tell me about the woman who's been living here, who's got you looking more alive than you have since Somalia. I move to the kitchen, needing something to do with my hands while I figure out how much truth I'm willing to share. The coffee is still hot, so I pour 2 cups and hand one to Lil. She was in trouble. Someone had been stalking her, threatening her safety. She needed somewhere to disappear for a while. And you helped her. I provided shelter. She handled the rest herself. Did she now? Lil's tone suggests she doesn't believe my minimization of events. Because, from what I read in the news, it sounds like you played a fairly active role in neutralizing the threat. The Coast Guard handled the arrest, after you subdued an armed stalker who was threatening her life. Lil sips her coffee, studying me over the rim of her mug. Sounds like the kind of thing the old Dane would have done. The one who spent 20 years protecting people instead of hiding from them. That's different. How? Because Arden mattered. The words slip out before I can stop them, revealing more than I intended about the depth of my feelings. Lil sets down her coffee with a satisfied expression. Now we're getting somewhere. I realize I've walked directly into whatever point she came here to make, but it's too late to retreat now. She's always been better at extracting information than I am at concealing it. She left, I say, hoping to deflect the conversation away from my emotional state. I know. Tommy told me about the congressional hearing, the advocacy work she's being asked to do. Important stuff. Very important. And you didn't go with her? It's not a question, and the judgment in her voice makes my jaw clench with defensive anger. She has her life, I have mine. Do you? It seems you've been existing instead of living for a decade now. I've been fine. Have you? Tell me, Dane, what have you accomplished in your decade of self-imposed exile? What good have you done for the world by hiding on this island? The question hits like a physical blow because it echoes the same criticism Arden leveled at me before she left. I've been telling myself that my isolation was noble, a necessary sacrifice to prevent further harm. But both women I care about most have seen through that justification to the self-indulgence underneath. I've maintained the lighthouse, provided a navigation aid for ships. The lighthouse is automated, has been for 15 years. It doesn't need a full-time keeper. Someone needs to maintain the equipment. Someone does. The Coast Guard contracts that work out to a maintenance company that comes by twice a month. Lil leans forward, her voice gaining intensity. You want to know why you're really here? Because guilt is easier than responsibility. Because hiding is easier than facing the possibility that you might make more mistakes. People died because of my decisions. People die because of everyone's decisions. That's what happens when you're in positions of authority during wartime. Her voice softens slightly, but the steel underneath remains. You think you're the only officer who's ever lost people? You think the rest of us don't carry guilt about choices we made under impossible circumstances? Marcus Webb was a good man who died doing his job in a war zone. His death was a tragedy, but it wasn't a reason for you to abandon everyone else who might need your protection. The words hit harder than any physical assault could. Lil has always had the ability to cut through my defenses with surgical precision, to expose truths I don't want to acknowledge. What would you have me do? Go back to making life and death decisions with other people's lives at stake? I'd have you stop using one tragedy to justify a decade of cowardice. She stands and moves to the window, looking out at the ocean that's been my companion and my prison. You want to honor Marcus Webb's memory. Use the skills he died helping you develop to protect people who need protection. Like Arden. Like the other women Tommy says are being stalked by people with similar technical capabilities. Like anyone else who might benefit from having someone with your experience in their corner. I sit heavily on the couch, feeling the weight of 10 years of accumulated guilt and isolation pressing down on my shoulders. Everything Lil is saying makes logical sense. But logic doesn't address the deeper fear that's kept me trapped here. What if I fail again? What if I make the wrong call and more people die? Then you'll live with that guilt like every other person who's ever been in a position of authority. But at least you'll fail while trying to do good instead of failing by doing nothing. It's not that simple. Isn't it? You've spent 10 years proving that you can survive alone. When are you going to prove that you can live with other people? The challenge in her voice reminds me of the way Arden spoke to me before she left, the same refusal to accept my excuses or enable my self-pity. Two of the strongest women I've ever known, both telling me the same thing about the choices I've been making. Arden asked me to come with her, I admit. Of course she did. Woman's got good sense. I told her I needed time to think about it. What's there to think about? Lil turns from the window to face me directly. You love her? Yes. She loves you. She says she does. Then what exactly are you thinking about? Whether I'm capable of being the man she deserves, whether I'll drag her down with my baggage and my history. Dane. Lil's voice carries the same tone she used when we were children, and I was being particularly obtuse. That woman faced down a stalker on live television because you gave her the courage to fight instead of hide. You think she's going to be intimidated by some old guilt you're carrying around? She called me selfish. Said I was wallowing in self-pity instead of using my experience to help other people. Smart woman. What did you say? Nothing, because she was right. And I still don't know if I'm brave enough to change, to leave this place and try to be useful in the real world instead of hiding from it. Lil is quiet for a long moment, studying my face with the assessing gaze that's always made me feel like she can see straight through to my soul. You know what the real tragedy is, she says finally. What? That you've spent 10 years punishing yourself for caring too much about other people's lives, and you're about to lose the woman you love because you're too scared to care about your own. The observation hits like cold water, shocking in its accuracy. She's right that I've been so focused on the guilt of failing others that I've forgotten how to value my own happiness, my own chance at building something meaningful. I don't know how to do it, I confess. I can't stop being afraid. You start by taking one step, then another, then another. Lil moves back to her chair and settles into it like she's planning to stay for a while. You start by admitting that the man who protected Arden James is the same man who can protect other people who need protection. What if I screw it up? Then you'll screw it up while trying to do something worthwhile instead of screwing it up while doing nothing at all. I laughed despite myself, recognizing the blunt practicality that's always been Lil's approach to life's complications. No grand philosophical statements, just simple recognition that action carries risk, but inaction carries its own costs. She's testifying before Congress next week, I say. I know. Tommy sent me the details. She'll probably be in D.C. for several weeks after that, meeting with advocacy groups and law enforcement agencies. Perfect opportunity for someone with your background to make connections, establish relationships with people who could use your expertise. I can see the path she's sketching out for me, the way my military experience and security knowledge could translate into civilian protection work. It's not the career I planned, but it's purposeful in a way my current existence isn't. What about the lighthouse? What about it? Place has been here for over a century. It'll be here for another century whether you're babysitting it or not. Lil finishes her coffee and sets the mug down with finality. Besides, I've been thinking about retirement. Might be nice to have a quiet place to read books and watch storms. The offer surprises me, though it shouldn't. Lil has always been practical about family obligations and resources. If I leave, someone needs to maintain the family connection to this place. Who better than another Merrick? You'd really retire here? Beats the hell out of some Florida condo complex. And this way the lighthouse stays in the family while you go off and do whatever it is people do when they're in love. Build a life together, apparently. Apparently. She studies my face one more time, and I notice her making the assessment that's probably been the real purpose of this visit. Question is, are you brave enough to try? I think about Arden's face when she asked me to come with her, the hope and fear warring in her expression. I think about the advocacy work she's being called to do, the opportunity to help other people avoid what she went through. I think about Tommy's message about other stalking cases, about women who need protection from threats they don't know how to handle. I think about 10 years of safety purchased at the cost of purpose, of connection, of the possibility that I might actually be capable of more than I've allowed myself to believe. Yeah, I say finally, surprised by the certainty in my voice. I think I am. Lil smiles, the first genuine smile I've seen from her since she arrived. About damn time. I'll need to make arrangements, figure out transportation, contact Arden to let her know I'm coming. Already handled. Helicopter's coming back for you in 2 hours. Tommy's got you on a flight from Bar Harbor to Logan, then Logan to LAX. You'll be in Los Angeles by tomorrow morning. I stare at her in amazement. You planned this entire intervention assuming I'd say yes. I planned this intervention knowing that underneath all that guilt and self-pity, you're still the same man who spent 20 years protecting people because it was the right thing to do. She stands and picks up her duffel bag. Besides, if you'd said no, I was prepared to stay here and make your life miserable until you changed your mind. And if Arden doesn't want me there, if she's moved on, decided she's better off without someone carrying my kind of baggage, then you'll have your answer and you can figure out what comes next. But at least you'll know instead of spending the rest of your life wondering what might have been. The helicopter becomes audible in the distance, returning to collect me for a journey I've been avoiding for 10 years. I feel terror and anticipation in equal measure, the familiar pre-mission combination of fear and determination that used to drive me through dangerous situations. Thank you, I tell Lil, for coming here, for making me face what I've been avoiding. That's what family does. She reaches out and squeezes my shoulder, a gesture of affection she rarely allows herself. Now go pack whatever you need and get ready to see if love really is worth it. As I head downstairs to gather my things, I realize that I'm genuinely excited about what comes next instead of dreading it. The fear is still there, the worry that I'll prove unworthy of Arden's faith in me, but it's balanced now by possibility. By the chance that the man she fell in love with might actually be capable of building the life she's offered to share.
Chapter 17. Arden. My old apartment feels like a museum of someone else's life. Everything is exactly where I left it 3 months ago when I fled in panic, but nothing feels familiar. The minimalist white walls that used to soothe me now seem sterile. The meditation fountain that once provided comfort sounds hollow and artificial after months of listening to real ocean waves. Even my carefully curated collection of sea glass and handmade jewelry feels like props from a performance I no longer want to give. I'm standing in my bedroom doorway, staring at the dresser where Brian Keller's camera was hidden, when my phone rings. Nova Temple's name flashes on the screen, and I answer with relief at the distraction. "Girl, please tell me you're not sitting in that apartment having a breakdown," Nova says without preamble, her warm voice cutting through my melancholy with characteristic directness. "I'm not having a breakdown," I lie, moving away from the bedroom toward the living room windows that face the ocean. Just readjusting to being back in civilization. Uh-huh. That's why you sound like someone died. Spill it. What's really going on? Nova has been my closest friend in the content creation world for 2 years, ever since we collaborated on a mental health awareness campaign. She's also one of the few people who knows the full truth about why I disappeared, and she's been checking on me constantly since I returned to LA yesterday. It's weird being back, I admit, settling onto my couch that now feels too soft after months of sleeping on Dane's firm mattress. Everything here feels like it belongs to a different person. Because you are a different person. You went through something traumatic, faced it head on, and came out stronger. Of course your old life feels strange. It's not just that. I pause, trying to find words for the hollow feeling that's been growing in my chest since I left the island. I left someone behind, someone important, the lighthouse keeper, Dane. His name is Dane, the one who protected you from your stalker and probably swept you off your feet with rugged island man charm. Despite my mood, I smile at Nova's characterization. Something like that. So why is he not here with you, helping you readjust to civilization and being gorgeous in your apartment? Because he's spent 10 years hiding from the world, and he's not sure he's ready to stop hiding. But you asked him to come with you. I did. He said he needed time to think about it. Nova turns quiet, and I can practically hear her processing this information through her own filter of relationship experience. How long ago was this? 5 days. And you haven't heard from him since? Not a word. The admission makes the hollow feeling in my chest expand. Which probably means he's decided that his safe little island is more appealing than building a life with me. Or it means he's scared out of his mind and trying to work up the courage to make a huge life change. Nova's tone is gentle but firm. Honey, some people need more time to process big decisions, especially if they've been hurt before. I know that. Logically, I know that. But sitting here in this apartment, preparing for the biggest opportunity of my career, I just miss him so much it physically hurts. Tell me about the opportunity. Maybe focusing on work will help. I pull out my laptop and navigate to the event planning documents I've been working on since arriving in LA. I'm doing a major charity live stream tomorrow night. Mental health awareness and digital safety advocacy. It's being promoted across multiple platforms, and we're expecting the biggest audience I've ever had. That's amazing. How are you feeling about it? Terrified and excited in equal measure. This is my chance to take everything I've learned from my experience with Brian and turn it into something that helps other people. And after the live stream, I fly to DC for the congressional hearing, then meetings with advocacy groups, law enforcement agencies, maybe some media interviews. I close the laptop and lean back against the couch cushions. It's everything I never knew I wanted, and I should be thrilled, but you're not. I am. I'm also sad that the person who helped me find this strength isn't here to see what comes next. Nova is quiet for another moment. And when she speaks again, her voice carries the wisdom that's made her one of my most trusted friends. You know what I think? I think you need to do this live stream, not just for your audience, but for yourself. Process your journey publicly. Acknowledge how much you've grown. Maybe even talk about what you've learned about love and trust and taking risks. You think I should talk about Dane on stream? I think you should talk about whatever feels authentic to you. Your audience has been following this story from the beginning. They deserve to know how it ends, even if the ending is still being written. After Nova hangs up, I spend the rest of the day preparing for tomorrow night's stream. I set up my equipment in the living room, positioning everything to capture both me and the ocean view through my windows. The symbolism isn't lost on me, broadcasting from the place where my nightmare began, but doing it from a position of strength instead of fear. The next evening, as I prepare to go live, my hands are steadier than they've been in months. I'm wearing a flowing blue dress that brings out my eyes, my hair styled in loose waves that catch the light from my ring lamp. I look like the confident content creator my audience remembers, but I feel like someone entirely different underneath. I start the stream at 8 p.m. Pacific, and within minutes I have over 50,000 viewers tuning in from around the world. The chat explodes with welcome messages, expressions of support, and questions about my journey since going public with my stalking story. Hello, beautiful souls. I begin, using the greeting that's become my signature. Thank you for joining me tonight for something special. This isn't just a regular ASMR session. This is a celebration of survival, growth, and the incredible power of community support. I spend the first part of the stream talking about the technical aspects of digital safety, sharing resources for stalking victims, and explaining some of the legal changes that advocacy groups are pushing for. The chat is engaged and supportive, with viewers sharing their own experiences and offering encouragement to others who might be struggling. But as the stream progresses, I find myself drawn toward more personal territory. A lot of you have been asking about my time away from the platform, I say, adjusting my position to face the camera more directly. You want to know where I went, how I healed, what I learned during these months of stepping back from public life. The viewer count has climbed to over 100,000 now, and the chat is moving too fast to read individual messages. But I can see the overall sentiment, genuine curiosity and care from people who followed my journey from the beginning. I learned that sometimes running away isn't cowardice, it's survival. Sometimes you have to remove yourself from a toxic situation completely before you can heal from it. I pause, thinking about those first terrifying weeks on the island. I also learned that healing doesn't happen in isolation. It happens when you find people who see your worth even when you're unaware. I talk about the lighthouse, describing its beauty and isolation without revealing too many specifics about its location. I talk about finding peace in simple routines, about learning to trust my instincts again, about discovering strength I didn't know I possessed. There was someone, I say, surprised by my own honesty. Someone who helped me remember what it felt like to be safe with another person. Someone who showed me that not everyone who claims to care about you wants to control you. The chat lights up with heart emojis and supportive messages. My audience has always been invested in my personal happiness, and they can hear the emotion in my voice when I talk about this unnamed person. You're probably wondering why this someone isn't here with me tonight. Why I'm celebrating this milestone alone. I take a breath, steadying myself for complete honesty. The truth is, some people carry wounds that make it hard for them to believe they deserve happiness. Some people have been hurt so badly that love feels dangerous, even when it's offered freely. I continue for another hour, weaving together reflections on trauma recovery, the importance of professional mental health support, and the way community can help people heal from experiences that might otherwise break them. Donations are pouring in for the mental health organizations I'm supporting, with viewers contributing both money and their own stories of survival. Before I end tonight's stream, I want to say something to anyone out there who's struggling with the decision to trust again. I say, looking directly into the camera, whether you're a survivor of stalking, abuse, trauma, or just life's general cruelties, you deserve love, you deserve safety, you deserve people who see your worth even if you're blind to it. My voice catches slightly, and I know I'm no longer speaking to my general audience. And if there's someone out there who's watching this, someone who helped me find my strength again, but is too scared to claim their own happiness, I want you to know that courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is deciding that love is worth the risk, that building something together is worth the possibility of loss. I pause, wondering if Dane is watching, if he's hearing this message that's really meant for him. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is let someone love you exactly as you are, wounds and all. I end the stream with my traditional sign-off, but as the viewer count drops and the chat slows down, I realize I feel different than I have in days. Lighter, more like myself. Nova was right that I needed to process my journey publicly, to acknowledge how much I've grown and what I've learned. But more than that, I needed to say out loud that love is worth fighting for, even when it's complicated and scary and uncertain. My phone buzzes with a text from my assistant about tomorrow's flight to D.C., reminding me that in 12 hours I'll be on a plane toward the next chapter of my advocacy work. I should be focused on preparing for the congressional hearing, reviewing my testimony and the statistics I want to share. Instead, I find myself standing at my living room window, looking out at the Pacific Ocean and thinking about a man on an island 3,000 miles away, wondering if he's found the courage to choose love over fear, partnership over isolation, hope over the guilt that's defined him for too long. My laptop chimes with a notification from my streaming platform, a message from a viewer who was watching tonight's broadcast. When I open it, my heart stops. Tidekeeper_47. Courage is deciding that love is worth the risk. Message received. See you soon. I stare at the username, my pulse racing as I process what I'm seeing. Tidekeeper_47. The Lighthouse Keeper, Station 47. A reference only Dane would make. He was watching. He heard my message. And unless I'm misinterpreting completely, he's made his decision. I'm still staring at the screen when my phone rings with a number I don't recognize. My hands are shaky as I answer. Hello? Hi, Dane's voice, slightly distorted by what sounds like airport noise in the background. I hope I'm not calling too late. Dane, I can barely breathe. Where are you? LAX, just landed. I was hoping. He pauses, and I can hear him taking a deep breath. I was hoping you might have room in your life for a damaged ex-soldier who's finally ready to stop hiding. Tears of relief and joy blur my vision. I was hoping you might find the courage to try. Your live stream was pretty convincing, especially the part about love being worth the risk. Was it true? What you said in the chat? Every word. I'm tired of letting fear make my choices, Arden. I want to build something with you, wherever that leads. I'm already moving toward my bedroom, pulling clothes out of my closet with one hand while holding the phone with the other. What are you doing? He asks, apparently hearing my frantic activity. Packing. I'm coming to get you. You don't have to. Yes, I do. You came 3,000 miles to choose love over fear. The least I can do is drive to the airport to welcome you home. Home. Home, I confirm. Wherever we are together, that's home. The silence that follows is full of emotion neither of us quite knows how to express. But when Dane speaks again, his voice is warm, with something that might be the beginning of real happiness. I love you, Arden James. I love you too, Dane Merrick. Now tell me which terminal you're in, so I can come prove it. As I hang up and finish throwing clothes into a bag, I realize that my charity live stream accomplished something I didn't expect. Not just processing my journey publicly or raising money for important causes, but somehow giving the man I love the courage he needed to choose our future over his past. The congressional hearing, the advocacy work, the new career I'm building, all of that is still waiting for me in D.C. But tonight, the only thing that matters is driving to LAX to collect the man who's finally ready to build a life worth sharing. The man who chose love over fear, partnership over isolation, hope over everything that's tried to keep us apart.
Chapter 18. Dane. 6 weeks later, I'm standing backstage at the Los Angeles Convention Center, adjusting the collar of my dress blues for what feels like the 100th time. The Navy uniform still fits, though it's tighter across the chest than it was 10 years ago. The ribbons and medals feel heavier than I remember, weighted with memories I've finally learned to carry, without being crushed by them. "You sure about this?" Tommy asks, appearing beside me with the kind of grin that suggests he's enjoying my nervousness immensely. Because once you walk out there in front of 50,000 people watching live, plus however many millions watching online, there's no taking it back. I'm sure. My voice is steadier than I feel, but the certainty behind it is real. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Through the gap in the curtain, I can see the stage where Arden is conducting her biggest charity live stream to date. Mental Health Awareness Month has become the perfect platform for her advocacy work, and tonight's event is being broadcast simultaneously across multiple platforms, while raising money for organizations that support trauma survivors. She's radiant under the stage lights, wearing a flowing emerald dress that brings out her eyes and makes her dark skin glow. Her hair is styled in soft waves, and she moves with the confident grace of someone who's found her purpose. The woman on that stage is still recognizably the frightened refugee who arrived at my lighthouse 4 months ago, but she's also transformed into something stronger, more assured, more powerful. "She has no idea you're here," Tommy continues. "None. She thinks I'm in D.C. meeting with that cybersecurity task force about the new stalking prevention protocols. And instead, you're about to crash her live stream and propose marriage in front of the entire internet. That's the plan." Tommy shakes his head, but his expression is fond. 10 years of hermit behavior, and when you finally decide to rejoin the human race, you go full dramatic gesture. I'm proud of you, you crazy bastard. The past 6 weeks have been a whirlwind of adjustment that would have been impossible without Arden's patient support. Relearning how to navigate crowds, how to interact with strangers, how to be in spaces that aren't completely under my control. Some days have been harder than others, but every panic attack and moment of overwhelming anxiety has been balanced by the discovery that I'm capable of more than I believed. Working with law enforcement agencies on digital safety protocols has given me a sense of purpose I haven't felt since my military service. Using my tactical experience to help develop protection strategies for stalking victims feels like a way to honor Marcus Webb's memory while preventing other people from experiencing what Arden went through. But more than the professional satisfaction, more than the gradually increasing comfort with civilian life, is the simple joy of building something with someone who sees me clearly and loves me anyway. Arden has been patient with my adjustment struggles while maintaining her own boundaries and continuing her important work. She's shown me what partnership looks like when both people are committed to growing together instead of just surviving together. Which is why when I found the ring 3 weeks ago, a vintage piece with sea glass stones that reminded me of her contacts and our first meeting, I knew exactly how I wanted to ask her to marry me. "Places, Mr. Merrick," a production assistant says, appearing with a headset and clipboard. "Miss James is about to begin the segment on community support networks. That's your cue." "Thank you." I check my appearance one more time in the backstage mirror. The uniform is crisp, the ribbons properly aligned, my hair trimmed to regulation length. I look like the naval officer I used to be, but I feel like the man I'm becoming. The production assistant counts down from 5, and suddenly I'm walking onto the stage where Arden is mid-sentence, talking about the importance of having people who believe in your strength even when you can't see it yourself. The audience notices me first. A ripple of confusion and then recognition moves through the crowd as people realize someone unexpected has appeared on stage. Arden, focused on her broadcast, doesn't immediately notice the change in energy. "Community support isn't just about having people to call when you're in crisis," she's saying, her voice carrying clearly through the auditorium's sound system. "It's about having people who see your potential even when trauma has convinced you that you have none left." That's when she turns and sees me. Her eyes widen in shock, her hand going to her chest as she processes my presence on her stage, in my dress uniform during her live broadcast to millions of people. For a moment, she's speechless, and trying to figure out if this is real, or if she's somehow hallucinating. "Ladies and gentlemen," I say, stepping up to the microphone she's abandoned. "I apologize for interrupting this important broadcast, but sometimes a man needs to take a risk in front of witnesses." The audience erupts in excitement as they realize they're about to witness something unscripted and deeply personal. Chat messages are flying past too quickly to read, but I can see the overall sentiment shifting from confusion to anticipation. "Arden," I continue, turning to face her directly. "4 months ago, you washed up on my island like a message in a bottle. You were running from someone who wanted to hurt you, and I was hiding from a world I thought I'd failed." She's staring at me with tears gathering in her eyes, one hand pressed to her mouth as she begins to understand what's happening. "You taught me that courage isn't the absence of fear. You taught me that love is worth fighting for, even when it's complicated and scary. You taught me that some things are worth it facing the world again." I reach into my jacket pocket and pull out the ring box, and the audience's excitement becomes audible. Arden makes a small sound that might be a gasp or a sob or both. "You also taught me that the best way to honor the people we've lost is to protect the people we can save, to use our pain to prevent other people's suffering, to choose hope over guilt, action over hiding." I drop to one knee on the stage, opening the ring box to reveal the sea glass engagement ring that catches the stage lights and throws tiny rainbows across the floor. "Arden James, you are the bravest person I've ever known. You faced down your worst nightmare on live television because you refused to let fear make your choices. You've turned your trauma into advocacy that's helping other people find their strength." The tears are flowing freely down her face now, but she's smiling through them, her hands shaking as she covers her mouth. "I love you," I continue, projecting my voice to carry to every corner of the auditorium and every device streaming this moment around the world. "I love your strength and your vulnerability, your determination and your gentleness. I love the way you hum when you're concentrating, and the way you make coffee that's almost as good as mine." Laughter ripples through the audience, breaking some of the emotional tension. "I love that you saw something worth saving in a broken-down hermit who'd given up on himself. I love that you didn't let me hide behind my guilt and my fear." I take a breath, steadying myself for the most important words I've ever spoken. "I spent 10 years convinced I didn't deserve happiness, that I was too damaged to be worth loving. You proved me wrong about all of it. You showed me that redemption is possible, that people can change, that love really is worth any risk." The auditorium has gone completely silent except for the sound of Arden's soft crying. "So I'm asking you in front of all these witnesses, with all these people who've followed your journey and celebrated your strength, will you marry me? Will you let me spend the rest of my life proving that I'm worthy of the faith you've placed in me?" For a moment that feels like eternity, Arden just stares at me. I can see her processing the magnitude of what I'm asking, not just the marriage proposal, but the public declaration, the willingness to be vulnerable in front of millions of strangers. She nods, tears streaming down her face, and whispers, "Yes." The word is barely audible, but the microphones pick it up and amplify it through the sound system. The audience explodes in cheers and applause and I can see the chat on the live stream going absolutely insane with celebration. "Yes," she says again, louder this time, moving toward me as I stand up. "Yes, of course, yes." I slip the ring onto her finger with hands that are surprisingly steady, and when she throws her arms around my neck, the kiss we share tastes like salt tears and promise and the beginning of everything we're going to build together. The audience is on its feet, cheering and crying and celebrating this moment they've witnessed. But all I can focus on is the woman in my arms, the way she fits perfectly against my chest, the way she's laughing and crying simultaneously. "I can't believe you did this," she says against my ear, loud enough to be heard over the applause, but soft enough to feel private. "I can't believe it took me so long to work up the courage." In front of 50,000 people, I figured if I was going to declare my love publicly, I might as well do it properly. She pulls back to look at me, and her smile is bright enough to power the entire convention center. "You realize this is going to be all over social media in about 30 seconds. Good. Let the whole world know that Arden James said yes to spending her life with a reformed hermit." "Reformed?" "Work in progress," I correct, and she laughs. The production crew is giving us signals that we need to either continue the broadcast or wrap it up, and Arden turns back to face the audience, my arm around her waist. "Well," she says into the microphone, her voice still shaky with emotion, "I guess that's one way to demonstrate the power of choosing love over fear." The audience erupts again, and I can see phones recording our every move, capturing this moment that will probably be replayed and shared across the internet for months. "This is Dane Merrick," Arden continues, "the man who saved my life and taught me what real partnership looks like. He's also apparently someone who thinks proposing on live television is a reasonable way to demonstrate commitment. I wanted witnesses," I say into the microphone, drawing more laughter from the crowd. "You got them." She holds up her hand to show off the ring, and the sea glass stones catch the stage lights beautifully. "Isn't it gorgeous?" He remembered that I love sea glass from our very first conversation. "I remember everything about our first conversation," I tell her, and the audience makes appreciative sounds. "For those of you who've been following my journey," Arden says, addressing the camera directly, "this the result when two people choose to trust each other with their worst fears and biggest dreams. When you decide that love is worth fighting for, even when it's complicated and scary." She pauses, looking at me with something that might be wonder. "This is what happens when you stop running from your past and start building your future." The live stream continues for another 20 minutes, with the audience and online viewers offering congratulations and sharing their own stories of love and courage. Donations pour in for the mental health organizations we're supporting, with people inspired by our story to contribute to causes that help trauma survivors. When we finally wrap the broadcast, the backstage area is chaos. Production staff offering congratulations, security personnel managing the crowd that's gathered outside, representatives from various advocacy organizations wanting to discuss how our engagement might impact future awareness campaigns. But all I can focus on is Arden, still radiant in her emerald dress, still wearing my ring, still looking at me like she can't quite believe this is real. "No regrets?" I ask as we find a quiet corner away from the chaos. "About saying yes to marrying you?" "Never." She reaches up to straighten my uniform jacket, her touch sending warmth through my entire body. "About you proposing on live television? Ask me in a week when the social media frenzy dies down. I love you, Arden James. Soon to be Arden Merrick, if you want." "I love you too, Dane Merrick. And yes, I want to be Arden Merrick. I want to build a life with you that honors both our journeys." As we prepare to leave the convention center and face whatever comes next, I realize that this moment represents more than just an engagement. It represents the final step in my journey from exile to engagement, from hiding to hope, from guilt to grace. The man who proposed tonight isn't the same person who fled to that lighthouse 10 years ago, but he's also not entirely different. He's someone who's learned to carry his past without being crushed by it, Someone who's discovered that redemption is possible and love really can heal even the deepest wounds.
Chapter 19. Arden. The beach at sunset is everything I dreamed it would be for our wedding day. Golden light spills across the sand where we first met. The lighthouse stands sentinel behind us like a blessing from the past, and the gentle rhythm of waves provides the perfect soundtrack for promises we're about to make to each other. I'm standing in the lighthouse, adjusting my simple ivory dress for the 10th time, while Nova puts finishing touches on my hair. The dress is flowing and bohemian, with delicate beadwork that catches the light, and I've woven sea glass beads into my dark curls as my something blue. My feet are bare, just as they were the day I arrived on this island 6 months ago. "You look absolutely radiant," Nova says, securing the final flower in my hair. White beach roses that Dane picked this morning from the garden we planted together. "I can't believe you're actually getting married in the same place where you hid from the world." "I wasn't hiding from the world," I correct, applying a final swipe of lip gloss. "I was finding it. I just didn't know it at the time." Through the window, I can see our small group of wedding guests gathering on the beach. Tommy Morrison flew in from Virginia with his wife, bringing his booming laugh and enough stories about Dane's military service to fill an entire evening. Lil arrived yesterday, wearing the kind of practical dress that suggests she'd rather be in uniform, but is making an effort for family occasions. My parents are here too, having flown in from Chicago with expressions of bewildered pride at how their quiet daughter became a public advocate. They still don't entirely understand my work or how I fell in love with a man 26 years older than me, but they can see that I'm happy in a way I never was before. And then there are the viewers. 5,000 people watching our wedding live stream, following the love story that began with my desperate escape from a stalker and became something neither Dane nor I ever expected. We debated whether to broadcast our wedding, but ultimately decided that the people who've supported our journey deserve to witness this next chapter. "Ready?" Nova asks, handing me the simple bouquet of white roses and sea glass that matches my jewelry. "More than ready." I take one last look in the mirror, noting how different I look from the terrified woman who arrived here 6 months ago. Same face, same body, but everything else has transformed. My eyes hold confidence instead of fear. My posture speaks of strength instead of vulnerability, and my smile comes from genuine joy instead of performance. The walk from the lighthouse to the beach takes less than 2 minutes, but it feels like crossing between 2 different lifetimes. Behind me is the woman I used to be, afraid and isolated and convinced that safety meant solitude. Ahead of me is the future I'm choosing to build with the man who taught me that love and protection can coexist. Dane is waiting for me at the water's edge, wearing the navy blue suit that brings out his eyes and makes his silver hair look distinguished rather than weathered. The sight of him takes my breath away, not just because he's handsome in his formal clothes, but because of the way he's looking at me, like I'm something precious and miraculous, like he still can't quite believe I'm choosing to spend my life with him. The officiant is a retired Coast Guard chaplain who's known the Merrick family for decades, someone who understands both the solemnity of marriage vows and the particular challenges faced by people who've served their country in difficult circumstances. He begins with words about love being an act of courage, about choosing to trust another person with your deepest vulnerabilities. Arden and Dane have asked to write their own vows, he announces to both our physical guests and our online audience. "Arden, would you like to begin?" I turn to face Dane directly, taking his hands in mine and trying to pour 6 months of gratitude and love into words that feel adequate to the moment. "Dane, when I first arrived on this island, I was running from someone who wanted to control me through fear. I thought safety meant hiding, that protection required isolation. My voice carries clearly in the evening air, and I can see tears gathering in his pale blue eyes. You taught me that real safety comes from being known completely and loved anyway. A gentle breeze stirs my hair, carrying the scent of salt and the wild roses that grow along the island's rocky coastline. You could have sent me away that first night. You could have maintained the boundaries that kept you safe for 10 years. Instead, you chose to protect me, to believe my story when others didn't, to see strength in me even when I couldn't see it myself. I pause, steadying my voice for the most important part. Today, I'm not just promising to love you. I'm promising to see you clearly, to support your continued healing, to be your partner in whatever good we can do in the world together. I squeeze his hands, feeling the calluses from years of manual labor and the new softness that comes from holding me. I'm promising to choose courage over fear, trust over self-protection, hope over the voices that tell us we don't deserve happiness. I love you not despite your scars, but because of how you've transformed them into wisdom and compassion. I love the man you were, the man you are, and the man you're becoming as we build this life together. When I finish, Dane takes a moment to compose himself, blinking away tears that he's no longer ashamed to show in front of others. Arden, he begins, his voice rough with emotion. 6 months ago, I was a man convinced he deserved nothing but the punishment of isolation. I'd forgotten how to hope, how to trust, how to believe that redemption was possible. The lighthouse beam begins its evening rotation behind us, painting everything in brief moments of brilliant light. You arrived on my shore like an answer to prayers I didn't know I was praying. Not just because you needed protection, but because protecting you reminded me who I used to be before guilt convinced me I was only capable of causing harm. He lifts one hand to cup my face, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone with infinite gentleness. You saw past my walls and my fear to something worth loving. You refused to let me hide behind noble-sounding justifications for what was really just elaborate self-pity. You challenged me to become worthy of the faith you placed in me. Today, I'm promising to continue becoming that man, to use my experience to protect people instead of punishing myself for past failures, to choose action over guilt, engagement over exile, love over the fear that's driven too many of my decisions. His voice grows stronger, more certain. I'm promising to support your work, to be your partner in advocacy and healing, to help create the kind of world where what happened to you becomes impossible. He pauses, looking directly into my eyes. I'm promising to trust your love even when I don't understand it, to let myself be happy even when I don't think I deserve it. Most of all, I'm promising to spend every day proving that you're worth it. The chaplain pronounces us husband and wife, just as the sun touches the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that match the joy filling my chest. When Dane kisses me soft and tender and full of promise, our small audience cheers, and the online chat explodes with heart emojis and congratulations. The reception is simple and perfect. A dinner on the lighthouse's deck, lit by string lights and candles that create an intimate atmosphere, despite the cameras capturing everything for our viewers. Tommy tells embarrassing stories about Dane's early military service, while Lil shares memories of their childhood on this same island. My parents beam with pride and slightly bewildered joy at how their daughter found love in such an unexpected place. As the evening winds down, and our guests begin settling into the lighthouse's guest rooms or the small inn on the mainland, Dane and I steal away for a moment alone on the observation deck, where so many of our important conversations took place. "How are you feeling, Mrs. Merrick?" he asks, pulling me close as we look out at the ocean that brought us together. "Like the luckiest woman alive," I answer honestly. "How about you, Mr. Merrick?" "Like a man who finally understands what happiness feels like." We stay there for a long time, wrapped in each other's arms, and the comfortable silence that comes from complete understanding. The lighthouse beam continues its eternal rotation, and somewhere below us I can hear the gentle conversation of our guests as they prepare for sleep. "Ready to go inside?" Dane asks eventually, his voice carrying undertones that make my skin warm with anticipation. More than ready. Our bedroom, the space that used to be just his quarters, but has become ours over the past months, is lit by candles that Nova must have arranged while we were at dinner. Rose petals are scattered across the bed, and someone has left a bottle of champagne cooling in an ice bucket by the window. Your sister, I guess, noting the practical elegance of the romantic touches. Definitely, Lil. She may be retired military, but she has surprisingly strong opinions about wedding night traditions. I laugh, moving to the window where the champagne is waiting. Should we drink to something? To us? To choosing love over fear? To whatever comes next? We toast with champagne that tastes like celebration and possibility, and when Dane sets down his glass and reaches for me, everything else fades away except the reality of finally being his wife. His hands are gentle as he helps me out of my wedding dress, taking time to appreciate each inch of skin as it's revealed. The beaded jewelry comes off piece by piece. My hair falls loose from its careful arrangement, and soon I'm standing before him in nothing but moonlight, and the knowledge that I'm completely safe in his hands. Beautiful, he breathes. The same word he's used since our first night together, but somehow it means more now. Now it carries the weight of promises made and kept, of trust earned and freely given. When he lifts me and carries me to our bed, I'm struck by how different this feels from our previous intimate encounters. Those were driven by desperation and healing, by the need to reaffirm life after trauma. This is celebration, pure and simple. Joy made physical, love expressed through the language of touch and breath and whispered endearments. He takes his time with me, using hands and mouth to map every curve and hollow, like he's memorizing me all over again. When I arch beneath his ministrations, gasping his name, he smiles against my skin with the satisfaction of a man who knows exactly how to make his wife come apart with pleasure. I love you, he murmurs against my neck, the words carrying more weight now that they're backed by legal vows and public promises. Show me, I whisper back, pulling him up for a kiss that tastes like champagne and forever. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Afterward, together in our candlelit bedroom, listening to the ocean's eternal song and the distant sound of the lighthouse's machinery, my head is on Dane's chest, and I can feel his heartbeat gradually returning to normal beneath my cheek. Any regrets? He asks, his hand stroking lazy patterns on my back. About marrying you? Never. I lift my head to look at him, noting how relaxed and happy he looks in the candlelight. About broadcasting our wedding to 5,000 strangers? Ask me tomorrow when I see the social media coverage. He laughs, the sound rumbling through his chest. They seemed supportive. They love our story. The hermit and the refugee who found love despite their trauma. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Except fairy tales don't usually include stalking and PTSD and congressional testimony. No, but they do include love conquering fear, which seems to be our specialty. We talk quietly for a while about the future we're building together, about the advocacy work that's taking us to Washington next month, about the possibility of splitting our time between the lighthouse and wherever our work takes us. Everything feels possible now, every dream worth pursuing. Arden, Dane says as we're drifting towards sleep. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for letting me. As I fall asleep in my husband's arms on our wedding night, I'm struck by how perfectly this ending fits with our beginning. We started with a woman seeking refuge and a man offering shelter. We're ending with two people who've chosen to be each other's home, no matter where in the world that home might be. The lighthouse beam continues its rotation outside our window, and the ocean sings its eternal song, and somewhere in the distance, I hear the sound of our love story writing itself into the darkness, one sweep of light at a time.
Chapter 20. Dane. 6 months after our wedding, I'm learning that happiness is quieter than I expected. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or dramatic moments of revelation. Instead, it settles into your bones gradually, like the way the lighthouse's foundation has settled into bedrock over more than a century of storms and seasons. This morning I wake up to the sound of Arden's voice drifting up from the main room, soft and rhythmic as she conducts her early morning broadcast for her international audience. Something about ocean sounds for meditation, mixed with gentle conversation about finding peace in simple routines. Her streaming has evolved since we married, becoming less about entertainment and more about genuine wellness content that helps people manage anxiety and trauma. I lie in bed for a few minutes, listening to her voice weave stories about the way morning light hits the water, about the satisfaction of tending the garden we've expanded together, about the healing power of shared silence. She's gotten comfortable talking about our life together on stream, not in an invasive way, but in a manner that lets her audience understand how love can be, both exciting and peaceful. My husband is probably awake by now, she says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. He has this internal clock that syncs perfectly with the lighthouse's automation systems. 30 years of military discipline doesn't just disappear because you retire to an island. I roll out of bed and pull on the jeans and flannel shirt that have become my uniform for island life, though now they're supplemented by the occasional suit when we travel to D.C. for advocacy work or congressional briefings. The balance between lighthouse keeper and cybersecurity consultant still feels surreal sometimes, but it's a balance that works. When I reach the main room, Arden is set up at the table we've designated as her streaming station, laptop open and camera positioned to capture both her and the ocean view through our windows. She's wearing one of my old Coast Guard hoodies over leggings, her hair twisted up in the messy bun that's become her signature look for morning broadcasts. "Good morning, beautiful souls," she's saying to her audience of several thousand early risers from around the world. Today, we're talking about the difference between solitude and isolation, between choosing to be alone and being forced into loneliness. I pour coffee for both of us, a routine so ingrained that I don't need to think about it anymore. 2 cups, hers with a splash of the vanilla creamer she orders by the case, mine black with just enough sugar to take the edge off. Solitude is active, Arden continues, accepting the coffee I hand her with a grateful smile. It's choosing to step back from noise and chaos to reconnect with yourself. Isolation is passive, something that happens to you when circumstances or fear cut you off from connection. She's talking about our story without making it explicitly about us, something she's gotten skilled at over the past months. Her audience knows the broad strokes of how we met and fell in love, but she respects our privacy, while still offering insights gleaned from our experience. The person I live with spent 10 years in what he thought was solitude, but was actually isolation, she says, looking directly at me with a kind of warm affection that still catches me off guard. Fear had convinced him that safety required disconnection. It took time for him to understand that real safety comes from being known and loved completely. I settle into the chair just outside her camera range, close enough to participate in the conversation if she wants, but far enough away to let her conduct her work without interference. This has become our morning routine, one of dozens of small adjustments we've made to blend our individual needs with our shared life. The chat is active with responses from her global audience, people sharing their own experiences with isolation and recovery. Her comments section has become a surprisingly supportive community, moderated carefully to prevent the kind of harassment that originally drove her to my island. Someone in the chat is asking whether you can truly heal from trauma if you're living in the same place where you sought refuge, Arden reads. That's such an important question. For me, this lighthouse started as a hiding place and became a healing place and is now simply home. She's right about that. The transformation of this space from my prison to our sanctuary has been gradual but complete. The rooms that used to echo with solitude now ring with conversation and laughter and the comfortable sounds of two people building a life together. Healing doesn't require you to abandon the places that kept you safe, she continues. Sometimes it means transforming those places into launching pads for whatever comes next. After she wraps the broadcast, we settle into the rest of our morning routine. Breakfast together while reviewing the schedule that's become busier than either of us expected. A new cybersecurity consulting contract for me, working with a coalition of advocacy groups to develop better digital safety protocols. 3 speaking engagements for her, including a keynote at a conference on trauma-informed care for survivors of technology-facilitated abuse. The Portland event wants both of us, Arden says, scrolling through emails on her laptop. They're specifically interested in the perspective of protective partners, how family members and loved ones can better support survivors. I can do that. The words come easily now, though 6 months ago, the thought of speaking publicly about personal experiences would have sent me into a panic attack. Tommy said the FBI training program wants to expand their curriculum on stalking cases. That might be worth exploring. We've found our rhythm in this work, the way our different experiences and skills complement each other. My tactical background and her lived experience as a survivor create a comprehensive approach to both prevention and response that organizations find valuable. But more than the professional satisfaction is the simple pleasure of working together towards something meaningful. Every protocol we help develop, every survivor we support, every law enforcement officer we train represents progress toward a world where what happened to Arden becomes increasingly difficult to accomplish. Speaking of Tommy, I say, checking my own phone for messages. He's bringing Sarah's up next weekend. Apparently she wants to see the famous lighthouse where her husband's hermit friend learned how to be human again. I like Sarah. She's good for Tommy. Keeps him from taking himself too seriously. She's also the one who told him to call Lil when I got involved in your situation. Apparently she knew I needed family intervention before I did. Arden laughs, the sound filling the lighthouse's main room with warmth. Smart woman. We should probably plan something special for their visit. Maybe that seafood dinner you've been promising to cook? I can do that. Lil's sending up lobsters from her supplier in Bar Harbor. The mention of my sister brings its own satisfaction. Lil has settled into lighthouse life with the same competence she brought to 30 years of Coast Guard service. She's turned the guest quarters into a comfortable apartment and has taken over most of the day-to-day maintenance tasks, freeing me to travel for work without worrying about the family responsibilities I carried alone for too long. More importantly, having Lil here has repaired a relationship that I thought I'd destroyed through 10 years of self-imposed exile. She and Arden have become genuine friends, bonding over their shared exasperation with my tendency toward emotional walls and their mutual determination to keep me engaged with the world beyond the island. I should check the weather, I say, moving toward the monitoring station I've upgraded significantly since Arden arrived. Storm system moving up the coast might affect travel plans for next weekend. Always the careful planner, Arden observes, but there's affection in her voice rather than criticism. She's right that I've retained the military tendency toward contingency planning and risk assessment. But what's changed is that now I'm planning for life and connection rather than survival and isolation. The preparations I make are about ensuring we can maintain our work and our relationships, not about protecting myself from potential harm. The weather data shows the storm will pass well offshore, bringing nothing more threatening than some impressive waves for Arden to film for her ocean content. I make a note to set up her camera equipment on the observation deck tomorrow, if she wants to capture the rough water for her viewers. "Dane," Arden says, and something in her voice makes me look up from the weather station. "What is it?" She's holding her phone, staring at the screen with an expression I can't immediately read. Not fear, exactly, but something intense and complicated. "I just got an email from the documentary crew, the one that's been following our story for the past few months." "What do they want now?" "We've been working with a filmmaker who's creating a documentary about technology-facilitated abuse and recovery, using our story as one of several case studies. It's been an intrusive but worthwhile process. One more way to help other survivors understand that healing and justice are possible. They want to know if we're open to including some additional footage they've been gathering," she says, still staring at her phone. Apparently they've been interviewing other people whose stories intersect with ours. "What kind of people? Brian Keller agreed to be interviewed from prison." The name hits me like cold water, even though intellectually I know that Keller is locked up and no longer a threat to anyone. He was convicted on multiple charges related to stalking, harassment, and attempted assault, and he's serving a sentence that will keep him away from Arden for many years to come. "What does he want?" I ask, moving closer to read over her shoulder. "According to the producers, he wants to tell his side of the story. Apparently, he's been participating in some kind of therapy program for offenders and claims he wants to take responsibility for what he did." I can see Arden processing this information, weighing the potential value of including his perspective against the emotional cost of engaging with him again, even indirectly. "What are you thinking?" I ask. I'm thinking that hearing from him might help other people understand how these situations develop, how someone becomes capable of that kind of violation. She sets down her phone and looks at me directly. "I'm also thinking that it might be good for me to hear him acknowledge what he did." "And I'm thinking that you don't owe him or anyone else your emotional labor," I counter gently. "You've already done more than enough to help other survivors and improve the systems that failed you." "I know, but maybe this is the final piece of reclaiming my narrative. Maybe hearing him admit responsibility will help me close that chapter completely." I understand the impulse, even if it makes my protective instincts flare. Part of recovery is moving from victim to survivor, to someone whose experience can help prevent others from suffering similarly. If engaging with Keller's testimony serves that purpose, then it's her choice to make. "Whatever you decide, I'll support," I tell her. "But you don't have to decide right now. The documentary won't be finished for months." "I know." She reaches for my hand, intertwining our fingers in the gesture that's become our default comfort connection. It's just strange to think about him having thoughts about our life, our happiness, like he still has some kind of claim on my story. He doesn't. He has a chapter in your story, but you're the one writing the ending. "We're writing it," she corrects, "together." The afternoon passes in our usual rhythm of shared tasks and individual work. I spend time reviewing security protocols for a client, while Arden edits content and responds to viewer messages. We work in comfortable parallel, occasionally sharing interesting developments or asking for input on decisions. Around 4 o'clock, Lil calls from the mainland where she's picking up supplies, and we put her on speaker while she gives us updates on lighthouse maintenance issues and gossip from the harbor town that's become our closest community. "That new couple who bought the Morrison place wants to meet you both," she reports. "Apparently they're fans of Arden's work and couldn't believe they'd moved within 20 miles of the famous lighthouse romance." "Famous lighthouse romance?" I repeat, raising an eyebrow at Arden. "That's what they're calling us in the travel magazines," Arden says with a grin. "The lighthouse where love conquered fear and healing happened. Tourism to the area has increased 30% since our story went viral." "Wonderful. We've accidentally created a romantic pilgrimage site." "Could be worse," Lil interjects over the phone. "Could have people camping on the beach hoping to recreate your meet-cute." The thought of strangers recreating our first encounter makes both Arden and me laugh. The desperate, frightened woman who arrived on my dock and the suspicious hermit who reluctantly helped her seem like characters from someone else's story now. As evening approaches, we settle into our favorite spot on the observation deck, watching the sun set over water that changes color from blue to gold to deep purple as the light fades. The lighthouse beam begins its nightly rotation, and somewhere in the distance we can see the lights of fishing boats heading home to harbor. "Do you ever miss it?" Arden asks, leaning against my shoulder as we watch the show the sky puts on every evening. "Miss what?" "The solitude, the simplicity of life before I complicated everything by washing up on your shore." I consider the question seriously, thinking about the man I was 6 months ago compared to who I am now. That version of me lived in careful routine, spoke to no one but Tommy and the occasional supply pilot, measured his days by weather patterns and maintenance schedules. I miss the certainty of it sometimes, I admit. Knowing exactly what each day would bring, having no variables to account for except weather and equipment failure. But I don't miss the emptiness. I don't miss the way silence felt like punishment instead of peace. I don't miss convincing myself that isolation was noble when it was really just fear with a prettier name. Arden is quiet for a moment, and I can feel her processing my answer. "I've been thinking about the documentary question," she says eventually, "and I want to do it. I want to hear what Brian has to say. Not because I owe him anything, but because I want to understand how someone becomes capable of what he did. Maybe it will help prevent other people from following the same path." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. But I want you there with me when I watch it. I want to face it together just like we've faced everything else." "Of course." We sit in comfortable silence as full darkness settles over the island, and the lighthouse beam creates its familiar rhythm of light and shadow. Below us, waves continue their eternal conversation with the shore, and above us, stars begin to appear in numbers impossible to see from anywhere with light pollution. "Dane," Arden says softly. "Yeah?" "Thank you for building this life with me. Thank you for choosing love over fear, partnership over isolation, hope over everything that tried to keep us apart. Thank you for seeing something worth saving in a broken-down hermit who'd given up on himself. You were never broken down. You were just tired of carrying guilt that was never entirely yours to carry." As we head inside for the evening, I realize that this is what happiness looks like in real life. Not constant joy or dramatic romantic moments, but the steady satisfaction of building something meaningful with someone who knows your worst qualities and loves you anyway. Tomorrow, we'll work on projects that help other people heal from trauma. We'll tend the garden that feeds us and the lighthouse that guides others safely to shore. We'll have conversations with family and friends who remind us that isolation was never the answer to our pain. Tonight, we'll fall asleep in each other's arms, protected by stone walls and electronic security, and the more powerful fortress of trust we've built together. The lighthouse beam continues its rotation just as it has for over a century, guiding lost souls safely home. But for what feels like the first time, I'm not lost anymore. I'm exactly where I belong, with exactly the person I was meant to find. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Epilogue. Arden. 1 year and 3 months after our wedding, I'm sitting on the lighthouse's observation deck watching Dane install a baby gate at the top of the spiral staircase. His movements are precise and careful, the same attention to detail he brings to everything that involves my safety, or the safety of our unborn child. You know the baby won't be climbing stairs for at least a year after it's born, I tell him, one hand resting on the gentle curve of my belly, where our daughter is currently practicing what feels like gymnastics routines. Better to be prepared, he responds, testing the latch mechanism for the 3rd time. These old stairs are steep and unforgiving. Everything about this lighthouse is steep and unforgiving. That's part of its charm. He looks up from his installation project and gives me the soft smile that's become my favorite expression of his. The one that says he thinks I'm being ridiculous, but loves me for it anyway. Our daughter is going to grow up thinking that living in a lighthouse on a remote island is perfectly normal, he says and sits beside me on the bench. Is that a bad thing? It's a wonderful thing. I just hope she also learns that there's a whole world beyond this island worth exploring when she's ready. The contrast between this perspective and the man who spent 10 years convinced that isolation was safety isn't lost on me. Dane has transformed from someone who saw the lighthouse as a fortress against the world to someone who views it as a launching pad for whatever adventures our family chooses to pursue. She'll learn, I say, taking his hand and placing it on my belly, where his daughter is currently performing what feels like somersaults. She'll have parents who understand both the value of sanctuary and the importance of engagement. The baby responds to her father's touch with a particularly enthusiastic kick that makes both of us laugh. At 7 months pregnant, I'm still amazed by how surreal this feels. Not just the physical reality of carrying a child, but the emotional reality of building a family with someone who's become my home in every sense of the word. Any thoughts on names? Dane asks, his hand moving gently across my belly as he feels his daughter's movements. I've been thinking about Marina. She'll be a child of the sea, born on an island where her parents found each other. Marina Merrick. I like it. He leans down and speaks directly to my belly. What do you think, little one? Does Marina suit you? As if in response, the baby delivers a kick strong enough to make me gasp and laugh simultaneously. I think that's a yes, I manage. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, watching the afternoon light dance across water that's become as familiar as breathing. Below us, the garden we've expanded together is thriving with late summer vegetables and the wildflowers that Dane has learned to cultivate alongside the practical plants. Lil is down there now, weeding with the methodical efficiency she brings to everything. My streaming career has evolved again with my pregnancy, becoming more focused on mindfulness and preparation for major life transitions. My audience has been incredibly supportive, following along as I navigate the complexities of bringing a child into a world that still contains dangers like Brian Keller, but also contains protectors like the man beside me. Nova called while you were working on the baby gate, I tell Dane. The documentary won an Emmy nomination. That's incredible. You should be proud. We should be proud. Our story helped create something that's making a real difference for other survivors. The documentary featuring our story and several others aired 6 months ago and has become an important resource for law enforcement agencies, advocacy groups, and survivors themselves. The segment with Brian Keller's interview was difficult to watch, but ultimately helpful in understanding how entitlement and obsession can escalate into criminal behavior. More importantly, the film has contributed to new legislation around technology-facilitated abuse and has increased funding for victim support services. Our personal trauma has become a tool for systemic change, exactly what we hoped for when we decided to share our story publicly. Speaking of making a difference, Dane says, Tommy called about the FBI training program. They want to expand the curriculum to include a module on family dynamics and protective relationships. Are you interested? Very. It feels like the natural evolution of the work we've been doing. I study his profile as he looks out at the ocean, noting how relaxed and confident he appears. The hypervigilance that characterized his early days on the mainland has softened into appropriate awareness without constant anxiety. He's learned to trust that the world contains both dangers and supports, and that hiding from one doesn't eliminate the need for the other. I have news too, I say. Dr. Martinez wants me to consider writing a book. About what? About healing from trauma while building new relationships. About the difference between safety and isolation. About finding love when you're convinced you're too damaged to deserve it. Dane turns silent, and I see him processing the implications of sharing our story in even more detail than the documentary provided. What do you think? He asks finally. I think there are a lot of people who need to hear that healing is possible, that love can coexist with protection, that choosing someone with their own trauma doesn't mean settling for less than you deserve. And I think those people are lucky to have you as their guide. The confidence in his voice still surprises me sometimes. This man who spent years convinced he had nothing valuable to offer the world now supports my decision to share our most intimate experiences. I wouldn't do it without your full support, I clarify. This would be our story, not just mine. Then let's do it. A boat appears on the horizon, moving steadily toward our island. Not unusual. We get occasional visitors now, people who've heard our story and want to see the lighthouse where it unfolded. Dane has learned to manage the attention gracefully, understanding that our visibility serves a purpose beyond our personal comfort. Expecting anyone? I ask. Actually, yes. That's probably the marine surveyor I hired to assess the old dock. The dock is fine. The dock is adequate for current needs. But with a baby coming, I want to make sure we have reliable transportation options in case of medical emergencies. There it is again, the protective planning that's become his way of channeling anxiety into constructive action. Instead of hiding from potential problems, he identifies and addresses them methodically. You're going to be such a good father, I tell him. I hope so. I've never been responsible for someone so completely helpless before. She won't be helpless. She'll be small and dependent, but she'll also be strong. She'll have to be with parents like us. Parents who've both been broken and put themselves back together. Parents who've learned that breaking doesn't mean useless, that healing is possible, that love can transform even the deepest wounds into wisdom. The baby kicks again, and I imagine she's responding to our conversation about her future. Marina Merrick, daughter of an island lighthouse keeper and a trauma survivor turned advocate. She'll grow up knowing that her parents chose each other despite their scars, that they built something beautiful from the wreckage of their previous lives. Are you scared? Dane asks. About becoming parents? Terrified, I admit, but also excited and grateful that I get to do this with you, even though I'm old enough to be her grandfather. Especially because you're old enough to have learned patience and wisdom, along with all that protective instinct. We talk for another hour about practical preparations for the baby's arrival, about how we'll adapt our work schedules and travel commitments to accommodate a small person who will need both stability and stimulation. The lighthouse has already been child-proofed within an inch of its life, thanks to Dane's thorough approach to safety planning. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky in shades that never get old no matter how many times we've witnessed this daily show, I'm struck by how different this feels from any future I imagined for myself before arriving on this island. A year and a half ago, I was a successful but frightened content creator whose life was controlled by someone else's obsession. I measured safety by isolation and trust by the absence of threat. I thought healing meant forgetting, that moving on required leaving everything behind. Now I'm a married woman 7 months pregnant with her first child, living in a lighthouse with a man who's taught me that real safety comes from being completely known and loved anyway. I measure healing by my ability to help others, trust by my willingness to be vulnerable, strength by my capacity to build something beautiful from difficult experiences. Any regrets? Dane asks, echoing the question he's posed at various milestones in our relationship. About falling in love with a hermit lighthouse keeper, 26 years older than me, who's currently baby-proofing a structure that was never designed for children. That's the one. I consider the question seriously, thinking about the path that brought me here and all the alternatives I chose not to pursue. I could have stayed in Los Angeles and rebuilt my career there. I could have chosen someone closer to my age with less complicated history. I could have decided that my trauma required professional solitude rather than intimate partnership. No regrets, I say finally. This is exactly the life I want to be living. Even when our daughter becomes a teenager and starts complaining about growing up on a remote island with parents who are internet famous for their lighthouse romance, especially then, she'll understand eventually that some love stories are worth the complications they create. The lighthouse beam begins its nightly rotation, and somewhere below us I can hear Lil calling that dinner is ready. These evening meals together have become one of my favorite parts of our daily routine. 3 adults who've all learned that family can be chosen as well as inherited, sharing food and stories, and the comfortable silence that comes from complete acceptance. Ready to go in? Dane asks, standing and offering me his hand. More than ready. He helps me to my feet with the careful attention he's shown since my belly became too large for me to move with my usual grace. His hand stays at the small of my back as we navigate the stairs, a gesture of support that's become automatic. As we head inside for dinner, I catch sight of our reflection in the lighthouse's windows, a pregnant woman and her devoted husband, moving through space with the synchronized ease of people who've learned to anticipate each other's needs. We look like any couple preparing for their first child, except for the unique setting and the visible contentment that radiates from both of us. Arden, Dane says as we reach the main room where Lil has set the table for 3. Yeah? Thank you. For what? For seeing something worth saving in a broken-down hermit. For teaching me that healing is possible. For choosing to build this life with me even when it seemed impossible. Thank you for letting me. Thank you for proving that love really can conquer fear if you're brave enough to let it. As we settle around the dinner table with Lil, discussing plans for the baby's arrival, and sharing updates from our respective work projects, I'm struck by how perfectly ordinary and extraordinarily blessed this life feels. Outside, the lighthouse beams, guiding lost souls safely to shore just as it has for over a century. But inside these walls, we're no longer lost. We're no longer tide-locked by fear or circumstance, or the belief that our past mistakes define our future possibilities. We're home, we're family, we're proof that sometimes the best things in life come from the courage to stop running and start building, to choose love over safety, to trust that broken people can heal each other if they're willing to do the work. Marina kicks again, reminding us that our story is still being written, that the next chapter will include tiny hands and sleepless nights, and the particular joy that comes from watching someone you've created discover the world for the first time. Tomorrow, we'll continue the work of helping other people find their own courage. We'll tend the garden and maintain the lighthouse and respond to the messages from survivors who found hope in our story. Tonight, we'll fall asleep in each other's arms, protected by stone walls and electronic security, and the more powerful fortress of trust we've built together, listening to the ocean's eternal song and the steady rhythm of our daughter's heartbeat. Some things really are worth coming out of hiding for. Some love stories really do end with lighthouse beams and lighthouse babies and the quiet satisfaction of building something beautiful from the wreckage of what came before. We are no longer tide-locked. We are tide-blessed. bound not by fear but by love, carried not by currents we can't control, but by choices we make together, one wave at a time.